Shadowrun, a mission by independent mercenaries so as to be deniable to the hiring party. Shadowrunner, an independent contractor hired to do Shadowruns. SIN, system identification number, used to track your digital footprint in the Matrix. The Matrix, an augmented and virtual reality graphics-based network and successor to the old internet. Megacorporation, corporations that the corporate court gives status to based on their vast wealth and power.
Hello! Welcome to Shadowrun Roll4It. This is episode 1 of a new season of Shadowrun over here. Sadly, today we do not have an Avak. He unfortunately pushed himself way too hard during D&D on Friday and may have... he was meant to be being quiet because of dental issues, and he, bless him, he just pushed too hard and now he has to have some time off, but
oh my god, that silhouette of him is fantastic. That looks just like Avak. 100%.
Right?
Well, now I got to go look. I didn't have the show up or anything. Now I got to go look just so I can find out, so I can be part of the conversation. Let's see what's up.
Perfect.
You do need to be. But yeah, so this is going to be a new season. We have ourselves 3 new characters, and Suda will be returning, played by Avak. It's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to this. So those of you who don't know, if you watch the intro videos, it should give you a little bit of idea about Shadowrun. In general, Shadowrun is set about 60 years in the future. It's kind of a corporate dystopia where magic came back to the world. Some people have turned to elves, some people have turned to dwarves, goblins, trolls, orcs, all that kind of stuff. Actually, goblins are a subset of dwarves, but whatever. And there's magic.
Wait a minute. What? Goblins are a subset of dwarves?
I believe
so
the website.
Seems a bit of a stretch.
And Dax are like distant cousins? That's just creepy.
Well, the
sure
truth
I feel
here
about that.
is that Dax would be the diseased cousin of Mormon. Like, if
Yeah.
Mormon got a really, really serious, horrible disease, he would become Dax in the Shadowrun world.
Pretty much.
Also, Dax hungers for flesh. That would be the other part that we haven't really discussed yet, is that Dax would need to eat every now and again, like Santa
It does
Clarita
happen,
style.
you know, occasionally. But yeah, so hopefully you'll enjoy it. I want to just very quickly go around like people and just explain what each person's character is very, very quickly so that you're a little bit acquainted before we dive into the show. Shen, who are you playing?
Well, hello, my name is Shen, and I'm playing Gato Alto, Oscar Romero. He is he's kind of a guy who grew up and turned later in his life into an orc, and his parents weren't really happy about it. No one was really happy about it, but they were in a Catholic community in Ciudad Juarez, Aztlan, and as Catholics, they really didn't have a good situation with the government or any of the neighboring towns. People just didn't really like him that much. So he eventually got into the business of assisting people get out of Aztlan so they couldn't be persecuted so much. And because of his backstory with that kind of history there, he decided to get out of Aztlan to find a way that he can help people more directly. So he actually went to CAS just across the border over in Tejas, and he worked with Lone Star there for a while. One of the nice things about working with Lone Star is he got to meet a whole lot of cool people who could help him out in various situations. Really made getting people across the border much more easy. Met a cool guy across the border, across the river named what was his name? Zod? Can't remember his name for sure. But also one of the bad sides is he kind of had a corporate sin for a while, and you know, it wasn't the best thing. And he got addicted to jazz. It happens.
It's a great musical genre. Let's be honest.
It really
it's
is.
Great.
It
It's
really
fantastic. You start listening, you start snapping your finger.
Not so much in Tejas though. They only have the drug. They don't really have the music jazz.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, shit.
But at the end of the day, he was able to help a lot more people as someone working with Lone Star And after he eventually left Lone Star, we'll get into that later on, but eventually he left Lone Star and he was able to work more directly with people in the Shadowrunning community to assist Catholics getting out of Aslan so they wouldn't be in harm's way anymore. But that's it for my character. I'm not really going to go into much detail beyond that. Not yet.
Okay, Bentham, who are you playing?
I am playing a guy who goes by the name of Deadbolt, which is not a... Apparently, it turns out that someone in the previous series, some random NPC was called Deadbolt, and everyone in chat's being annoyed about it.
That tie-in, though.
Guy.
What if this is like 50 years before, you know? Like, we don't have Avic here, so technically...
Maybe that's my future. Didn't that Deadbolt die? Now I'm worried.
I'm pretty sure you got hit with a minigun in the face.
Yeah, he got minigunned to death.
It happens. No.
It's like completely legit for two Shadowrunners to have the same name. Like, you know, there'd be a bit of conflict and confusion, but like they're not trademarked or anything. It's just like a runner name. So
guy's been dead for a while. I nicked his name. It was a good name. So yeah, I'm a burglar, and I sneak into places, try and just never get spotted, and then steal whatever I'm told to steal. And I generally try and keep to stealing things that are. It's better to steal. I'll not steal from the poor and such, and I'll not murder anyone because that's a bad thing. So I'm looking for some work in that sort of area of doing good things, but also getting rich at the same time because that's always fun.
By the way, chat has corrected us. It was Shooter who got minigunned. It was Pug Squish Deadbolt. Yeah, Deadbolt
with the soda machine.
Guy. No,
which one was?
Someone's made a good point though. Someone's made a good point. I'm such a good thief. I stole his name.
Well, I just figured like you really wanted the username. And so you were just like up on the matrix, just like clicking, is username available? Like refresh over and over again. And one day it was just like, ding, and it popped up. You're like, yay! And then you saw his obituary like 5 minutes later.
Raj.
Oh, okay. I thought Deadbolt was the
asshole.
one.
Yeah. That guy. But yeah,
we don't approve.
Tag. Splat, tell me about Tag.
Yeah, so I am playing Dr. Edmund Campbell, a.k.a. Tag. I was a magical researcher for As Technology, and somehow I have ended up over in London at this point, I think is where we're starting out right now. Is that correct?
Yes, his first mission will be taking place here.
I've ended up in London as a Catholic member of the clergy. And more than that, I can't really tell you because I'd be giving away that storyline, and that needs to come out inside the show.
Avak will be playing Pseudo, returning character from Season 1. A technomancer who has an interesting backstory involving Raku archaeology, some crazy AIs. In Season 1, he befriended some nanite AI people who then probably got murdered. He then got involved with a Shadowrun group who went after a weird pseudo-cult compound in which two of his friends never came out of the compound after going in, and in which he completed the primary part of the mission with his friend Blowback. They then went to ground, and for the last 2 years have been hiding on the continent. Specifically, Suda's been spending a lot of time in Germany. Blowback also went to the continent. They both split up. They've not really contacted each other since, and Blowback seems to have gone off the grid. Where he is, nobody knows. Pseudo is still kind of looking out for where his friends have gone, but for now he's made some new friends, and they're looking forward to doing some Shadowrunning together, having been all called together by a mysterious fixer called Zod, who you only really meet through the Matrix. And that is where we begin today's show. So, as far as I'm aware, all of you have the ability, apart from Splat, to contact the Matrix through a data jack or even through a Simric, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, and
I
Tag,
can't spare that essence, man. I gotta stay magical. I gotta stay radiant. Like, what kind of mage would I be if you rolled in and I got, like, cyber eyes and all kinds of stuff, and you're like, oh, well, he's a garbage mage. Like, you would look at me for, like, 4 seconds and be like, we don't hire this mage. He's a mage with cyberware. What is he doing?
People underestimate you, and then you could kill them, maybe. It'd be very
It's fake cyberware.
Those Force 2 mana bolts are so terrifying. Pew, 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 pew.
No, my willpower, no.
But All of you get a message on your comic. You've all managed to get back into the UK successfully. If you have, apart from Pseudo, who is contacted you saying he was going to make his way to the UK and is currently off the grid. You haven't heard from him for the last few days, at least. Those of you who have regular contact with Pseudo.
We're just putting little notes next to his icon in the Matrix. Just says lazy, lazy, lazy. Did not report. All his donuts belong to us. Stuff like that.
What was the little symbol he put over the mob boss's head when we were in the bar and then somebody saw it? It was like chicken shit or something like that.
Oh, God.
It's the exact same icon just floating over Avic now.
Just bobbing up and down casually. Yeah, it's all good. Chicken shit, chicken shit.
Yep. But you will get a message from the fixer you all know as Zod, who asks you to a meeting at a time or place of your convenience in the Matrix. Those of you who can't get into the Matrix can take place in the meeting via, just plugging your audio in and just looking at it on like a 2D screen, and that means you splat. Bentham, you don't have a Simrig, do you? So you would have to do that as well.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, like you can still visualize the meeting.
He's so sad about it.
Yeah, you can still visualize a meeting via like your interface cable for your data jack, but you wouldn't really be able to dive in and like be an avatar. You'd just be able to visualize it. Shen, on the other hand, you've got Simrig, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can actually dive into the Matrix and walk around in person and be in this meeting. So before we get started...
do you have a DNI? That's the complicated part. You got a DNI?
Mm-mm.
He has it as part of his...
Oh, I do?
Yeah, as part of your rigger stuff, you have a DNI.
That means if you see like a tractor, you can just become the tractor. You can just be like...
Oh, the direct neural interface. I'm like, what the hell's a DNI? Yeah, I have DNI.
Yeah. But yeah, so before we get started, a quick word about how to support the show. Who wants to take it this time? Like, it could well be Splat, but anyone else want to have a go?
Bentham?
I mean, I could try.
It's all up to you, man. I'm ready to go if you don't want to do it.
You can do it in character as Deadbolt if you want.
Yeah, I'm on deck, so...
I don't know. Yeah, I'll go for it. All right, so we have a Patreon that you can support us on.
We do?
There's a whole bunch of different tiers you can do.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
I know, it's great. There's lots, so you can pay whichever amount you want and get whatever particular rewards you're looking for. So there's there's like for just $1 that you can get to you get MP3s of all the shows. If you go for $5, then you get to watch the after shows that we occasionally do for episodes, where at the end of the episode we'll talk for like half an hour or whatever about what happened in the day and then work out random stuff like character cheat things and what upgrade stuffs we buy and so on. Higher up, there's stuff about getting to see character sheets of the players and of the enemies we face and the allies that we have as well, and all sorts of cool things like that.
I just want to point out, we're above 1,000 viewers right now. That's never happened before in the history of Roll4It.
It has.
It has?
Once,
I thought this was the first time.
Dark Heresy. Once for Dark Heresy.
I thought with Dark Heresy it got to like 990 and then just stayed there for ages.
Yeah, I thought we didn't quite make it with Dark Heresy.
No, we did. We very quickly popped over 1,000. But yeah, we're like our second time over 1,000. We might actually breach our highest yet, hopefully. So
yay!
Yeah,
if you, quick question.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but quick question. Speaking of the character sheets that people can get on Patreon, what did you put in for Lithia, or is that not available?
For Lithia?
She was pretty badass.
She used baseline Wyvern stats, and then I just modified them slightly. Like I gave her the ability to breathe fire, which normally Wyverns can't do. It was thematically convenient. I was like, well, we've killed all the bad guys here. How can I clear out all these mooks so that we can get to the storyline? I'm like, oh yeah, she breathes fire now. Done.
And we're used to the dragon that doesn't breathe fire.
Yeah. I am the GM, so I can do that.
Works for me.
But yeah, if you want to support us in other ways, you can support us by... you can tip us here. You can also like tip bits and stuff as well. And you can also subscribe if you want to do another type of monthly thing, which of course allows you to have a little like special logo next to your name and stuff. And of course, all of the things... And emotes. And all the things go into like that little pot down there and explode. I know like Sergeant Master dropped like Sig Father dropped a massive tip in earlier that just made it explode everywhere, and that was kind of cool. So yeah, feel free to do all of that, and thank you very much for everyone supporting the show, etc. And do go check out the Patreon if you want us to do more, because that allows us to do this stuff. So that would be great. Also, I know some people have asked about people's races. What are your races, guys?
That's so racist. You can't just ask that kind of thing. Not
Yeah,
even
what
on government
race are
porn.
you?
Over that.
This is the sixth world. We're more enlightened than that.
The sixth world isn't that enlightened.
Actually, yeah, there's a lot of racism stuff going
Yeah.
on. Really.
I'm a doctor, so I hang out with highbrow people. My THD enables me to hang out with enlightened people, I suppose. Maybe I'm a tad privileged. I don't know.
Sure.
That affluenza hits you hard, man.
It does. It
Yeah,
does.
tag your privilege because you're human. You're that human privilege, bro.
Edgelord,
It was-
what?
Whereas
Can we
my
just get-
character,
We need someone to have the nickname Edgelord someday. Because I know you talked about doing that splat and you decided against it.
I will make
No,
an
I had to
NPC
give up a
choice,
bunch of
which
my
is
point of the
fine.
build, point of the build is to get as much edge as possible.
Yeah, I could have had like 8 edge, but I decided not to be a cheese lord. I didn't want to make a munchkin character.
GMs do not look kindly on cheese lords. Deadbolt, what are you?
I am an elf, though I don't actually look like it. For whatever reason, I seem to have more human characteristics than normal. Like my ears are not the usual pointy stuff that elves get, though they do still look a little bit weird, like maybe something's been done to them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have some,
At a glance,
do you have some
I'm
weird
human,
type of,
but
do you have
once
some
you-
weird type of affliction, though, that makes you appear elvish or not?
well, the affliction would be being an elf.
Fragging
That is
Keebs,
pretty bad.
dude. Fragging Keebs.
Yeah. Gatto.
Oh, my character's an orc. It developed when he turned about 13, 14, that
Yeah.
puberty hit him hard. He started looking at all the girly mags and everything, and it turned out that you don't have the same equipment down there like other people do. It's weird. Very weird.
So you don't
On a
look
scale
that
of 1 to
orky.
10, like how much do you think orcs and so assuming Warhammer 40k still exists, it probably costs a ton of new yen in the Shadowrun world to be involved. Like you don't even want to know like what one tank costs. But like seeing as there are real orcs now and it's like spelled the same way, how popular do you think that kind of stuff is with the orcish community? I figure pretty popular, right?
I don't
'Cause
know.
you get
I
to be
think
one
it's
of the-
kind of like one of these racist depiction of orcs as like these unthinking brutes, and that they have like campaigns and stuff, and they block access to Games Workshop stores.
But like you get to be one of the gits though. I'm one of the boys. Like you
That's
get left
racist.
out.
This human here being racist already. Like we haven't got into the show, and the humans being racist.
No, get
against
me,
orcs.
chopper.
No, that is orc porn that you find on the Matrix.
I want to see some
We need
Japanese
more
orc porn.
Doka.
That shit's gonna be crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, they do have in Japan. They have some really weird shit, right? The porn is just off the hook. But they have some stuff actually in real life in Japan, not just printed material. They have like a statue of like a schoolgirl with her skirt lifting up. She's lifting it up, and there's a fucking metro train that goes right through her legs. It's like, are you kidding me?
just like-
Yeah.
What city planner was like, you know what? This is a great idea. Let's put this down.
There goes those housing values. Straight up urban development.
That's, textbook urban renewal stuff right there. Like, if you want to gentrify an area, yeah, statue of a schoolgirl.
That'll run the criminal element out.
I noticed that by mentioning that, we've just dropped our viewership by like 15 people. So sorry, those 15 people. You're not watching that. You don't care. We're cool.
They all
They're
had
gone.
they all had schoolgirl hentai up in there, the tab, and they were like, whoa, 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 whoa.
No, those are the
I
15
can't
people who
stand for
live in
this.
that area, and we've just dissed their area. It's fine.
I'll have you know
Um,
that statue is about our cultural heritage.
So we're meeting Zod in the Matrix, huh?
Yeah, so, getting into the real world of Shadowrun, rather than our silly make-believe world where I can't believe that this actually exists. The year
I'll have
is...
you know, my Matrix person is not orcish at all. Mm-mm. Totally human. Got a nice pinstripe suit on. Mm-mm.
Okay, so diving
Malcolm
back
X would be
into
so disappointed in you right now. He'd be so disappointed.
2077. You all log into your meeting with Zod, a fix that you've known for varying amounts of time each, but who you fairly well trust by this point. Tag, Deadbolt, both of you are kind of just looking at flat feeds, or in the case of Deadbolt, you can get it fitted by your direct neural interface to get it piped into your brain. However, you aren't able to physically move your avatar and stuff. You still have to use, your brain to just
Got it.
go left, go right.
You know what he
etc.
has? He has an iPad. That's how he's interacting with it.
Yeah.
And he has a little character that's representing. He's got to move it around by dragging his finger along the screen. It's just awful.
So what can I look like then? Do I still have a proper avatar, or am I just like
You wouldn't be able to have a proper avatar without a sim rig, but because the nature of the basically the little chat room that's been set up is that you would have like a default like outline persona, like Pseudo has right now on the stream.
You would
'cause
be
you're
the
on this
Twitter
full avatar.
equivalent of an egg.
Yeah.
So
the other
nobody's
hand,
going to take you
however,
seriously.
I'm just generic silhouette 1.
Yep. Shut up, egg.
However, Tag is actually just because Tag's doing a 2D interface kind of thing. Is it just literally like a little floating ball with like a light on one end to point like this is the end that you're looking through? It's effectively like a little camera.
Oh, dude, I'm on a meta link right now. I'm lucky if this has higher than
Yeah.
Game Boy resolutions.
Right now,
And
like
when
you're
he-
like properly
when he
old school,
talks-
like 30 FPS. Man, it's not great.
When he talks, the little light blinks, right?
Yep.
The little
Yeah.
light blinks at you. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
control my avatar with an Atari stick with like the one
It's-
button and everything.
It's like Rosie on the Jetsons. Just little eyes blink every time she talks. There you go.
Gatto, what do you look like though? Because you actually are Simrigged in.
I told you, man. I got a very, very nice tanned white male, about 6 feet tall. Have a dark, I don't want to say navy, probably really dark brown pinstriped jacket, long pants. Long pants? What are they called?
That's
Slacks.
your new Shadowrunner's name right there. Long pants. Long pants in
That sounds like
Spanish.
the worst translation of someone's name ever. My name is Long Pants.
Pantalones.
Yeah, so basically you've got like generic white male privileged human like number 2 from the store.
Yes, exactly.
And you log in, and exactly like literally at the dot for the meeting, there's a slight fuzz in the center of the room, and then coalescing out of all these little pixels that kind of just fly together appears a human, very broad of muscle and chest, like probably about 6.5, 7 foot, maxing out the top of the sort of the limits for how large you can be in the Matrix in default avatar.
Is there a roof? Like, is his head hitting the ceiling or something?
There is no roof to this.
doing-
This is just like empty blackness, and you sort of exist on this big circular dais, which sort of glows sort of a yellow, intricate sort of circuitry color all around it. Little seats kind of appear, just seemingly kind of different than the entire place. The entire place looks kind of cool and matrixy. These seats that appear are just, little wingback chairs, and like some of them have like, floral patterns on them. Kind of randomly picked out of the catalog and dumped into this space.
Do I have the ability to create anything in this?
You
In this
won't-
place
you
in the
don't have
Matrix.
admin permissions, so you wouldn't be able to create
Damn.
stuff. No.
Then I'm gonna ask Zod if he can whip up some coffee.
Okay, so as Zod coalesces into effectively a 6.5, 7 foot tall troll, massive horns coming down, curling beside his face, big tusks, weird sort of plate mail armor, fully like night kitted out, apart from a night helm, because obviously that's a little bit difficult to get over the top of the horns and tusks. Zod appears, arms outstretched, and goes, "Kneel before Zod!"
You've been planning that for
just-
so long, haven't you?
Just get the coffee, Zod.
I'm a levitating ball of light with like a headlight on it.
Yeah.
Is it even
You can
possible
go-
for me to kneel?
You can
could,
go
like,
back to
dip,
Warcraft in 10 minutes. Just come on.
I don't know why I come here sometimes and have to deal with you maggots. I should just do all the jobs myself. And slowly in front of you, like a little mug of coffee appears, steaming.
As
I'm
though
gonna
there's lag.
Lift it up and tilt it to him. My thanks. I'm gonna take a seat and start sipping.
As though there's lag because I'm using a meta link. Like well after we've moved on in the conversation, it pops up with my name and like a little bit of text, and it just says, "I only kneel before God." But it's like way late. Like it's
Yeah,
definitely
like
obvious that I
how are
sent
you like
this,
typing this? Are you like voice dictating it, or are you actually like typing on a tiny little keyboard?
Oh, dude, I'm up on my phone and I've actually got the 3-button typing method. So I'm like A, B, C.
In one hand. In
Man,
one
like
hand.
this conversation actually goes at the speed of like 2-3 times normal like humanity speed, because like Gatto is like linked in by Simrig. So when you're typing this like the slowest human typing possible, it literally will be like 10-12 seconds late every time.
And then you
Deadbolt,
also
can
notice,
speak, you can speak at the speed of thought because you've got DNI.
weirdly enough, my username is Alabaster Royale.
It sort of floats below you, just this username, because you're not linked in or anything. Just
Well,
like a little
Yeah,
chat
and
bar.
then a few
I've
seconds
seen this
later,
user before. I've seen this user before with the same slow ass typing. Like, oh, couldn't you just call Tag? Why do you have to make him come here to the Matrix?
it pops up late and it says, "Sorry about the username. I haven't used this account in a while."
So yeah, interesting place for a meeting. Can I like go and sit my character down in a chair?
Yeah, you kind of
How much
maneuver
control I
over.
have.
It's a little bit awkward. It's not human-like movements because you aren't like direct sim rigged in, but it's effectively like left, right, up, down. There we go.
I'm going to imagine that I'm not actually moving at all. I just slide around into where the chair is.
Yeah, pretty much. You don't have full human movements because you're not sim rigged in, but your DNI does allow you a lot more control than say Tag does. At this point, you sit down. Like Gatto pulls up the coffee. Zod looks at you appreciatively, folds these massive, ridiculously bulked arms, and then a message appears from Tag says, "I don't kneel before anyone but God," and everyone's like,
But it says Alabaster Royale. It says nothing about Tag.
"Yeah."
Yeah. But
Zod just waves his hand as you mention the username, by the way,
before.
and your username changes to Tag because it's a private chat room.
Oh, I am littering. If I have the ability to do that in Zod's universe here, I am littering Tag's little sphere, little glowing sphere, with just all sorts of awful remarks.
As you try doing that and you don't have the admin permissions, you notice that the admin permission suddenly actually gets admin permission for doing this to Tag. Just for this one action.
Poor Tag.
What Tag indeed.
It's okay because I don't even know what's happening right now because I'm looking at a text screen. So you guys could basically do it. You could put little like beer mugs on top of its head. You could do whatever you want with my avatar, and I'd never know.
Like the little top of your screen, like a little like notification thing is like popping up like 99 plus now. You've got 99 plus notifications. You could click it and look through all of them, but you're just like,
I don't care.
What I'm doing is I'm stacking little. They look like little ketchup things that you find at like Burger King or whatever for your nuggets, and I'm stacking them on top of the sphere, just sort of balancing them. But if he decides to open the messages, he's just going to dump a bunch of ads onto his sphere so that he gets to read them all.
If he does open them, he will have to make a firewall test then. But yeah, Zod looks around appreciatively, looks over at the fourth chair, which currently isn't in use. Even Tag has a chair, despite the fact his avatar is floating like a few feet above it. And he goes, well, sadly it seems that the one slightly smarter amoeba has not decided to join us today. Unfortunately, it looks like Pseudo has had some issues getting back into the country. You mortals and your physical borders and realms, you should just join the Matrix permanently. Be an entity of electrons like me. It is so much more enjoyable. The freedom it gives you.
A message pops
Please,
up.
but there's no food.
I don't fancy existing in a realm where I can only type with my thumbs.
That will pop up in like another 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Anyway, down to business. Today, we have a job for you. I don't fancy existing in a universe where I'm going to type with my thumbs. Zod just sighs and shakes his massive troll head.
Don't mind him.
I never do. You mere mortals.
I'm already already starting this off.
Just pet your cat. It's okay.
Yeah.
See,
Anyway.
in real life, your character has a cat in his lap too. That's why you're only one-handing the text messages.
I was gonna bring that up as I wanted to have like a blink cat or whatever it's called that lives at the Abbey, like a little one, not like because there's two sized. There's like the leopard-sized ones and there's the house cat-sized ones. How awful would a teleporting cat be that lives in your house, though? That'd be so much worse than a normal physical cat.
They would always be
We'll talk
watching you
about it.
poo.
Always. Couldn't close any doors. Just straight through.
And with that, he sort of starts laying into the plan. Right. Today's mission, if you choose to accept it.
I'm gonna since I have admin privileges at the moment, I'm gonna start playing some Mission Impossible music.
You don't have permissions to do that. Your only permissions are related to being able to stack stuff onto Tag's avatar.
I'm gonna start requesting it over and over and over and over and over.
Very specific permission.
You try, but unfortunately his stream does not have copyright permissions to play Mission Impossible music and would get flagged by this third Matrix's version of Mission Impossible.
Dun, 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 dun. You can do it.
I'm very tempted to. Zod probably would relent on that one. He kind of a fan of the sort of 90s era TV, which is by this stage very, very old. But yeah, Mission Impossible music starts playing in the background. Dun, 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 dun. Today's mission involves a subsidiary of As Technology. I realize that some of you might be interested by this.
An exclamation point pops up way late. Although not as late, because that's only one button push.
Anytime we can poke an eye or poke something in As Technology's eye, I'm around for that. What's the problem?
So, a certain person has requested that you take a syringe that you will get from a certain location, go to a hospital, and find a certain Peter Blake, who is a manager for a division of As Technology UK. He is currently brain dead and being kept on life support for some reason. Presumably that As Technology have some sort of plan or something in place, but he is clinically dead. So he's even more useless maggot than you normal mortals are. Take the syringe, stab him, inject the syringe, and then evac whatever happens next.
Is it some type of mystery syringe? What is it?
I am not exactly sure. However, let's be honest, it can't be worse than him being dead.
That fills you with confidence.
A message pops up as though late once again. It says, "I'm a little concerned about the unnamed whatever happens next portion."
Well, that is for you, single-celled amoeba to deal with. It is not in my purview to deal with that sort of stuff. I can tell you, though, that the source of the mission is 100% reliable.
Oh, goodness. So we're going to break into a hospital to stab a guy. And you're sure that this guy is worth dying for?
Which one?
Peter Blake?
Well, considering he is a division manager of one of the As Technology UK's divisions, no, but he's already dead, so what's there to lose? The pay is also reasonable for such a mission, at only $2,000 per head.
$6,000, is that all?
Well, it's not a particularly hard mission. It is a public hospital.
It just
I
pops
guess
up
we
for
could
me.
make it work.
It says, "I'm in."
Be nice if we knew what the actual goal was, but sure, that's something we could do.
Yeah, I know you have a raid to go to, Zod, but I really would like some more information.
Yeah, are we talking, like, is he supposed to be like the Berserk, like Zod? Like Zod the Immortal? Or which Zod is he supposed to be? Like,
His
who's he named
avatar
after? There's so
isn't-
many Zods.
Well, you don't know specifically. You haven't asked, so you could always ask that. Okay. Now you've kind of accepted yes. Zod starts bringing up little schematics and maps and so on, and just pop up around him in the little sphere and start floating individually towards you. And you get the sense that this is downloading now into your comlinks. Deadbolt and Tag, you would know this is downloading as both of you start getting a accept file message. Gatto, it's kind of implied in the matrix now that you get the option to accept a file and you willingly start downloading
Of course.
material.
What is it?
When I click accept on my screen, I like to imagine that my MetaLink starts making like the AOL login noise, like the.
Nah, I really hope they don't have that in 2079. Like, come
They
on.
probably don't quite have that, but
It's a
you can
MetaLink.
always
You
like
never
set it up
know.
if you want, like customize your sound settings. And with that, he starts opening up into a bit more explanation. So, if you would like to look through to folder 1, you will need to retrieve the syringe, which is currently at a dead drop site. This is over in one of the blocks down in Lambeth, block number 12. It's secreted behind the floorboard of apartment 112. You should be able to retrieve it from the loose floorboard in the kitchen, is what I've been told. Once you retrieve this syringe, you may then take it to the Memorial Hospital outside the Ring Road, located on your maps here, and a little icon flashes up. Peter Blake is currently being held in one of the floors up on the map in the... Let me just pick up the exact ward here so I can get it on the map.
Oh, we're going to have a map? Fancy.
You will be able to... I can't give you the full map until you actually start doing your legwork to look for the map. But I need to be able to find the exact room. He would be in... Where's inpatients? God damn it, hospitals, why are you not helpful?
Chat's still talking about how Deadbolt's already dead.
Yep. Different
Of course
guy,
they are.
okay.
Totally different guy. Totally different
Only so
guy.
many names in the world.
That's not true. I mean, look at Welsh. They're just like, fuck it, just add 15 more letters. You're good.
The
True.
same way in Hawaiian. It's like, oh, we need a new word. All right, well, take a word we already have and add like 15 new syllables to the back end of it. It'd be fine.
Yeah, that's why it's not King Kameha. It's King Kameha Meha. It's like there already was a King Kameha, and they're like, yeah, you're better than that guy. So King Kameha,
You've got double the Meha.
Double the mayheart, double the fun. That's got to be his tagline. Anyway, he's taken over along with a few of his bodyguards. Quite literally bodyguards, considering that all he is body now. He's taken over one of the sections on the 3rd floor next to the medical beds ward. He's taken over an entire section there on the corner, though it is still a public access hospital, so you should have no real difficulty getting in. Then, your mission is just to inject the syringe into his body, and then exfil with him once... I'll be honest, it doesn't seem explicit on what happens next, but it seems to imply that you will know what happens next when it happens.
It sounds like there's going to be an explosion, or what the hell are we injecting him with?
I honestly do not know, but like I said, this source is 100% reliable. I would stake your reputation on it.
My message pops up late and it says, it seems like you already have.
Yes, I have. I would also stake $6,000 on it.
It pops up, it says, but would you stake 10?
Uh-oh, is a face trying to do face things through text?
Yeah,
Really?
I'm about to say, this is going to be interesting, because all you're doing is sending her... It would still be charisma. Make a charisma plus persuasion, but it will be limited by your device rating.
Oh, no.
That's a bit unfair.
no.
I'll limit it by something else, but it's not going to be limited great, because you can't use anything but, like, the small one-line chat to try and persuade him. One success.
Oh, that was a garbage roll anyways.
Let me try and...
You are now Zod's bowling ball.
Yeah. I hit my limit. I'm the best. Yay.
Sure, if you would like to provide me another $4,000, I can definitely increase my offer. No? Okay then, let's move on.
I
After
sent
that,
over the
you want to
emoji that
exfil
looks like this.
and take your accomplices to... Block 3, apartment 116, in Lambert's containment zone.
What, after we
We're going to
inject
be
him?
able to just walk into that place to get the thing?
Which one? Block 112? Apartment 112 in block 12?
Where we're getting the syringe. Can we just walk into that place?
Presumably so, although the person who lives there now might not like it.
I'm concerned about how many presumptions are in this particular run.
That is for you to deal with. That's where you paid the big bucks.
My message pops up and goes, you seem awfully unconcerned with all of these physical technicalities.
Physical technicalities are not my concern. They are yours! Such are the concerns
Question
of mere
for Zod.
mortals.
Question for Zod, as I pour another cup of fake coffee.
Yes, my tusky friend.
I look slightly confused at
That's
this.
low. That's low,
It's very
Zod.
offensive. It's very offensive.
Sorry, let
Do
me
you
help
know-
with that. At that point, your, like, teeth to your lower, like, lip just starts curling out, and these big, massive tusks start appearing in front of your view. Like, they end up probably about your brow.
I bite through the coffee cup. Do you know who put this syringe at the drop site?
The person who hired you left it there.
Fair enough. And sorry, I missed that bit. What's this about Block 13, Apartment 116?
So, Block 12, Apartment 116 is where you will be going to retrieve the syringe. It is in a floorboard behind the kitchen. Apparently, check the loose floorboard next to the cupboard containing the pots and pans, is the exact term. After that, you are to take it, you inject Peter Blake, then you're meant to exfil with whatever happens next. which is a little bit sketchy, but trustworthy nonetheless. And then you are to take the resulting whatever results to block and apartment 112. Both addresses, all sort of technical like addresses and stuff have been pinged to you.
Okay, that's fine, but you told us different numbers both times.
Oh god
but
damn it.
that's okay.
Did I? I'm reading the wrong order, sorry.
The first time you said block 12112, and that's where we pick up the syringe. And then you said the next one was block 3116.
Okay, that's what I meant, sorry. I read them in the wrong order.
That's fine. As long as we have it digitally, you can't fuck it up digitally. We're good.
There we go.
Well, I'm feeling confident about this if you guys are.
Not so confident about the final step of the process, but I think this can work.
Well, the final step is we get paid, right?
The bit just before then is the bit I'm worried about. But I guess we'll just have to deal with it, because no one knows what will happen when we do this.
That said, I'm feeling generous, so you will get paid half up front, according to the employee. All of you, ding, 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 you each get 1,000 Noyan credited to your accounts.
Oh,
wow. I might be able to get these tusks filed down. Thank you, Zod.
They grow like another inch.
At this point, you're just like, thank you, John.
Yeah, they're like up there now.
I can't even see. They're like right in front of my face.
Yep.
I just pop up with a message that says, hit me on the meta, and then I log out.
Any other questions? Deadbolt? Gatto?
I think we've got everything we need.
I seriously think you need to find us a different mage. This guy logging in with text just ain't gonna work.
Sadly, most of his brethren seem to think that the magic is below their purview. More for them.
It's a place of heresy, man. We don't go in there. Doubly so because I'm a priest. That's a place of sin and vice. It is Sodom and Gomorrah. We don't go there. Gotta keep the soul pure. Gotta keep
That's
the
what he
soul
says,
clean.
but if you check his search history.
No, I'm on the church network right now. Are you kidding me? And I have no technical skills. I don't do that.
You're on the church network
clean.
and you're logging into a clandestine...
Oh, yeah. For sure.
All right, I'm going to drop
Can't
out.
possibly go wrong.
The mug I was holding just falls to the floor.
As it starts falling, it goes and starts streaming pixels before disappearing just before it hits the floor. James?
I'll leave as well.
Goodbye. And I'll see you in the... And both of you log out back to your real lives. Now, we haven't actually rolled for starting cash. So, talking about your real lives, what's people's like lifestyle, like the max lifestyle?
Medium.
I have a day job. I live at the Abbey, and so technically I'm in on a technicality. I'm not really sure what that entails, but I live in the Abbey that I work in, and I took the day job negative qualities, so I assume that in some way we'll just like GM handwave that. I don't know.
I'll GM handwave it as like low probably then.
Yeah.
My lifestyle is high while I can afford it.
Okay.
Man, look at you. He's got the Keurig and everything.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be over partying at his place. We're not gonna be at our stupid houses. Hell no.
No.
It's gonna be Pug's house all over again. His gonna be the first to get firebombed.
Yeah.
So, Deadbolt,
Looking
if you can
forward to
roll 5d6 times 500 for your starting Noyen. Gatto.
Question, EE.
Yeah?
Does any of this carry over from what we had during character creation?
Up to 2 grand carries over plus this.
Okay.
I had 70 new yen left.
So Gatto,
I think
you
I
get
had
4d6 times 100. And then Tag, you'd have 3d6 times 60.
3d6.
I actually already rolled mine earlier.
If you can roll it again then.
All right, 14. So 1,400 new yen.
Maybe I'll
Oh,
do
yeah.
better this time.
600, not bad. I'll take it. I mean, I don't really have that many things that cost money. I basically...
Food?
There's some things I
Rent?
would like. But yeah.
What was it? 5d6 times what?
5d6 times 500.
Right.
Whoa, look at you with your
11,000.
spending
Look at
cash.
11,000. That works. That is better than
Damn.
what I rolled last time. I will take that.
Twirling his evil mustache. This pleases me.
Yeah. That's good iron right there. So, you all log out back into where you are. Tag, you end up back on your springy bed, which is... The mattress is, a couple of inches thick. Kind of old stone building with windows that have only recently been reglazed to kind of reduce the cost of the heating. Walls not particularly well decorated, but you've made it a little bit homely. Gatto, you log back into your medium-style apartment. You've made the place a bit more homely. You've got, bits of drones lying around, little components from messing around. In fact, you've got one little drone on the ground right now going through diagnostics, moving backwards and forwards, testing out its little rollers.
I don't do that here. I've got a low lifestyle place for that.
Oh, you've got that special low lifestyle place. Nice. This is just your nice flat then. All good.
This is where I'm totally
Professional
legit.
runner.
Yeah. Deadbolt, you log out, and you go back to your lovely, nice, high lifestyle apartment. This, is it a flat or a house?
It's a house. It's a little bit out of the way. Where
A little bit out of the way, a
You're
little bit
probably-
out,
house
just
for-
beyond the suburbs.
You're probably the kind of bastard that has like ugly little neighbor kids who keep losing their soccer ball over your fence, and
White
you have to
picket
go throw it
fence.
at them as they're running by. Oh, it's awful.
yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah, he's got got a little jacuzzi type thing in the bathroom, a couple of floors,
See?
soy machine with all the different flavors. Refrigerator's always well stocked. If you eat something out of it, it will automatically order replacements to your door so that you can get them back and without having to do really much effort.
He has real fruit. It's not soy fruit.
Yeah, you've actually got a little fruit bowl that actually has some real fruit in it.
Wow. I heard
Nice.
jacuzzi. We are totally crashing at his place.
But
This
yeah,
is not my plan.
you're back in
Make
the
that
real.
orc sweat
What do you
all
want
up
to
in
do?
there.
Well, were we given a time frame to to do this? Should we get straight on with it?
There was no real time frame implied, other than you need to do it at some point. But it could be
I'm
a
just
few
gonna
days.
start-
It could be a week.
I'm gonna start looking through the matrix and see if I can find anything related to what was that, block 12? Anything recent robberies or anything reported there?
Sure. So if you want to effectively look up Block 12 Lambeth, you could do a extended search test using the Matrix. Let me pull out my Matrix cheat sheet, because I've got all my cheat sheets out again.
I've never done anything in the matrix, so this is gonna be weird.
Okay. Matrix search. Computer plus intuition.
While he's doing that, I moved to the back of the Abbey into my own little personal area, which is currently closed. I don't know what day of the week it is right now, but we definitely don't have mass or anything else going on today. And closing the door behind me, I sit down in kind of a high back chair. It's surrounded by religious icons and random little altars and things like that I've collected over the years. And I'm going to astrally project and go check out the block myself.
Okay. Sure. So as Gatto sits down on his comlink and starts typing in and searching for things. Actually, you can simrig. Why would you do that? You just dive straight into the Matrix and start going through news sites and stuff. You walk into different news nodes, etc. Mostly designed really large, big corporate buildings with high voltage ceilings. Lots of little Tridio things popping around, showing the latest news, etc. Certain little play-by-play rooms where you can go in and experience the news firsthand. Tag sits down in this big wingback chair surrounded by these icons, and his body just goes limp. And you shoot up, and suddenly the world looks multicolored and grey in different parts. As you start flying around astrally, you can see that everything human alive is different shades of varying colors depending on emotion and magical context, but everything human made is kind of a bland grey. Even windows, because it's manufactured glass, is suddenly not see-through at all, and it's kind of just a formless bit of background. But the rolling amount of humanity in London, colors everywhere. And you start heading towards Lambeth. Deadbolt, what are you doing?
I'm going to see if I can find out who this guy is. Is it Peter Blake?
Sure. So that would be a computer plus intuition. If you don't have computer, you won't have to default on this test, I assume, because it's just a matrix search, so that's fine.
And then it's just D6.
So yeah, it would be effectively a normal test. So if you hit the SR dice macro and then just add your computer, add your intuition, and then just roll that in there.
All right.
So 2 successes. Now this is extended test, so you can keep doing it, and the normal extended test is like per minute, but you lose a dice every time, and then you total up the number of successes. Bear in mind that if you keep going, you'll increase the number of chances to get like failures, critical glitches or glitches.
Oh yeah.
But
It's
yeah,
always
feel free
fun
go
getting down to
into
like 3 dice and needing like 1 more hit to be successful.
Well, I've
Yeah.
only got 3 successes, so I'm just gonna keep trying.
Okay.
Living on the edge. Ooh.
Ooh.
Gotta stop. You got don't do it with the 2 dice. It's terrifying. Don't do it.
Do the 2 dice. Do the 2 dice. You need the extra hits, man.
It'll be like Gato Alto logged in here at this time specifically looking for this.
Yeah, see, I'm
System
not
admin
interested
takes
in getting
notice.
caught like that. I'm not that good at the Matrix.
Oh yeah,
shit.
but by the way, are you in hot sim or cold sim, Shen?
Okay, explain all this to me.
So, cold sim, for those of you who don't know at home, we'll be explaining some things as we go along. Cold sim is where you dive into the matrix and stuff. You're looking through it like physically in there, but cold sim limits your inputs, so to like not burn out your senses, etc. Hot sim removes the limits. It means that any damage you would take though would be physical, etc. in the matrix because it's not limited by that safety margin, but it will mean
Gotcha.
you're faster and you get bonuses. So actually right now you should be getting +1 die for cold sim, but you should be getting +2 if you go hot sim. So I forgot to say you can add that to your rolls.
Might as well go hot sim. Screw it.
Sure. You would have got extra 2 dice for each of those, so you can roll another 6 die and add them. Deadbolt, are you going to just stop searching there at 1, or are you going to keep going?
I'll just try that. I start with 3 dice, so there's not much I
Okay.
can do. Got a success, though.
You got 1 success. Bear in mind that if you want to keep going, Gatto, you have what? You've just used 3, so that should be 5. So you can use 4 die and then 3 die if you want for the next couple of tests and so on.
Sure. There we go. That puts me at. How many is
7.
that? 1, 2,
Right.
7. Okay, 7. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. So Deadbolt. Very quickly, first minute of searching, you find some articles on Peter Blake. Peter Blake is a corporate member of As Technology UK, recruited and born in the UK as well. Works in the London division. Mostly has got a history sort of working over the corporate acquisitions and stuff of new small corporations and integrating them into the As Technology chain. Things like taking over small local stores and turning them into stuffer shacks for As Technology. There's a couple of articles in there sort of giving you a very brief overview and the fact that he was in a motorcycle accident 6 weeks ago and has been in the coma since, but beyond that, you don't have any extra information. Gatto, you were looking up for information on Lambeth and any recent crimes, etc.
Lambeth 12, specifically 112, yeah.
Yeah. So Block 12, there's nothing specific on Apartment 112, but Block 12 is another one of the many blocks in Lambeth that have been designed as basically big, basically slums. They're just giant, designed to be, people live here, great, put all the poor people in this block, try and get them as contained as possible, and then we don't have to worry about policing it too much. However, they've kind of resulted in the same, they've turned into just giant slums. So if you imagine like the blocks in like the Judge Dredd film and stuff, bit like that, but more run down. Like, they aren't great. Police don't tend to try and go in there if they can.
Because the slums in Judge Dredd were
great
totally
places.
up to date. They were fantastic. Yeah, it was a paradise in there.
But you find that there's, police don't tend to go in there. They try to not go in there unless something, particularly bad is going down. Otherwise, they leave it to it. People tend to go to the edge of the blocks to do, like, small drug deals, etc., because it's easy enough for people to operate other drugs from there. Like, there's suspected to be a few, places where they manufacture drugs, etc. One of the blocks is now ran by someone called Bob, an orc, who tends to run some of the drug distribution around there.
Bob's gone big time. Bob's gone.
Bob's took off. He's in
last
2 years, man.
We should have killed him.
See, this is what happens when you let things run. But yeah, no, other than that, there's just been a few incidents, and you sort of look through them. They're very normal, kind of, there's a break-in, there's been a few instances of gunfire that the police have had to respond to, but have not really been able to find anything for, and there's, some reports of drug deals around there, but nothing's really been prosecuted recently. The police do tend to leave it alone. The area is operated by Wolverine Security, which is a lower-down subsidiary of Knight Errant, and they are known for being shoot first, don't even bother asking questions. And they have the contract for the Lambeth area. Beyond that, There's no real more information. There's a few gangs around there that mainly sort of periphery to a big sort of gang overview. It's not really so much a contained gang you like understand, say, the mob or the triads. It's more sort of a number of gangs that sort of pledge allegiance to a sort of weird structure, but it's called the Horde, and it tends to be an all-controlled mob. They're not quite so much a well-organized professional organization, other than more sort of a load of different gangs that mostly just compete in like small fights, etc., rather than anything particularly fancy. Tag. So as you fly away and start heading over towards Lambeth, what are you looking for in particular?
I would like to check the location, and when I arrive there, I'm going to be looking for the auras of individuals, anybody who is magically awakened, any sort of magical defenses on the way to the location we're going to be hitting for the syringe. Basically, just try. Also, I wanted to specifically see if the syringe is awakened. I would also like to see if whatever is inside of there is an awakened solution.
Okay, so as you fly towards Lambeth, how well do you know London, or this part of London in particular?
Not very well. I don't have London knowledge or anything like that.
Okay,
although that was largely aside. I didn't know we were going to London until a couple days ago, so I could have factored that into my character sheet. I suppose.
mean, you've also got like a map soft or something. Make an intuition. Yeah. -1 test, so it'll be effectively defaulting on a test. Normally defaults are -2, but it's a knowledge skill, so. One success.
Could have gone worse. Could have been worse.
You do spend about 20 minutes, which is a long time when you can move at the speed of thought, moving around Lambeth, because all the Lambeth blocks look very similar. And when you're in Astral form, you can't read street signs, because it's all mundane. There's nothing there other than a grey, formless sign.
Well, I can manifest. I have the power to manifest, so I would assume logically I would manifest in front of one of the buildings and just look
if you want to do that,
fast.
you can. I mean, it would slightly give you away to anyone looking. So I'd assume that would be your last resort. Like, it's up to you. You can wait 20 minutes and effectively you do manage to figure this out, or you can just manifest.
If I manifest, like, up off the ground and everything like that, though, just to look if I'm up in the air, like, it would still typically just be in a sensing test as long as I don't collide with anybody else's aura.
Yeah. I mean, people would be able to see you as you manifest, I believe, because you kind of give a sort of shimmery outline.
Oh, yeah, then I'll manifest. I don't care.
Okay, cool. So you
How
don't care.
normal is it for someone to just be like, whoop, in front of you, and then disappear again?
Well, it's kind of like, you know, the world is awakened. It's kind of like when Doctor Strange does it when he's talking to, like, anybody in the Marvel universe. He just, like, shimmers into being real fast, and, like, that blue outline or whatever, he talks to him and then he disappears. Exact same thing.
Yeah. And yeah, you manifest a few times, different intersections, trying to find your way around because you're not familiar with this place, and all the Lambeth blocks do look very similar. Eventually you do find block 12. It's a kind of a big, faceless kind of object that doesn't really have any real sort of identifying features other than this big 12 stenciled on the side. Chat's telling me that mages can't manifest. I'm pretty sure you can, can't you?
I can check it, but I'm almost positive you can manifest for an amount of hours equal to 2 times your magic rating as a mage.
I'm pretty sure that's the amount of time you can spend in astral form before you have to go
maybe
back.
It's 20 minutes times your magic rating. It's something like that.
Maybe. I mean, I'll assume you can if you want to just check it after we've done with this bit. We can always just come back to it later. But yeah, you manage to manifest, you manage to look around, and eventually you find out that, yeah, it says... And now a lot of chat's now telling me mages can manifest, so thank you, chat. You do manage to find block 12. The big 12 stencil on the side is really easy to see when you're now manifested, and anyone else in physical could see it. But when you were, you know, back just in the astral as flying around looking at the Sea of Humanity, couldn't really see that until you manifested. And with that, you've identified block 12. You can make an sensing test, just have a quick general look around the exterior if you want before you go inside.
Sure. Sensing is one of those skills that I wish I was a little bit better at, but I had to cut costs somewhere to be a face/mage, and intuition ended up being what I cut a couple points out of, just because I needed logic and willpower and everything else too. I needed.
You're not allowed to cut
sensing.
corners, Splat. You can't cut corners. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'll have to fix it up later, basically.
Wow.
Boom. Dropping it. Yeah.
Look at those rolls.
Yeah! So, 6 successes. Looking around the outside, you notice that up towards one of the corners. You suspect one of the higher floors. There seems to be a few mana barriers in place. You can't really tell beyond, what's actually inside the mana barriers, but they seem to be a fairly high force. You probably suspect about force 5.
Is that the floor that we're going to be hitting, or is that just like a extra place?
From what you'd guess about the apartment number seems to be a bit low, so it seems to be below that. That said, it does seem to be of interest to you.
For the audience, 6 successes on a sensing test is the maximum successes you can get, basically. It just means you get all the magical information. It's just if you just...
I mean, that is actually your limit, isn't it? So...
You actually rolled 7 successes, but it was limited by your limit.
Actually, your mental limit is 6.
My mental limit is 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 6. I thought it was using my magical limit, which is 7. My astral limit is 7.
You can also tell around that there's a few awakened people in the street. There's someone walking by who seems to be a technomancer, from what you can tell. You kind of look at it and you see this vague circuitry-like pattern underneath the normal rolling and motion. You can see this vague sort of lines which seem to be almost diagrammatic. It's very, very tough to actually spot a technomancer, but you are just so keyed into this and your magical powers are fairly high that you manage to just about spot this as someone who's a technomancer, probably a fairly low rating technomancer. Maybe they don't even know they're a technomancer at this stage. Beyond that, there seems to be someone who's like a low-level mage who seems to be haggling with someone further down the street. Beyond that, doesn't seem to be anything particularly magical going on now.
Wait, is the haggling mage, is he cheating? Is he using his magics to get a better deal? That's what it sounds like is happening.
It does seem to be he's playing some sort of cup game or something.
Oh, bastard.
Is he good at it? I suppose given my history, I would know if he's good at it. Is it a good hustle he's running? Can I go observe?
You can. Depends if you're going to stay manifested or not, because you're going to have to watch through the Astral.
No, I'm not going to stay manifested. I don't want to give ourselves away.
You know how those work? They're not there to trick you with the cup game. They're just there to distract you so someone else can just bump into someone and steal their shit.
So a small Cockney child can knock you over and take your wallet.
As you're flying towards, by the way, you see a flash of a spell. You would know it would be a Force 3 spell. And...
do I see the origin?
Yeah, it's the guy who's doing the hustle, it seems. And the other guy seems to hand him over something. You can't really tell what it is because, again, you've not manifested, you've pulled back into the Astral. But something is handed over, and the mage seems to just pocket it.
How close is the window behind him for the apartment blocks? Is he like a fair ways away?
There's no windows on the first floor. Oh, on the ground floor. On the first floor, or the second floor if you're American, there are windows, but the first floor doesn't have windows at all, just to provide people can't just dump in without going through the certain, like,
oh my god, that distinction, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
The first floor is not the first floor in Britain.
Yeah.
it's
stupid. I'll be honest, that's one of the stupid things we have in Britain, is that the first floor, it's the ground floor, the second floor is the first floor. It's like, it's not the first floor then, is it?
That's one of those things where it's too late for us to change it now. Too many buildings would need things changing.
Yeah.
We're doomed.
Do you guys also avoid the 13th? I'm sorry. Do you guys also avoid the 13th floor elevator?
No,
I don't think we usually do that.
No.
Yeah, we don't have 13th floors most of the time.
Nowhere.
Some office buildings and some like hotels that are American companies do, but mostly we still have 13s.
It's so weird that our like culture is like technologically advanced and whatever, but we still have dumb shit like not doing the 13th floor, like being paranoid about number 13. It's odd.
Yeah. I mean, we've got really high-level science and stuff, and people are still so scientifically illiterate at low level. It's weird. Welcome to Shadowrun.
I'm going to astrally project. I'm going to fly over to the window that is closest to him inside the building so that I can manifest and look through the window. But I'm going to check first to make sure there's nobody in the house when I... Are there any auras in there?
Sure. I'll say that, yeah, until you get inside the same sensing test. You look inside, you keep moving until you find one that is empty. The first one you look in, it seems like there's like a mother and child in there, and you keep going along. You find one that's empty, and you can look in through the window on the first floor if you want.
Okay.
I'll change. I'm going to change. I'm going to call the first floor the ground floor, and I'll call the second floor the second floor, because it makes more sense that way. That way we can.
Okay. I manifest inside the empty apartment, and I just watch for a second with the mage.
Okay, you're looking out from, I think you'd be on the second floor, because the first floor doesn't have any windows. So looking out from the second floor, you just watch the mage. And he seems to be just one after another, just hustling people over, going, "All right, mate, you want to have a go? You want to go see if you can get the cup? If you get the cup right, you win double what you put down. Go on, mate, you can get it. You can totally get it. Yes, good sir. Come on here. Hey, watch the ball. Watch the ball. Watch where the ball goes." And you see a flash of a spell. And sorry, mate. Yeah, you got the wrong one. You suspect
I can't really do anything
because the ball is actually a illusion.
Yeah, if I was there in person, I could actually do something. But like, since I'm astrally projected, it's more or less just flavor. Like, I can't really do much. Like, I could attack him astrally, but like, why would I do that? Like, that would be. I don't want to kick off a spell battle in a place I'm surveilling, so I'll just let it go for now.
But he can see you, right?
If he was projected right now, I'm sorry, if he was perceiving astrally. If he's perceiving astrally, though, he's taken a pretty sizable penalty to everything he does, and so I doubt he'd be perceiving while running his hustle and casting.
You said you manifested to be able to see physically through the window, so if he looked at you, and he looked hard, you'd be a shimmery shape behind a window on a floor up, in a darkened building that's, and he's in the light, so it'd be hard for him to see, but he could see you if he looked, but...
Yeah, but if you went down there, you could like put your head underneath the cup that he's going to show the person who's gambling, so that when he lifts it up,
just stick your finger in.
Yeah, I could manifest and just be like, this man is a cheat, and then just be like, shoom, and disappear. That's a possibility, but we're on a mission right now. Let's keep this tight. I'm gonna go find the apartment where we're supposed to be looking, and actually, I'm going to in the Astral find the location where the syringe is supposed to be. And if there's nobody there, I'm going to manifest and kind of look around a little bit.
Bear in mind, to be able to do this, you need to find the apartment number. To find the apartment number, you need to manifest and pretty much walk around the entire floor. That might cause consternation, so it's up to you if you want to do that or not.
That's something I wanted to do in association with looking up the history about crime in this place. I also wanted to see if we could get a floor plan, even if it's not going to be super recent, floor plan which shows the floor that has this apartment on it. See if we can figure out where it is.
We can cover that in a minute. Okay. I mean, tag stuff is happening pretty damn fast because he's projecting.
Yeah.
So.
Since I don't want to do that, I'm going to instead, having looked at the location and just kind of done a cursory assessing. The only real magical thing that was sticking out is whatever's going on one of the top floors. That's not our concern for right now. So as far as that goes, I'm fairly appeased. Like, I would have expected to see, physical barriers or something if it was magically protected. But this seems like, I'm not going to say a milk run because that's like saying good luck before you go on stage. But I am going to say that it looks pretty peaceful so far. So I'm going to take my time so that somebody else can step in, flying over to the hospital now.
I mean, you can fly around every room in the Astral if you want to check that any of the rooms have anything totally out of the ordinary. It's on the inside of a room if you want, without manifesting, just to check that everything's fine if you want.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay, make me an assessing test for that, and then we'll move on to Gatto. One success. How many ones did you get?
None.
0 ones. Okay.
Yeah, if you critically fail, the result should be written in red, as I recall. Or if you glitch.
I think I've seen that glitches, not critical glitches, don't write them in red. So you've got to check out every time you roll, just in case you get a glitch. But yeah, you didn't glitch or anything. One success. You can see any like super obvious signs in the Astral. You don't really see anything particularly standing out of the ordinary. There certainly seem to be people in most rooms down here, ranging from one person in one room to there's a room that's actually got about 12 people huddled inside, all different ages. And other than that, you don't really get a good sense. There is a fairly high aura given off by the number of people living in very close proximity here. Emotions running high, etc. It tends to be a little bit of a more churned up background, so you don't really get much information. But you do manage to look around, and it seems to be everything is vaguely okay. No obvious mana barriers or anything like that, so you're good.
Okay. With that, I make my way over to the hospital, and somebody else can step in.
Okay. Gatto.
All right, I am specifically looking for several things, but I guess it's going to be one at a time. One, I wanted to find out the exact location of this apartment, whatever the most recent setup for the apartment was that's on record. I know these blocks don't always have everything on record when they change stuff, but I also wanted to look up who the previous owner or renter was for 112 and also who the current one is. What else was I going to do? Shit, I don't even remember. It takes so long. I should have written this shit down. But let's start with that.
Okay, so make me 2 extended tests then for each one of those, and then just stop when you feel comfortable. If you get a critical glitch, stop and let me know. If you get glitches, just record that and keep going until you're happy.
Okay.
Deadbolt, what do you want to do in the meantime?
I'll probably go on to look up stuff about the hospital, see if I can work out. Basically, I'd like to know how well manned it is.
Okay, feel free to make a matrix search test.
that the same as before?
So how many hits have you got? Yeah, Bob?
As in it's
7. All right, yeah. Bentham was asking if it was the same rolls as before.
Oh, yeah. It's the same. It'll be intuition plus computing.
Okay.
All right, so I had 7 successes, but I did have 1 glitch on the second roll.
And this was for looking up the floor plan of
Floor plan, yeah.
Block 12. Okay. So 7 successes. You managed to find that most of them have not well a definite floor plan. They have what is effectively a square construction with a square hallway that runs around the edge. And then a central little green area that is no longer green in any of them. Along with some staircases that run up at each of the corners of the 4, particularly the center square. And those run up all the way to the top. Along with a central lift, which goes up next to the green area. You don't
This
find
really
any
is a
specific
Judge
floor
Dredd
plans.
apartment.
Oh yeah, no, it's built by numbers, this place. It's meant to be cheap, simple, and also you can chop and change the apartments at will. So you can just remove walls, put walls in somewhere else. It's meant to be like a fairly easy to alter floor plan. And while you don't find anything very specific, you do find a couple of things about people constantly changing the apartments. Some of them are used for drug labs because you can just knock out walls and just use them as you wish. None of the lift shafts work anymore in any of them, apparently. They've just been misused or whatever. Although some of the gangs do try and keep them specifically just for their use. But other than that, unfortunately, it's a bit too much of a not well-covered topic that 7 hits doesn't really get you a lot more. But you've got a general idea of the layout, put it that way.
Okay. So you're saying I could find my way around just because I understand the floor plan. Okay.
Yeah. Like, you can find your way to apartment 112 if it's where apartment 112 originally was.
Not bad.
Debbot, what did you get?
I got 1 success.
No glitch?
Nope.
Okay. So, with your 1 success, you were looking for particularly how well staffed the hospital is. You find the webpage of London Memorial Hospital. And well, it's not the webpage, it's the Matrix page. And while looking up on your 2D device or whatever, you managed to go through the information. They're like, the incredibly well-staffed hospital at London Memorial is here to suit your every needs. Should you have the credit to cover your treatment, we will provide the very best care possible. We have a fully staffed oncology ward, along with a fully staffed, and it goes on to the whole corporate spiel about, you know, what they can provide, etc., in their services. They are well-staffed.
Yeah, I feel like there's not much I can find out because I'm not very good at this. I'm just like, well, I hope they're all talk.
And as far as looking up the history for 112, as far as who the renters or owners are and the current one and the last one, I had 8 successes with no glitch.
8 successes. So, while you don't manage to find who was renting it, it does seem to be a pretty cash-in-hand business. You do find that most of the apartments on the first floor do seem to be controlled by someone who tends to... kind of a weird, shady landlord. Someone who tends to do most things cash-in-hand, etc. And you do get a name. Oscar Juarez.
Oscar Wide Eyes?
Juarez.
Juarez.
And he is listed at living at apartment 100 in the same block.
Okay. So I really couldn't find who was living there based on like deliveries or anything or whatever they sign up in the Matrix anywhere.
You tried your best, but it seems that weirdly, the person who was living there previously was living there about 2 years ago, and there have been no deliveries there. Well, at least no obvious deliveries. You know, as a Shadowrunner, you take precautions, obviously. But 2 years ago, it was rented by someone, because there do seem to be water and, you know, power and stuff have been supplied there by someone. But no obvious deliveries to the apartment or anything like that. So either someone was using it as like a front or an empty building, or someone lived there and made a very good job of scrubbing their name. Currently, it is leased, though. You do find it is currently leased to a Joseph... no, literally just Joseph. You do not have a last name. He hasn't put a last name on any of the records, and the records are kind of sketchy at best.
Damn.
Nothing ever goes right when we go to Lambeth. It's always like this. Every time we go to Lambeth, it's just Mad Max out there.
I mean, it pretty
Yeah,
much
that's what it
is.
sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, since we don't have a time scale on this, I'm just going to start sending what information I have to Deadbolt and Tag and see if they can use that in any helpful way. Specifically mentioning that since it seems to be a cash business, it might be hard to track down who or what is specifically going on in this block.
Okay.
While I'm on the web page, I look up visiting hours. Matrix page.
Visiting hours depends on the ward.
The point. Do we know what ward?
Yeah,
Peter
he's in the
Blake is
general
in?
medical ward. The visiting hours for the general medical ward are between 2 and 5.
Okay, I know that down. I send it to the others.
With that tag, you fly back to your body, and... Oh, did you want to go back to the hospital, sorry, first?
Yeah, he was going to the hospital.
Okay. Tag, yeah, you fly over to the hospital. It's a little bit of a distance, but you do manage to find it. It's a pretty obvious building surrounded by a little bit of residential on one side, and there's a bit of a playing field to the other. Feel free to make an sensing test.
Sure. A sensing. Wow. I'm going to edge
These
that
rolls. These are rolls.
Okay.
We haven't even started your edging.
one. I know. It's rough how this is going here today.
Oh, that's a glitch. Yeah.
Is it a glitch?
No, it's not a glitch. I'm good.
Isn't it a glitch if you have more ones
No,
than you have
you need
successes?
half the dice pool need to be ones or more.
Oh.
So I will re-roll
Then I didn't have a glitch
8
earlier.
dice.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Now I'm at a 5.
All right, so you got 5
Nice.
successes. With 5 successes, you look around. You do manage to note that around the building itself, there do seem to be several mages. They seem to range in effectiveness. There are a couple there who are actually more like magic 5 or 6. The building itself does seem to have some mana barriers over some of the areas in the top floor. The top floor, of course, does contain the medical ward that you'll be going for your mission. There do seem
With
to
my
be...
sensing test, how strong are the barriers?
They are magic 4 and magic 3.
Okay.
You also see that there are a couple of spirits flying around, just little watcher spirits,
Okay.
in addition to a spirit of water that you occasionally see flying through and around the walls.
With these spirits, do they seem to be in general just protecting the hospital? Or are they specifically that? Does it seem like their point of orbit is the room that I'm looking for the person we're going to be injecting?
You don't know
Can
where
I
the
tell
room
from
is,
their movement?
But
Okay.
you could make a... Have you got any knowledge for security and stuff?
I've got corporate security.
Sure. Yeah, you can make an intuition plus corporate security roll.
Okay, let me find it real fast.
Oh, man. All these spirits we ran into last time. That was awful.
That's unfortunate. That's a glitch.
You only got 2 ones, right?
Yeah, but I had no successes. I don't know. It wrote it in red, which makes me feel scared.
No,
so
it's
I don't know.
just no successes, no glitch. With that, you're trying to detect what sort of pattern they're doing, but you can't really spot it. The downside is that you're currently trying to keep a little bit of a distance from some of the spirits, and they do seem to be going in between the walls and stuff, so you can't really tell if they're orbiting a particular room or a particular section of the facility, or if maybe there's multiple spirits that you can't see that are going in and out of different sections. You think it's probably the same spirit, though, considering it's the same Force 3 water spirit. The Watcher Spirit's both
Okay.
Force 1 just orbiting in general above the facility.
Okay. With that all taken care of, I don't think I'm going to get too much more information. I would have to pass through mana barriers and whatnot and take a bunch of risks to look any further. I'm going to head back to my body.
Okay. With that, it takes you probably about 30 seconds max to be able to get back to your body, and you dive into it, and you're back in your wingback chair in front of your little hearth, back in the Abbey.
I check my metalink. Do I have any messages or anything?
Yeah, you have
think
messages from Gatto of a load of information that he's found.
Okay. So I take that information and I start absorbing it. And in the meantime, I start
You
getting ready
also
for the
open
run
your
by...
messages, Gatto never revoked what he said earlier about the spam messages, so
It's all
please
there.
make me an intuition plus firewall check.
Goody.
This is a meta link, so the fire will be 1. Gatto, if you could make a... I don't know what a spam check would be. I'll just say make, like, an intuition plus computing... intuition plus electronic warfare check.
And how is electronic warfare determined? Because I don't have that particular skill, but I think you said it comes from something else.
Like intuition -2 then. You don't generally need it unless you're doing weird matrix stuff, which you're now doing. So intuition -2.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. I did
One
that wrong,
hit.
but 1.
Okay. So with that tag, you open up your meta link, and while you're opening your messages, a little icon comes up going, spam blocked, spam blocked, spam blocked.
I sigh and I
unknown.
shake my head.
Sadly, you didn't have enough hits to tell who the sender was, but someone sent you spam.
I'll have to figure out how to do all that stuff later on, because I think if I'm using specific equipment, I get different abilities or different dice rolls. Because you said that electronic warfare would be something I would not need based on.
Not normally, but you normally wouldn't be doing stuff like sending someone spam.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, if he's done with that, I want to start looking up more data here. I want to go back through. What is it? Not third floor. What am I talking about? Block 3, apartment 116. So we're done with block 12 for now.
Sure. Feel free to make an extended check.
Okay.
Tag, Debot, anything you want to do while Gatto does his extended check?
I'm gonna send out a message to both Deadbolt and to Gato and Deadbolt, saying that I may be able. Let me talk to the Monsignor. It's possible that I may be allowed to be admitted to administer the last rites, or I may be able to get you in, Deadbolt, since you're a little bit better with the subterfuge and sneaking. You might be able to administer the shot under the guise of the Catholic Church. Administering the last rites is kind of a human rights type thing. We'll have to find out if whoever is in there was Catholic, though. If not, the plan's going to fall apart instantly, but it's a shot. It's something. I've also magically scouted both locations, but we can talk about that in person.
I assume I can reply even though I'm in, what's it called, hot sim.
Being in like Jack Dinner, you're fine. You can just get all the stuff right up.
Okay, then I'm going to say, did you find anything about the syringe? Did you see anything like how large it was?
No, unfortunately, that's not how it works. I can only look for magical impediments. I can't really interact with the physical realm, but I can tell you that the building more or less looks undefended magically, except for an anomaly on the top floor. Everything should be fine.
Building, you mean Block 12, Lambeth?
Block 12, yes.
What about the hospital? How hard is it going to be to get in there?
Hospital's rough. Hospital is going to take some doing. They've got Watcher spirits. They've got defensive spirits. They've got a number of magical wards. The hospital may be better off infiltrated physically.
Physically. Okay. By the way, 9 successes on Block 3, apartment 116.
From what you find out, it seems to have been very recently rented, just a couple of days beforehand, by someone from Berlin paying by wire transfer, effectively. Or at least a modern version.
Okay, nothing specific, like there's no history of any crime for that specific location or anything?
In terms of crime, that location is very similar to the other Lemeth blocks. They just tend to get a lot of...
not reported.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Then I'd love to do some checks on that particular spot of the hospital, if I can. I'm looking specifically for if there's any information about what type of or how many guards have been assigned to this location, what the hospital's orders are in regards to leaving this area alone, or whether they have access to it, or what's going on with it.
You can make a check for that, see if anyone's sort of left any information online, or if there's any payment details that someone's dumped onto like a forum.
These are rough rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4 successes.
After a quick look, with 4 successes, you can determine that the hospital, or at least part of it, was funded by As Technology as part of their Goodwill Samaritan gestures, to be able to try and make a little bit more headway with the UK, being able to donate towards medical facilities, etc., being able to get, favourable plots of land and allocations via certain, government bodies. But they've part funded the hospital. Beyond that, you don't know anything about particular forces, etc. You know that Lone Star do have the security contract with the hospital. They proudly have it on their website that they provide coverage for London Memorial. But sadly, there's no real more information in terms of specifics. Not available online.
Then I can send to my compatriots here that it seems Lone Star is policing the hospital. Maybe not that specific area, but perhaps we can use that as a means to get access. And Tag should know that I worked with Lone Star.
Thumbs up comes back.
Is that all you have to say? Every time, just thumbs up, thumbs down. You never have any words from me, Tag.
Hung out with Black Sun too long. Oh, I can only speak in emojis now.
Okay.
As far as the drop site at the end, apartments 116, block 3. No information, as expected. The money seems to be coming from Berlin, though. Very recently rented location. If we're bringing something here, it's definitely by someone who doesn't want to be known.
Okay. I popped back with a message. As is the nature of our work, I figure we probably should have assumed as much. Let's not do too much digging.
You worried we're going to get caught? What makes you think we're going to get caught? You seem a little paranoid there, Tag.
A little shrug emoji comes up. It says, paranoia is a hallmark of our profession, right?
You worry too much.
Okay.
Now that I'm back at my body, I start changing into the clothing for my run, essentially, and then I send a quick message out to both Deadbolt and Gato that says meetup place, ?
And I immediately respond, Deadbolt swag pad.
I say, damn it.
And I put
Does it have to be?
little jacuzzi bubbles coming up through some water. It's just boiling water, but I think Tag knows what I mean.
I send him a gif of somebody crossing themselves after he says, damn it.
Be there in 30. And then I get out.
Oh,
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Tag, what are you changing into specifically? Just out of interest.
I'm changing into my business clothes.
Okay.
Specifically, it's got a hat. It's a very, very clean, custom tailored suit.
You got the hat?
And I've swapped into. Yeah, well, I got the hat. I got to go get my other headphones though, so I'm gonna have to
Is it a
wait.
top-
I got because I
Is it a
can't. I
top
can't.
hat?
It's a Hamburg. A wondrous
Oh.
Hamburg.
It gives you the ability to speak, right? Plus 2
yeah.
speaking or something.
Yeah, totally. That's how it works.
Minus 17 charisma. You'll never get laid.
It's not a fedora, so it doesn't have that effect. It's a Hamburg. It's different.
Sure, totally.
Hamburgs they're still sexy.
Sure. That's totally how it works. So, Deadbolt, are you going to make any preparations for these guys coming over?
I'll put the kettle on.
Yeah, put out a little food tray, man. You got the good stuff with the cantaloupe and the honeydew and the strawberries on it. Maybe a little cheese.
Okay, so how do
Tidy
you
up the
get
place a bit. It's a lot of mess.
how do you get to Deadbolts then?
I'm just gonna go by public transit, I guess. I don't really have any other options.
Okay, Tag, you get a bus.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna have my my rating 3 when I go out today. I'm gonna have my rating 3 sin activated, which
Okay.
is for Darren Friedrich, I guess is the name on it.
Okay,
Father
so
Darren.
you get on the bus, you get a day pass. It costs you 5.9 for a day pass for this
Okay.
area of London. You scan
What
your...
would it if we wanted to handle it now? What would just like a yearly bus pass cost? They have those where I live, where you can refresh them every year.
For like 159 for like the year. For
Okay,
London.
I'm gonna do that now so that it can just be like undeclared whenever I say I'm using
Sure.
public transit.
You just like swipe your Oyster card. Cool. Yeah. Okay. You've got like a yearly Oyster card done. Gatto, how are you getting there?
I'll take one of the bikes.
Okay, so you wheel out one of the bikes from your garage. Are they kind of the cool-looking Japanese sports bikes, or?
They are, yeah. It's the Suzuki Mirage.
Oh yeah, so they're the sweet-looking Japanese sport bikes. Kind of put your little helmet on and get down low over it, and you set off like a rocket towards Deadbolt's. Deadbolt, as you're setting up, a little hors d'oeuvres tray and whatever, and setting the boiled kettle, just
make sure you have enough doilies, okay? We need to make sure the doilies are there. You wouldn't want your tea to have little dribbles onto your countertop.
Yeah. Oh, apparently lifestyles include public transport, although low wouldn't really include much. So, but yeah, as you're setting this up, you hear a of a bike pulling up in front.
It has a little Volkswagen Bug. Beep beep.
That's the thing. Like, if you get transport for being for your lifestyle, does a high lifestyle get me like a car or anything?
No. But you've got like access to like basically all public transport for high lifestyle.
I would assume that you would have some kind of like preferred thing with Uber or something too. Uber didn't exist when 5th edition came out, though. I assume 6th edition will have something like Uber. Basically.
No, 5th edition, you have like taxis that are like driverless taxis, which is what Uber's moving towards. Like, Uber is actually losing money right now because they're expecting driverless taxis to become a thing, and once they've got control of the market, they can bring that in.
I'm so pissed at Uber right now. The last guy I had drive me around was a fucking asshole. Ugh.
Then
I always get the interesting people. The last guy I had was like a Cockney dude from like South London or whatever, and I was like, how the shit did you get... You're in the Bay Area right now? And we just had like an awesome conversation across town about how he made it all the way from South London or whatever.
That was a long Uber trip. He got paid big money for that one.
Oh yeah, I make it rain. We just get it, Uber.
I mean the trip from South London to the Bay Area.
Oh yeah.
That was an expensive one.
Uber helicopters.
But yeah, you pull up in front, and Deadbolt, you notice that there's a sweet-looking Japanese bike outside with...
yeah, Deadbolt, have you given me access to, like, open your garage or whatever, or do you even have a garage?
He does have one. High lifestyle, he'll have a garage in his house.
Man.
I haven't
Did you
given
give me access? No? All right, then I'm rubbing my front tire against the it's called the garage door. See if I can just leave a little tread mark on there for you.
So I opened the doors to let you in, and then I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh, you can't just leave a bike like this outside. Open the door.
All right, and I go over and
Why'd you go
open
over?
the thing.
You've got wireless. And you've got a DNI.
That's the point, I press the button.
You don't press the
Whatever.
button. You think it. You've got a DNI.
That's the magic invisible button that makes the thing happen.
Is there any chance I could... Is there any chance I could steal his access because I'm watching him at the exact moment that he's doing it?
You really need like a deck to make this happen. For hacking.
I don't have a deck.
You don't have a deck, so no.
It's not going to happen. Let's just leave it
A
at that.
good
It's not going to
start.
happen.
Arrive at my house and just immediately hack into everything.
Well, you didn't give me access. Of course I'm going to try to hack. Anyway, I'll put the bike inside. And I'll get the helmet off and head on inside. So where's the snacks at? Where's the jacuzzi?
But are we here to talk about the run or what?
I want to be comfortable. Besides, Tag's not here yet.
Well, come have a seat then.
I imagine you have like special pajamas at his house that you only get to wear like your comfy like watching Netflix pajamas.
Suit pajamas, pure silk.
Yes, I brought my Netflix pajamas. They're in my backpack. I've got a little onesie. It covers the feet and everything. Let's hop into that. So comfy.
Yep.
Snack. What do you make for us? You got some. What do you got? Like little what do you call it? Little smokies. You wrap those in bacon, put them in the oven for like half an hour. So good.
Yeah, that sort of thing, I guess.
Good time. So what are we watching?
I prepared them because I knew that you'd complain if I didn't have them.
What are we watching, you and I? We got like... I don't know what's on the telly here.
It's probably not on at the moment, seeing as I was expecting a discussion of like how we're going to break to a hospital.
People with a high lifestyle don't watch TV. They're too busy being rich and doing baller stuff.
You're doing this as you go through like most of the apartment, like every one of them has like a large Trio screen on it. Like most of
I'm turning them all on, and I say, what better place to have a conversation than in the midst of all this noise so no one can listen in?
Yeah, the Deadbolt right now, Gatto is definitely pinging you with requests for guest access to your network.
I'm just ignoring them.
Gato's like manually turning on the TVs. Bear in mind that, by the way, remote control overrides manual, so if you want to just stop him doing it, you can do it.
And I reiterate, we need these on so no one can listen in. Because that's so important. It's totally happening.
Your house is bugged. It's unsafe.
It's totally bugged. I'm bugging it.
At which point there's a... And a...
I go in.
Would you get the door?
From outside as a bus starts pulling away.
I go over and open the door.
Tag's there.
Oh, hi, Tag. Good to see you. Come in.
Yep. Oh, good to see
As
you
you
again.
can tell, our friend has already arrived.
I got my flippy floppies on and everything. So comfy.
Oh. What part of this run precluded you from having real shoes on?
But we can't be comfortable when we talk?
You look at me, and I'm wearing like a super clean suit. I got like the jewelry and everything on. And I'm just like, dress for success, my friend.
You came to the wrong place for success. Although there is a jacuzzi upstairs. It's nice.
Well, we will have to inspect that a little bit later.
Most definitely.
See, I
Meanwhile,
don't. I don't even know how you know I
here-
have that.
Our wonderful host here has provided us with hors d'oeuvres. He's so fancy. I'm chowing down. It's good stuff. So you get the... I assume, Tag, you read all the information I sent?
Yeah, I had a bit of time to peruse it.
I don't think... I don't think Block 12 is going to be a problem. Not at all.
Yeah, it seems to me as though that part of the run's going to be quite simple. It's the hospital that's left me with a few causes for concern.
I don't like it. I couldn't see anything in there. The data was hard to find.
Yeah, and magically that place is basically like walking into a meat grinder. I wouldn't recommend it. Well, let me reiterate. There are a lot of Watcher spirits. If I go in there with anything active, they're going to know about it before I even hit the front door. The mana barriers I think we could deal with, but it's the spirits. There's also a few defensive spirits there that are a little bit concerning. I didn't get a chance. With 5 successes, would I have known their force? How strong those spirits were?
Yeah, the Watcher spirits are always Force 1. And you'd have suspected that the Water Spirit was probably a Force 3. Maybe a Force 4, probably a Force 3.
The Watcher spirits are no problem other than the fact that they'll go squealing to whoever's in charge of them. There were mages on premises as well. Whether or not they were bound to the spirits, I don't know. The spirit that was there in a defensive capacity, well, he wasn't too strong. I would be able to handle him if I was unencumbered by gunfire or any other physical issues, but
The Watcher
still,
spirits, they would see you, though. You can't do that. They would notice.
they would indeed. That is very true.
But if you go in as a priest, they're used to that. It's a hospital. They get that all the time. You don't have to do anything magical to inject someone with a syringe. They probably wouldn't even see it.
A moment there. The problem with that is I'm not particularly stealthy, and as I understand it, the man has bodyguards. So if I was to go in and administer the last rites, it would require 2 things. First, he would have to be a Catholic. The plan falls apart instantaneously if he's not affiliated with the Catholic Church, because why would I be administering last rites to someone who's not a part of my faith? Second, I would have to be sneaky enough to inject him while the guards are standing right there, so that would require some sleight of hand, I would assume.
A distraction. There's somewhere else in the hospital. If they're Lone Star, as the data suggests, then we might be able to call them to an emergency somewhere.
Is he guarded at all time?
That would be something that I was hoping you could find out through the Matrix. I was only able to give a cursory observation. There are bodyguards there, and there are mages present. Other than that, I can't help out too much without being on premises.
If we
I
can
couldn't-
find a point where the room will reliably be empty of anyone that might notice us going in, then that'd be a good time to do it. And then we can just avoid the whole trickery aspect of it altogether. That'll be
Change
my
of
preference.
guards? Do we know what time they changed the guard? They can't be there all day. They can't sleep in that room.
That is true. I would assume that an infiltration at 3 to 4 in the morning at some point will more than likely be useful. My suggestion is that we get the syringe first. I don't recommend waiting on that one. Lambeth is known for its junkie population. And you never know when some random individual is going to find a syringe lying around and decide to apply it to himself rather than just letting it lie.
At least we find out what the thing does.
I don't think we're meant to know what it does. I'm a little worried about that. When Zod said you'll know, that's not the kind of data I want.
You know, I can't help but notice you seem a lot more confident on the Matrix, my friend. You seem a little jittery. You all right? You need some coffee?
Oh, I'm fine. Coffee would be great, though. Do you have coffee? Deadbolt, where's the coffee?
I can get some coffee.
Deadbolt, you have genuine coffee in your house if you want. Otherwise, it's soy calf.
I can smell it.
I wander off and get some.
Okay, you hear the sound of beans beginning to grind in the background.
Oh, it's real coffee, too. Oh. I don't like the hospital one bit. I don't like it. But if the syringe is small enough, what if the syringe is small enough? What if we can get it through the window? I've got bugs. I've got bugs, man.
Gatto, I need you to make a body plus willpower plus 3 check, and I also need to make the same again, but with logic willpower plus 3.
Okay, you're gonna have to run me through that. Body plus willpower plus 3. I can do that.
Okay.
Okay, 3 success. And then
okay, that is fine. Then make me a body logic plus willpower plus 3.
Five success.
Wow. Very nice.
Damn, okay. Let me just double check.
Wow. What's your character's body? You've got really good body dice.
6. That's what comes from being an orc.
Very nice.
You do not suffer
Not
withdrawal.
bad at all.
Yay. Does it seem like I'm suffering withdrawal?
I mean, luckily you have a mage with you right now who I can just influence you not to use. I can just be like, I cast influence. You're not going to use. And you're like, oh, that sounds like a great idea.
We've known each other long enough. You wouldn't do that shit to me. No, you would. You totally would, you dick.
Mind control, man. They're always the tempting spells. In Dark Heresy and Shadowrun, the mind control is always the most tempting.
Mind control. Oh my goodness. You know what happened? Yes, I hate to derail this, but you know what happened yesterday? I killed Samara, which means I've got Morinth on my team now. And Morinth gives you the ability to dominate people. You just take them over. Oh, so
I don't even know what we're talking about right now. These are just like
Sorry.
random.
Not a clue.
Sorry,
Is it
Mass
XCOM?
Effect.
Mass Effect.
I know.
I thought it might be that.
But yeah,
so
yeah.
good.
As you continue talking, Deadbolt, you walk back in now carrying a few steam mugs of coffee.
My suggestion would be that we finish up our drinks over here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Debo. I take the coffee and I'm drinking out of it. I would suggest when we finish our beverages, we head on over to Lambeth and let's just complete our first objective. Once that's concluded, we'll worry about how we plan to stick this poor bastard with it. When I say bastard, I cross myself.
And maybe once we get it, we've got some way of working out what's in the thing. It helps us prepare for whatever the final stage of this operation is. I mean, seeing as we're going to see what this thing does anyway.
Be careful. From a distance, at best. If this thing does something that Zod doesn't want to tell us about, it's probably something really bad.
Well, I might be able to be of assistance in that regard. Gato will know that I have a THD, and actually, not just any THD. I specialized in magical theory, but my understudies were in biology and parazoology. I have plenty of experience.
What?
Well, magical creatures, you know, agripeltas, that sort of thing. I have plenty of experience in the biological field. If we had the proper setup, I could derive what was inside the syringe, although that would defy some of our employee confidentiality, I would assume.
Screw confidentiality. You think Zod wouldn't sell us out at the drop of a hat if it made him a buck? You know how this works.
That is true. I'm just saying that I have the applied knowledge to help with that if we could get access to the proper equipment.
Well, he paid us half up front. What do you need? What do you need?
Would I make a biology check to figure out what kind of equipment I would need? That's not something that I know in real life, so I'm not going to be able to RP that very well.
What do you think is in the syringe? And then I can tell you what you think you need to have for that.
In general, my guess is that it's going to kill him. It's either going to kill him, or when we apply it, it's going to produce some kind of other solution through a machine that he's hooked up to or something like that. I'm not really sure.
Okay, in which case, general chemicals, you want to run through probably a spectrograph, probably a mass spectrometer, maybe a couple other things. These are kind of fairly bulky devices. You could also run them through a few solutions and stuff like normal quick tests as well. And that would probably give you an idea. You'd probably want to ask a dedicated chemist.
Yeah. Gato, I would need access to a spectrometer, possibly a spectrograph. Just specific things to, run a beam of light through the little bastard and see what's inside of it. Machinery is a tad bulky, though. Last time I used a spectrometer was probably about the size of, a small shipping box, so they ain't real portable.
As he's listing these things he needs, I'm just looking them up. What's the cost for all these things?
Expensive.
Fairly expensive.
Like if you don't have a grant or a government.
We can do that. I don't think we can do that. We don't have that kind of cash. It's more than we can afford right now. Maybe after the run?
Yeah,
but then it doesn't help us at all.
I'll check how many milligrams, and if it's not tailored for our particular individual, there may be some of the solution left that we can swipe for later.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Unless Zod can tell if we didn't use the whole syringe. That'd be bad. That'd be really bad.
It would be. It would be bad, but it's also possible that myself having the medical experience I have, that you ever see doctors' shows before they inject somebody with a syringe? What do they always do? They squirt it up in the air a little bit. What if we caught some of the squirt as it would have it before I inject him?
Oh yeah, that could work. That could work. Just a sterile cotton pad. The hospitals are full of them. Just a little bit of that, and you'd be set. Just bring that home with you. That's all you got to do.
There you go. Now you're thinking. Let's go get this syringe, though. You can hear me slurp as I hit the bottom of my coffee cup. I suspect this part will be nice and easy. I don't think we'll need weapons. It didn't seem like there was anybody around. There was a skeevy mage out front running some kind of hustle, but I doubt he's got anything to do with anything. We'll be fine. We should be on our way, though.
You look like the kind of type he might want to hustle, though. He would probably love you in that outfit you have right there. You stand out like a sore thumb in Lambeth. You don't fit in at all.
He gonna regret that decision. I can virtually assure you of that.
We don't want to make a scene, though. Come on now, Tag. We don't want to make a scene. Don't make a scene in Lambeth. That's a bad idea.
No scene. I promise. You guys have transportation?
Just walk in and walk out. This should be easy.
Do we have transportation over there? Or are we hoofing it, taking the tube?
I've got some bikes. I've got a van, but I don't think we should. I don't want to bring him to Lambeth. I don't like Lambeth at all. I think we take
Those bikes are a little conspicuous. Yeah, maybe not the best option. Take a bus, go on foot for the last little bit. It'd be fine.
Sure, sounds good to me.
At this moment, I realize that I haven't even touched the coffee. I'm just sort of staring at it, and it's shaking a little bit in my hands, but I haven't touched it. So I start slurping on it. Very self-conscious that I haven't touched it yet. Like, Jesus Christ, what have I done?
Yeah, Deadbolt, you notice that, like, the saucer he's got under the coffee has collected a little bit around it in the bottom now.
I look at him a little bit and start clearing things away.
Okay.
Sure. With that, I wait until everybody's ready to go if we're done with conversation, and we can head on over to the place via the bus.
Do you want to go right now? Right now? Is there a good time we should hit this place? I mean, I don't know. Did you see anyone in there? I mean, I assumed you took a peek. Was there anyone in the room at the time?
Nah, it looked like it was fairly
right?
well.
It was the kitchen, right? It was the floorboard by the cupboard with the pots and pans. By the cupboard with the pots and pans.
I extended it. Don't get yourself worked up. It's fine. I took a look around. The only place that was looking a little out of order was there's an upstairs location. It's got all kinds of magical wards and whatnot. I don't know what's up there, but whatever it is, somebody definitely don't want anybody snooping. But that's got nothing to do with our job.
I'd be very
Sounds
surprised
good
if there's
then.
anything weird about this particular part of the run.
Yeah, pay
Did-
ain't
did-
good enough for it to be a nasty one.
Did you want to go in alone with us outside, or how did you want to do it, Deadbolt?
That would be a reasonable assumption. Deadbolt, you pretty good at infiltration, right?
He's,
I could keep quiet when
the
I go
best.
in.
He's the best. So I wouldn't assign him if he wasn't good.
Sure, and I can help with that a little bit. I mean, if you need any help, I take my coffee cup actually, and I cause it to go invisible, and all you can see is like a shimmering.
You will have to roll that as a spell.
Oh, you're gonna make me roll it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
Roll to wash hands.
Shadowrun magic
Okay.
isn't that simple.
Okay. Let me pull it up real fast.
I will waive the normal it's processed material, so it has a resistance modifier though, because it's a small object.
Okay.
Normally, making non-biological objects invisible is more difficult, but yeah, I'll waive that.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm just gonna cast it at like force 2. It's not
Yeah.
really that big of a deal. I'm just trying to make an example.
Yeah, it's fine.
There you go.
Yeah, you resist all the drain, and it successfully the coffee cup disappears in his hand. Although that said, you
that's-
will be able to make tests see through it. Because you know he made it invisible, etc., I assume that you stare and then you see it vaguely come back, sort of half translucent-ish.
Basically, the spell description says it refracts light, so if you do beat it, you can actually see like a shimmering.
Yeah.
It's almost like a mirror there, basically.
that's such a cool trick. But it wouldn't work in the hospital. You know it. It wouldn't work in the hospital with the watchers there.
Oh, but it's more than perfectly fine for our dear friend here to get into Lambeth, I would assume. I don't think there's going to be too many people looking around with a scrutinizing eye.
Yeah, that'd be pretty nice. I mean, I don't know if we even need to bother with it, but might help things.
Yeah, and I've got a few other tricks up my sleeve, too. I can make a billboard say whatever you want it to say. I can take a key card, and I can make your face appear on the picture slot instead of whoever's on there. There's a number of things I'm capable of. But just let me know if you hit a brick wall, and I might be able to help a little bit, ease things along.
Yeah. Well, why don't we get going then? Unless someone has a better idea.
Think we're all good here?
Sure, sound good to me.
I put the cup back down and I immediately go for the door.
Okay.
It's open and I'm out.
Okay, I
any-
follow along behind him, putting my hat on my head as I step outside, because I've taken it off when I come inside, because only savages
you're a
keep it on
classy
when
guy.
they come inside. Yeah.
Any gear you're specifically taking, or any particular equipment or armor?
My suit is my armor, and I'm just going to have magic spells for now.
I'm not taking any armor, but I do have my Ares light fire with me.
Okay. Debo?
I'll keep my holdout handy, in case for some reason people start shooting at us.
They wouldn't do that.
Any armor or tools or breaking in kit you're taking? I ask you because you've got the most kit.
Well, it sounds like the place is just open for us to walk in. What was described. I'll take a lockpick set just in case.
Okay, fair enough. You grab your lockpicks, you grab your pistol. You carrying your normal armor, right?
Yeah,
Okay. What's your normal armor, by the way?
I don't know. I'll have to find it in this character sheet somewhere.
Okay.
Did you go straight from Chummer to the character sheet? Because I had issues with that where a lot of stuff just didn't go over.
I have been going through and fixing all the stuff that
Good,
not
yeah.
missed. This should be all right, but there's so many tabs.
Yeah, because Chummer didn't even copy over the contacts or the sins or anything.
Oh, it's not done my armor.
Do you know what armor you had?
What was it made up of? Is it just all the stuff I'm wearing, or is there a base value that I have anyway? Or
That would
something?
mean your armor you bought, you'd have a bulletproof vest or something, or the chameleon suit has armor and belt if you wear that. A couple other things.
Most
Probably
people
not
take a
bothered with
line
the-
jacket.
Yeah,
That's
I've
pretty
got
standard Shadowrun.
Okay, so
start
I'll
is
assume you're
line
wearing the
jacket
that. Yeah, I'm
light
plus
wearing
jacket
that.
then.
My armor's 9
Okay. Gatto, not wearing any armor is the worrisome part, but you head out, you quickly get a bus. You have to change at the edge of Lambeth, as the Lambeth bus you change onto has broken windows and graffiti all over it. It's very obvious that the bus companies around here don't really want to run most of the buses into Lambeth, and the ones they do run in are the ones that are damaged and graffitied already. But you head into Lambeth, you start noticing that the area is very deprived. Around you, like, there's groups of lots of orcs and trolls. A lot more orcs and trolls than, say, humans or elves, and even in most cases dwarves, and really should be available around here. They tend to get the bad end of the stick in terms of the poverty spectrum. But as you move in, you also notice that the ads and stuff you're getting that try to push their way through your different comlinks become more and more invasive. Anyone using like a rating 1 comlink, you start getting ads pushed into you occasionally, even beating the firewall occasionally, and start just flicking up. At one point, you just have to just turn off, most of the stuff you can just to be able to use your comlink. As the area kind of devolves into a spam zone, people having stuck up tags and stuff all over the place, just spamming ads. But you do make your way quite easily to Buck 12 after getting off the bus, and this is where we're going to pick up after the break. So we're going to a short 10-minute break. We'll be back after 10 minutes. It's a good 10 minutes to go check out, say, our Patreon or something if you do want to. We will be back. In the break, we're also going to play one of the 2 videos that we have to do world explaining. So if you don't know about the Shadowrun world, feel free to watch the video and learn some more. But we'll be back in a few minutes' time. So, see you in a bit.
Shadowrun's back, boys.
The Awakening. The Awakening happened at the turn of the millennium, when magic returned to the world. Magic and its return led to mages who could manipulate mana, and adepts. Elves and dwarves. Elves stand a little taller than humans. Dwarves tend to be shorter. Orcs and trolls. Orcs and trolls are both bigger than humans. Racism towards orcs and trolls is widespread. Transhumanism. People can now buy cyber limbs, wired reflexes, or synthetic muscles to make them stronger and faster. Shadowrun, a mission by independent mercenaries so as to be deniable to the hiring party. Shadowrunner, an independent contractor hired to do Shadowruns. SIN, system identification number, used to track your digital footprint in the Matrix. The Matrix, an augmented and virtual reality graphics-based network and successor to the old internet. Megacorporation, corporations that the corporate court gives status to based on their vast wealth and power.
Hello, and welcome back to Shadowrun! Roll for it, Season 2! We'll be continuing where we left from Part 1. Those of you who don't know, by the way, this is a continuation of Shadowrun. We've just started a new season. This is Episode 1. We are Roll for It. We do, like, RPGs for funsies on Twitch every Sunday at 8 p.m. where we do Shadowrun now. And, of course, on Friday at 8 p.m. when we do D&D. Of course, that is noon PST for those of you not in GMT time zone.
And if you miss any of the episodes, this stuff goes to YouTube.
Totally, we got a YouTube channel.
It does.
Go check it out. It's amazing. Also go check out Patreon, etc. So, in part 1, they got given a mission to go and pick up syringe from basically like a slum block. Pick that up, then go to a hospital. Go jab a guy at the hospital who was in basically a brain-dead coma. And then leave with whatever happens, being left kind of ambiguous, and then take whatever happens to a apartment for effectively a drop-off. The entire team were literally just pulling up at Lambeth Block 12, where they're picking up the syringe, and that's where we get back to. You've just pulled up in front of this block. It's got a big 12 stenciled in the side in lettering that's probably about 8 stories tall. There's a lot of kind of heavy-set fellas and lasses hanging around. A couple of them just, walking around, but some of them definitely sort of on the lookout or, possibly trading. What you gonna do?
As I step out of the bus, I look to my teammates. Well, I would assume that the show is more or less yours now, Deadbolt. I will keep watch out front. Is the mage still out here?
Make a perception check. +3, because you know what you're specifically looking for.
Can I
-1 because
sense
it's a little bit crowded. Sure, you can make a sensing check if you want.
I'm making a sensing check instead. The benefits of knowing somebody's awakened.
Sure. You switch over to your sensing and you manage to look through into the Astral again.
Oh. Not my day, apparently.
In amongst quite a lot of the background noise around here from the general sort of climate of people living together quite, packed well, together, and the sort of the crowded nature of people going back and forth. He certainly isn't in your near vicinity, but beyond that you can't really tell. It's a little bit too hazy around here for your sensing right now. Not just acclimatized its climate, to be honest.
Do I notice any obvious drug dealers nearby?
Have you got any street knowledge to do with that?
No, I used to. I took it out to put in other crap.
In which case, make a perception check. So it'll be intuition plus perception. It would be a -1 because it's a little bit crowded around here right now.
Now, I wonder if I click on the just roll perception thing. I wonder if that'll do the -1 already.
It should ask you for a modifier, hopefully.
Oh, it does. Good. 2 success.
2 successes. You look round. You see like an orc who's hanging out talking to another female orc at the edge of the block who you suspect maybe, but it could just be they're hanging out there. Like, you're not certain for 2 successes. You don't see any signs of, like, drugs or anything, but you suspect that that's possibly kind of people hanging out waiting to do a deal.
We never talked about it, but what does everybody look like? Like, we met up for the first time at the house, and we didn't do, like, a description thing. Like, we had the first meeting was digital, and so nobody got an appearance there. Like, Tag, he's, like, 5'10", just a white dude. He's got the same beard that I have right now, except his is, like, ZZ Top style. Like, it's, like, huge. It, like, sticks down probably to about, like, down here. He's been growing it for a while. It's fairly distinctive. And then other than that, his dress is the only thing else that stands about him. It's very, 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 very well put together as far as the custom tailored suits in navy blue. Matching hat, matching shades, all that kind of stuff. Gold jewelry.
Yeah, you don't fit in Lambeth, not at all.
I'm not a Lambeth person. Well, I mean, I could be a very successful, like, Lambeth pimp, maybe, or like a Lambeth drug dealer who's done very, very well. But other than that, no, I don't fit in at all.
You didn't even show up when I was looking for a drug dealer. You didn't say you look like one, so hell no, you don't look like a drug dealer. Maybe a pimp, maybe.
I'm the plug. I'm not the dealer.
Gatto, what do you look like?
Gato is 6'1". He's a little on the chunky side, but it's not at the belly. It's more at his shoulders and his thighs. He's got a lot of muscle on him. He's very well tanned, like extremely tanned. He's ridiculously tanned. He spends a lot of time outdoors. He's got a little newsboy cap on. He's got really long black hair, and he tries to cover up as much of his Orcus features as he can. He does have the human-looking, what do you call it?
Great
not
quality.
A bad thing. quality. He's got a human-looking quality, so he does kind of pass off as human for just a casual glance. He's got, what are these things called? He's got some navy blue chinos on with some mahogany bluchers because they're styling, and just a t-shirt and a little jacket over the top, sleeveless jacket, not quite a vest, but he just doesn't want to look too fancy. He doesn't like looking fancy.
Okay, Deadbolt.
Well, I look a little bit taller than your average human, but if you know I'm an elf, then it makes complete sense. And I just generally try and dress in the most boring, unnoticeable clothes possible. But I don't know what the fashions are of like 2070 Shadowrun.
What kind of elvish hairstyle did you go with, though? Are you doing like the long, like, are we doing like the Lord of the Rings, like Elrond, like long ass hair that's just super straight? Or
he's decided to go for the elvish version of Marge Simpson, which is basically a soft serve on top of his head that goes up in a very soft curling spiral of blue.
Oh, okay. When you first started describing, I thought it was gonna be like Marge's hair, but instead I was thinking, what's his name from Hey Arnold? Like his best friend. I can't remember his best friend's name.
Deadbolt, what is your actual hair like?
It's fairly short. It's
Makes
probably
sense,
like
infiltration.
yeah. You're gonna get in the way otherwise.
Keebs and their
Step on
pixie
it or
cuts.
something.
Keebs and their pixie cuts.
He doesn't go for the usual elf styles. He dresses more like a human really than you'd expect from him.
Fair enough. So, what you gonna do?
I
have a look at the building.
Side.
So what's that?
Like, is there any security stuff going on? Is there what's on the door? Is there a lock? Is it just open?
It's just open. The door you're facing currently for the block is kind of one big entrance hallway, which is sort of a double door wide and a little bit more. A couple of people hanging out at the front, a couple of orcs and a troll. Kind of wearing denim sort of jackets, no sleeves, kind of black sort of cargo trousers that have been, in some cases, cut off to shorts for some of them. The troll is definitely packing something very large inside of the jacket, which is not really hidden.
Whoa.
Probably some sort of sawn-off shotgun, if not that sawn off.
This is Lambert. He should be used to that.
Yeah.
Does he have
look
any
at the other
obvious paraphernalia that identifies him as part of the Wolverine?
Wolverine security. Anyone got knowledge, like police procedures or anything?
I've got something like that.
I've got CAS policing and Aslan policing, but nothing for this area.
CS policing would do. They have Wolverine security in some places. You can roll that.
Sure.
I've got security procedures.
I'd let you roll that but a -2 because it's not as specific.
5 success.
5 successes. Yeah, this guy is not Wolverine at all. In fact, looking at him, you managed to note that he has like a small red skull on the back of his jacket as he turns slightly. You'd suspect he's part of the gang, probably maybe part of the Horde or one of the sort of affiliate gangs.
I
get a 2.
I give Deadbolt a shove. He's fine. He's not security. He's fine.
Yeah, Deadbolt. This guy is probably like a gang member of some kind. Two successes. He's a gang member, probably one of the gang members around here. This is probably somewhat like his turf or something, or they hang out up front just to mark it as their turf.
All right, should be okay then. And I look at the other two. Say, so you guys coming in? Or just be me?
No. I can't go in there. No.
I can go as far as
Fancy Pants over here. Fancy Pants over here. He sticks out like a sore thumb. He can't go. He can't go in there.
I can go as far as the stairwell, but I don't think I should be inside the premises. But the nature of being a mage is if you awakened, well, think about it like this. In the Astral, you know how when something's dusty and you carry it through your house and it leaves just like that little trail of dust on the floor? Well, if I go in there, I leave kind of a magical trail of dust that take a little while to dissipate, so it's probably best I don't go in.
And I whisper to Deadbolt,
fair enough.
Pixie dust. He's a big fancy pixie. Leaves it everywhere.
All right, I guess I'll go in, have a poke around, and I've noted down like the particular directions to where I need to go. So once I see the room numbers, I'll know where I'm going.
We can help. Just contact us. contact us. We can help if you need it.
My
But
comm link is off because
I'll be right back. And I wander off down to the corner towards the orc.
I smile briefly as he walks away. A little bit wired, that's anyway, my comm link is off, but you can get me on the sub vocal. I've got that right here, so you need anything, I'm listening.
All right.
Gatto, where do you walk off to?
The orc that was talking to another orc, and you said maybe looks like he might be a drug dealer. Maybe.
You start walking towards them, and you notice that the orc talking to the woman goes. She turns around, eyes you, gives you once over, and walks off. All right, mate.
Hey, you got some jazz or something? I mean, I just need a little bit, just a little bit. Do you know where I can get some? Come on. I know you got some.
Make an etiquette check to begin with.
I took etiquette this time around. It was too useful. Every time I needed to roll anything, it was always etiquette. And I'm like, damn it, I don't have etiquette.
Oh, we're defaulting this.
You got this. You're just buying drugs. They're not picky.
0.
I smell pig. I ain't saying to you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Damn it, can't get jazz around here.
KO.
I'm just gonna storm off.
KO. The
I'm already
orc
walking
woman
off.
walk backs over as you start turning away. She's very heavy set, kind of dark coloration skin, like muscles like almost popping up her arms in places. One of her tusks is like broken off. Heavy set eyes. She sort of grabs you by the arm and goes, you're out of here. What off? No one wants you here.
Yeah. Fine. I'll get my hit somewhere else.
Do I see that happening with Perception 1?
Yeah, you do. You're not far away. Like, this is actually like within about 20 meters.
I lean against the wall facing that direction right now, but I keep both my hands free of my suit pockets just in case.
Okay. Make sure you do. And she gives you a bit of a shove. Make a body plus strength check. Just to see how much she resists this shove. She's not trying to do damage. She's just trying to move you away and assert her dominance here.
Wait, was that KO?
Yeah?
Oh, I wasn't there. I was watching chat, and then all of a sudden it lit up with KO, and I was like, oh shit.
4 success.
Man, we ruined her life.
Yeah, so you stumble back like a step, but you mostly manage to remain somewhat steady. She gives you sort of another eye, like, you know, she expected more from that, but...
I don't even give a second glance. I'm already walking off. I'm not looking to prove myself to these idiots.
She walks back
As he
over to
comes
the
back.
orc.
As he comes back, I ask, what was that all about? Trouble?
No trouble. I think I've seen that orc before though. I think I've seen her before. Uh-huh.
What do you think you've
Well,
seen
well
her at before?
I don't know, on news. Some type of fighting maybe.
Does
I don't
anyone
know.
have like
You know.
underground
You know how
fighting
orcs
as
fight.
a knowledge skill?
No,
You can all make intuition at -1 tests then if you want to know where she's from.
I'm good. Out of character, I'm happy. In character, it's not relevant.
It's nice to see these people come back through the
Was
game
the,
at some point.
What was the roll again?
Intuition -1.
Intuition -1. One
I'll give it a
success.
shot.
Yeah, Gatto,
I'll look
you
at what he's on about.
vaguely remember her name in some capacity to do with maybe fighting or something, but beyond that.
How long has he been in there? It's been a while. Is he okay?
I hit the sub vocal.
Oh,
Hey,
me?
Deadbolt, you make it. Yeah. Are you still standing outside?
He's
Yeah, I was
just
wondering
going
what
in
was
now.
going on.
Yeah.
No, I thought you'd already gone in. Shit.
Deadbolt, don't
I
worry
took a
about
moment
him.
to be like,
I'll-
what's going on over there? And had a look. I get
I'll
2
keep-
successes on my intuition
Yeah,
roll.
you've heard of KO. She was involved in underground fighting before she was kind of humiliated like a few years back or something.
To be fair, it was her fault. She used an outside weapon. She grabbed a drone and tried to throw it in the middle of a fighting ring. That's not okay. That's not allowed. This is MMA, not WCW.
I don't think that was part of any legit organization, though.
Yeah.
Was that fighting legit? I thought they were just doing it for money.
Yeah. I turned to Deadbolt. Don't worry about it. He's I have no idea. He's not going to stir up trouble. I'll keep an eye on him. You can go check the place out. Hit me on the sub vocal if anything goes wrong.
All right.
Meanwhile,
Sure he hasn't blown anything up while I'm gone, and I set off.
I'm looking around for someone else who might be a dealer.
Okay, make another perception roll. Meanwhile, while you make the perception roll, Deadbolt, as you head towards the entrance, you notice the troll sees you coming along with the 2 orcs, and he sort of squares off a little bit towards you. Oh, look what we got here. Got one of those pink fleshies. What do you want here, human?
I'm just passing through.
Passing through. You're gonna have to pay the tax then.
Have a look around. What tax might that be?
29 for each one of you pink skins that wants in.
Into here? Pointing at the door.
Nah. Into hell. Where do you think you're going in?
I don't see... whatever. I don't want any trouble, I just carry on walking.
In?
Yeah.
He's kind of
I keep
blocking
an
the
eye-
entrance.
like,
He's a big guy.
I don't... Oh, so he's in the way,
Yeah,
right.
he's like squared up. He's like, and his 2 orcs are now flanking him. As you try to like walk past, he kind of puts a hand on your chest. Not so there, fella. So you're gonna get past us? And the orcs behind him like.
You on the place?
Racist.
Can I hear this conversation through the sub vocal or through the? Like, are we on the same network? Without Pseudo here to manage all of our digital shit, I don't know what's going on with
Yeah,
regards
Debo,
to like.
are you transmitting from your like? Have you given them permission to hear through your comment?
Yeah, well done.
Okay, then yeah, you can hear the conversation.
I sub vocal. Just pay him a 20 new yen. It's inconsequential.
I start reaching for like how do you pay someone actually? Is it like a thing you grab or do you just press a button?
You can either do it through like an account, but most people don't have accounts in this part, especially, or you can just use like a thumb drive to effectively like transfer 29.
I start reaching for my pocket and I say, I think you've got me mistaken here.
Make a
I mean, I know I
persuasion
look-
roll.
I'm saying I know I look like that sort, but I can assure you I'm a metahuman. And I like
You're way too fancy for Lambeth, man.
You're a meta. You privileged humies don't know what a meta is.
you ever seen a human this tall?
What are you, some pink-eyed pansy elf?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd go with human over elf. It's gonna get worse if you tell me you're an elf.
Go with it, man. You can do this.
Where's the persuasion? I can't find it.
He secretly wants to bang an elf. You're his way in.
Wait, what was the roll?
By now, it doesn't matter. You've gone with you're gonna say you're an elf, aren't you? You've just said you're a metahuman.
Yeah, I said.
Why? It's some like pink-eyed pansy elf.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
You serious? Really? You're a little elf boy? He kind of like pokes
Well,
you
it's
with
not
one
like I
giant
picked it.
finger in the chest.
I was born, mate.
Oh, yeah. Well, you and your airs and graces and your hoity-toity friends were born that way. Oh, well, better let them off. Think that tile's gone up, hasn't it, boys? 49.
I've
Vocal,
been
like,
reaching
it's
into
only
my
gonna
pocket
get
before.
worse.
I hand him the thing, but I haven't changed it since I guess you like key it in. I don't know how this works. I imagine there's
You've
a
got
thing
like a DNI like plugged in, so effectively you can wisely transfer it from your cred stick. Like you can just ping him 49 if you want.
What was the amount that he said?
He said 40 now.
Okay, I just give him 40.
Thanks for doing business. May you enjoy your stay in Block 12, home of the Horde.
Why, thank you. And I walk in.
Make a
by
perception
the way,
check as you walk in. Auditory, if that matters.
I had 2 successes on my perception check for looking for another drug dealer.
You don't spot anyone particularly standing out. You certainly don't notice any paraphernalia or deals going down, so no one really stands out at this point.
How is it you actually do perception?
Perception? Intuition? There should be a skill called perception.
Yeah, it may not be, if you don't actually have the skill, then you have to click on show all, so it'll show up. It's like under the physical skills.
Physical. Oh yeah, I'm just blind. There it is.
Well, if you're blind, you can't roll perception.
Auditory, though,
That's
so
the
he's
problem.
fine.
Perception, dupe. 2.
You hear one of the orcs sort of talk to the troll and goes, give him a follow, see if he's got any more on him. And one of the orcs starts to peel away and try to shadow you. Not particularly quietly,
Right,
sadly.
What do I see inside? Is there stairs or whatever?
Yeah, as you go inside, it sort of splits out onto a long corridor and a wide hallway, which leads down to stairs at each end of this corridor, as it sort of leads onto one face of the square corridor that has basically giant stairwells at each corner. Down, you can see that there's like detritus and like rubbish bags that split open are down, piling up near the corridors. Like some of the doors to different apartments are open. You can hear sort of the normal cries of humanity, like babies crying, people having arguments, like a lot of Tridio being played at like ridiculously high volumes, and someone's blasting like some Orzet music, like doof, 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 doof. Da-na-na-na-na-na, doof, doof. Lots of bass.
Are there any nooks or crannies that a person could hide in?
Plenty. That said, it is pretty well lit by artificial lighting right now. This area seems that most of the bulbs are still somewhat working. You get the idea that maybe the bulbs around here have been cannibalized from other parts of the place.
112. You're looking for 112. 112.
I have a look at the numbers and see if I can work out what direction 112 is in.
At this point, we would have sent all the information we had to you, including like a basic floor plan.
It'll be first.
Oh,
It'll
so
be
you know-
second floor.
Catman,
for
you
the
got
nearest
any
stairs.
you got a floor plan you can send over to our friend, or perhaps a couple of got any, I mean, if it's facing the outside window, you could send a drone on up too to help him. I don't know if you brought him with you.
I don't have that with me. That's all. That's all in the van. It's all in the van. But I already gave him the what I had on the floor plan. He has it. He knows where 112 is.
All right.
He's just messing with us, man. You know how those elves are. He's just messing with us.
I take the quickest route to 112 or whatever it is.
Okay, so you start walking down the corridor towards one of the stairs that you can go up another floor. Just to recap, you do know that 112 will be on the second floor along with the landlord who apparently runs most of the rooms around there, who is called Oscar Juarez, who runs out of apartment 100. That's what you got from your sort of backstory, looking around, sort of information, and you did get sent it by Gatto. So yeah, you start making your way up the stairwell. As you leave the stairwell, you kind of listen in and you can hear the sounds of someone's footsteps in heavy non-stealth boots trying to catch up by going up the stairs now that you've sort of lost line of sight. The orc is definitely taking
Keep an
you.
eye out for any places I could like suddenly disappear into.
Sure, I mean, as soon as you go up the top of that stairwell, there's like the corridor splits into a number of different ways, including like, it's like a big dumpster there that's designed for catching like the most of the rubbish of that floor. Some of the lights aren't working as well.
All right, I'll go a different way then to my target room. Do I know that there's like a way that I could get back round to it from there? Or would I have to come
I
back
mean, the
down
entire
same-
like corridor system is like a big, effectively square, so you can go all the way around.
All right, I'll go the opposite way to where room 112 is.
Okay.
Pick up the pace a bit and look for any side corridor I could duck into.
Sure. Make me a running check then. Firstly, to try and make some distance, and then make him a stealth check.
Running.
Stealthy running.
Running, I got 2 successes. And then
I'm not seeing these
stealth.
rolls.
Well, nothing really changed on the screen, so maybe you didn't see it actually. Oh, but there's no dice being rolled. That might be.
Yeah, Deadbolt, you're
Oh.
running them as like GM whispers or something somehow. Everyone else is rolling fine, but you're specifically rolling them as yellow, which means that they're whispered to me.
What have I done? How has this happened?
Well, you can fix that after you roll your next thing.
No. On your character sheet at the very top, it says GM only or public. Put it on public.
Right, fixed it. Let me see. Stealth means sneaking. Stealth and sneaking the same thing?
Sneaking, yeah.
There we
For
go.
that,
Now
I
we can
get
see it.
3 successes.
Okay.
better.
So with that, you make quite a lot of distance, and seeing sort of a little alleyway shoot off to the side from the main corridor, you decide to use that, and you sort of duck down it, and then hunker down behind a pile of rubbish. And then you hear a... and you see a shape go past the end of the corridor. And it seems clear.
After a little
Take down
time,
orc.
I step out from where I'm hiding. And I think, well, hang on a minute, this is a square corridor. He could just end up coming back again. So I go after where he went. Nice and slow and make sure I...
So you're following him now.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm hoping that he'll go all the way around and go back down the stairs and I'll be good.
Okay, so you're trying to follow that orc. Are you just slowly going off the orc? Because the orc was sort of picking up a sort of almost jogging pace.
Slowly and keeping quiet. Basically getting to the corner and then peeking around and making sure that he's not there.
Sure. Make another stealth check then as you sneak around. This will be at like a -2 because you're moving.
Alright. -2. 5.
With that, you kind of make your ways like slowly around, sort of ducking from cover to cover. Like a couple of doors open as normal people go around their daily business, but you manage to even duck them. Like a door even opens like right in front of you, and you just quickly hide behind the door as someone comes out and just walks straight past you without even noticing you're there. It takes you a good 15 minutes to stealth your way through this very large block. These are very, very large buildings. But you managed to make it all the way back to the end of the corridor where you started, facing the stairwell. It looks like the orc's gone back downstairs.
I stop when I get to room 112.
Okay, so you're outside room 112, which is 12 rooms up from the stairwell. Seems to be a pretty dilapidated room, all things told. The door seems to be in somewhat disrepair, although it is still, able to be a somewhat security door. The number 112 is kind of missing one of the ones. The peephole is still working, though, having been fastidiously clean compared to the rest of the door. Most of the rest have been sort of covered with graffiti and gang signs.
I try opening it.
Oi, is that? What do you want? A little shape moves in front of the peephole.
I quickly subvocal to the other guys. There's someone in the room.
Also, there is like
subvocal
loud,
back.
banging music playing.
City maintenance, you're here for the plumbing.
Oh, sorry to bother you, mate. Just here to check the plumbing.
Plumbing? Make a deception check.
Yeah, there's been a leak reported 2 stories above, and you checked above and you checked below, and there was nothing wrong. So you think it might be this place.
What was the check? Was it con?
Yeah.
I get a 3.
Not bad. I mean, with 8 dice, a 3 is really solid. I'd definitely take that off 8 dice.
He's naturally paranoid of you, though. Nah, not today, mate. You got, like, paperwork or something? Nah.
Oh, well, if...
Tell him you'll get it from the truck.
Hold on, I'll go get some.
As you start walking
Meet
away,
me
it's
out
like,
front.
you got any paperwork? You got paperwork? Hey, come back. Waiting my time.
Before I actually get out of the building, I start vocaling to them, saying, "You said you didn't spawn anyone on your first check. I guess he must
there
have
was
been
nobody
out."
in there. It's possible that he's very, very cybered up, and that's why his aura didn't appear, or he might have just not been home. It's also a possibility. If we got a piece of paper around here, I can help out with this, though.
As you get down to the front of the building, as you're walking out,
I do so slowly. I make sure that there's not a bunch of people in the door.
there's a troll and 2 orcs. One of the orcs, who was the one following you earlier, eyes you. You walk past.
Yeah, just carry on past.
As he comes out the front door, then I walk over and I say, well, if you got med kit, does anybody have any paper? That's all that we need, really. A paper, anything. I can perform a little juju on it.
I'm rifling through my pockets, pulling out whatever the heck I can find. I've got a whole bunch of weird, like, old gum wrappers and old.
You would know that, like, paperwork these days, in terms of, like, actually having, like, a papers to, like, go and check a place, etc. None of that's done on paper these days. It's all digital.
Yeah. But I'm still looking for paper.
You use a key card to get into your house, or does anyone here have... Well, I can go upstairs and see if I can talk my way in and act as your supervisor, I guess. My point was that if we had a security card or an ID badge or a piece of paper, I can make that look like whatever you want it to look like. Nice and easy peasy. It might do well for us to get a couple of blanks. It wasn't really something that I had thought about at this point, but then again, I didn't think I'd be back out running anytime soon either.
It was really loud, really loud. I could barely hear him through the door. Maybe there's the noise complaint. Can you work with that?
Yeah, that'll work. Do I see any of the Lone Star officers around or anything like that? The Knight Errant officers or whoever it is here?
Wolverine security and no.
Wolverine. Okay, I wouldn't mess with them anyways. They're a bunch of idiots. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go in through the front door. I have motion for Tag to come with me. As I go in, I am going to cast.
You are Tag. Who do you motion to come with you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I motioned at Deadbolt. Sorry. As I'm starting to walk, I cast increase charisma on myself real fast.
Okay. Are you like casting that just at force?
It's going to be force 1, and then I'm going to break the limit with 5 reagents.
Okay.
So it'll be force 6, basically. It'll be the cap. Okay. So my charisma is up by 3 right now, while I maintain that.
Okay. As you walk towards the entrance with Deadbolt, the orcs and the troll, who've actually been watching this happening because they watched Deadbolt go out and you approached him. Huh. You want back in now, your friend?
Yeah, unfortunately, we got a bit of a plumbing emergency upstairs. We got a couple people that are going to get washed out, little old ladies and whatnot. We're trying to get up in there. You wouldn't happen to know, by the way, it seems to be originating from the top floor somewhere. I try to describe the location of the place with all the mana barriers. You wouldn't happen to know what goes on in that room, would you? Because that seems to be where the leak's originating from.
Who wants to know?
Well, me. I'm here
Says
from
the guy in a
the
fancy
city
suit. And you got
a
big Ponzi elf friend here.
Well, we don't always get to choose the company we keep. But anyways, if you know who's inside up there, I can get this problem sorted out real quick. Listen, y'all seem like you have some kind of dominion in this area, right? This is your territory, right?
The guy knows what he sees. Well done.
All right, so let's move this observation a little bit further forward. This building seems, well, I'm not going to say nice because I don't want to lie to you fine gentlemen, but I will say that if we don't get this plumbing issue fixed, you're going to be the landlords of a nice nasty swamp. Now, do you want to downgrade from whatever this block is to a swamp?
Make a con check. You will be at like -3 because they're already really suspicious of you and Deadbolt.
Okay.
That's too good. Nice. Very nice.
Well, for you and your friend here, entry 69. 40 for the elf, 20 for you pink skin.
Now, if I understand correctly, he done already paid his toll.
Yeah, and then left.
Well, I mean, you ain't got no stamp on the hand like an amusement park ride or nothing. This is like a one-time entry type deal. I mean, it seems to me that once you
we can
pay,
stamp on his hand if you want.
I turn and I see what you mean. I just wire the money over at this point, just the 60.
A friend, go fix that plumbing and don't ask about the top floor again. Got ya?
Crystal clear, amigo. And with that, I walk on past him, taking my hat off because I'm inside.
Okay. Deadbot, as you go
And,
past the orc who was tailing you before, gives you a bit of a shoulder.
I just ignore him.
And for everyone out there in MP3 land, Tag rolled a 4 on his con, and everyone else who was trying to perceive him failed.
203, yeah. Okay. You're now inside. You notice that the lighting here is still somewhat sketchy, although most of the mobs are working in this area. Rubbish piled up, ads still bombarding you. A lot of people milling about.
As we go upstairs to the house, I assume that we arrive. I'm going to knock on the door real fast one more time.
Yeah, as you get to apartment 112, you hear the loud dubstep music.
As I knock, I say, building management.
What do you want?
Yeah, we got notice of a plumbing leak coming from upstairs. It's about to, you're going to end up with a whole lot of dry, rotten nastiness if you don't let us in to take a look at.
Where's your work order? And you notice the light on the keyhole changes again.
Like, unfortunately, nowadays, we don't use paper for too much. You're just going to have to take me at face value here, but you're going to have yourself a serious problem.
Can you order the comlink then?
Yeah, unfortunately, the spam in this area. How do you guys deal with that? Unfortunately, the one the city done gave me is just a metal link. It can't deal with the spam, so I had to turn it off. I don't know if I'll be able to work through that. But trust me, it's already upstairs. It gets down to here, you're going to lose a lot of your provisions.
Make a con check again, -3. The guy got a little bit antsy after Deadbot anyway, and he's a bit paranoid.
Sure.
Nah, without work order, not letting you in. You could be here as Rob Sowerella.
I'm gonna edge it.
Okay.
So I've got, what did I have right there? Man, our dice are not on today. So with 14 -3, that's 11, so I get to roll 9. There we go, 4.
Okay. Fine. Be quick about it. And the door, you hear the click, click, clunk of the chain coming off. And then a of a bolt, and then a...
As that's happening, I sub-vocal the deadbolt. Go do your thing, I'll occupy him.
He opens
Give
the
him a
door.
little step in. How you doing today, sir? Thank you for opening the door. I can't tell you how much
look
I
like city
appreciate
workman. This guy suddenly sort of answering the door, like bathrobe around himself, like kind of scraggly beard, old, you know, not like old, but he's certainly like late 50s, and he's certainly looking older than he should be. Sort of sallow skin, hair kind of beginning to fizzle out in some parts.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
look
let
like
the
workman.
I'm gonna let the charisma spell drop, so I'm not maintaining that anymore. And then I'm going to cast influence on him. Well, that's because I'm not the workman. My friend here is the workman. He's actually just gonna have a look around your kitchen. You think that's all right? And then I cast influence on him to make him think that it's okay.
Okay, go. Feel free to cast it. What do I resist with? It's willpower plus.
It's willpower and logic.
Willpower and life.
Willpower and logic. I'm gonna cast it at force 1. Once again, I'm gonna break it with 5 reagents.
Oh, 3 hits on my defense test.
Oh, I'm going to, just to make it seem more legit, I'm going to sub-vocalize these guys, or whatever the hell, that the guy's name is supposedly Joseph.
Joseph. That's all right. I got 4 hits, so for 4 minutes, he should be fine with it.
Be quick about it.
Sure, Joseph. We'll do everything we can. Say, you mind? Well, yeah. Is it fine if I come on in? Yeah.
Come on, just get my friend to be quick about it. And he sort of steps back in, and sort of unblocking the door for
Yeah.
you.
I pat Deadbolt on the shoulder and I say, "You go ahead and do your work. I'll go ahead and exchange pleasantries with Joseph here." And then I wait by the door with Joseph as he goes in.
Righto, when I walk in.
Okay. Deborah, you kind of step around very quickly into this kitchen living room area, which now Tag and the occupant Joseph are kind of standing in the middle of. You notice that the kitchen is very unclean. Like, there's cups lying around and, like, takeaway boxes and dishes with spoons in them and some sort of gunk in the bottom that used to at some point be some sort of soy cereal.
So there's a cupboard full of, was it pots and pans, and that's what the thing's supposed to be next to?
You could have a look in the
You're
cupboard.
you're looking for a floorboard near the cupboard that has the pots and the pans. So find the cupboard with the pots and the pans and look for the floorboard near that.
Alright, is the guy looking at me at the moment, or is he facing the door?
He's kind of switching
I
between the
guess.
two of you right now, kind of trying to keep an eye on both of you.
Yeah, don't worry about him. He might have to go through some of the cabinets and whatnot in order to get the work done, because as I understand it, does the piping run through the floor, or does the piping run through the cabinets in this unit?
You're the plumber.
Okay. That's fine. He's
make
going to have a
make
look around.
It would be a con fast talk, so make a con check.
Sure.
And it'll be performance, because you're trying to keep him entertained. Like, it'll be a performance check.
Well, he's already influenced, so he said it was okay to...
Yeah, he's
To be in the
totally okay
apartment
with
and
Deadbolt
everything.
looking around, but he might still want to keep an eye on him. It's a small apartment, so...
I go to the sink and check the cabinets under that.
He's kind of lowered his resistance now, I'd say, so... One success. He's keeping an eye on both of you, but he's mostly, like, talking to you, Tag. Like, he's got very little attention on Deadbolt. He will still get to see, but it'll be a negative. Deadbolt,
Sure.
yeah, you start going through the cupboards. Make me a... perception check.
One.
These dice!
You
It
can
takes
edge that if you want to re-roll all the ones that
I mean, just
failed.
looking
if you
through
want to make
cupboards,
a
like, it's very hard to just fail that roll to find pots and pans. It's
Oh,
more to
okay.
do with how fast it'll take him. Like, Deadbolt, it takes you, like, a good minute of going through the cupboards, though, because there is so much crap, and you open some of them, and, like, stuff starts falling out. Like, just, like, mostly in one place, it's, like, empty crockery that's just, like, being used, and he's never bothered washing up, just left in one of them, and it starts falling out, and you're, like, catching it and trying to put back in. It takes you about a minute, and the guy's, like, looking over, trying to spot you during the process.
I'm just sort of talking to myself,
taking enough
like,
time
oh
to
yeah,
use
here's
probably
the
four
pipe.
dice.
Looks like it goes through to this one.
Oh, 3 hits. What do you think
No,
you're
look,
doing?
another.
He starts walking over to the kitchen. You do manage to find one of the ones like next to the sink that's got a load of pots and pans in it that don't seem to be washed up. But he's now sort of stepped next to you like, what do you think you're doing?
With
I'm just
influence,
tracking
he
where the
should be
pipes are
fine
going.
with... Yeah, whatever we're doing with the pipes, like, he should just be cool with it.
Yeah, he is, but he's letting you look. He's fine with it, but he's also like really confused about what's going on and stuff, and he will be like questioning you. But he's totally fine with you looking for it. He's just a bit afraid you might be stealing something from him.
Okay.
But he's totally fine with what
I mean,
you influenced
technically-
him to do, which is to let you have a look around. He's just kind of a bit curious that you might be stealing stuff from him, because the place he lives. What do you think you're doing with that? Yeah.
Don't
I'm just
worry about
checking where the
that, my
pipes
friend.
are.
Hey, what are they charging you on this place right now? What rent are they trying to charge you?
Deadbolt, make a con check. Tag and make a performance check.
I get a 2.
Edmund critically glitched.
Yep.
Oh wow.
I got 0 successes though, so I didn't beat any of your rolls. However, you did critically glitch. Critical glitch on a performance check. Is influence a sustained spell?
No, it just works. I don't have to sustain it.
No. I'd say with that, like, you accidentally kick over, like, one of the small tables nearby that's got, like, a pile of, like, random takeaway boxes and stuff on it, as you go forward to kind of block him. And it kind of collapses all onto the ground, and he just gets him a little bit more, like, annoyed that you're here.
Nah,
effectively,
Rick. I'm
he's gonna
sorry. I'm gonna try and clean this up real fast. I
No,
start
you-
leaning
you
down and
better.
trying to clean.
You're coming here, waking me up.
But yeah, what are they charging you for renting this place?
Too much.
I'm sorry for the trouble. I'm just trying. Okay. Well, if you can give me a number, if we have to do like invasive maintenance or anything like that, there is a rent reduction for the month. So, if you can give me a specific number, I can help you out a little, and also
Talk
reimburse you
to
for the damn table.
Talk to Juarez. He runs the block. Kids. Deadbolt, yeah. You start looking around the floor. What's nearby?
Yeah, no, I found that particular cupboard. I try and glance at the floorboards and put a hand on them, see if I can notice any raised ones or whatever.
Make a perception roll. You get +3 because you know what you're specifically looking for now.
Perception. +3. I get a 3.
Quite quickly, actually, you find one of the floorboards is loose, and you sort of push it down, and it sort of slides back. And you notice that below it is a small, metal container. Just a sort of a loose top that you pull open. And inside is a syringe with a little, safety nib on the end to make sure that you can't accidentally inject it. And it seems to be some sort of dark brown sort of gunk in there that sort of shifts around slightly.
Can I quickly and sneakily grab that and stow it away in a pocket?
Go on, make a sleight of hand check.
I assume inside the metal container.
Would that be palming?
Yeah, palming. I critically glitched. And with that, while you piling the stuff back up, Tag, Joseph comes over and he's, trying to gesture at you to be faster about it. He actually knocks it over again.
I say, well, see, now we're both Butterfingers, so now we both got to work on it.
If you didn't come in here interrupting majesty. Deadbolt, you just very quickly, straight up your arm, inside your sleeve. You're good.
Hey, amigo, how's it going in there?
Back.
You find that pipe?
Yeah, I got it. Looks like the problem's in one of the other rooms.
Alright. Well, I'm sorry to bother you, Joseph. By all means, though, talk to Juarez about the rent reduction that you're owed by nature of the maintenance coming through, alright? We'll get out of your hair now.
Leave me in peace. He sort of turns back and you sort of go through the door.
Was this guy really asleep with that music blasting?
Some people are weird sleepers, man. I know people that sleep with the radio on and stuff. It blows my... I need total quiet. Even rainfall keeps me awake. I need absolute silence. But some people, they can sleep through anything.
You close the door and you start walking away, and you notice that at the end of the corridor, having been somewhat disturbed by the old man shouting and so on, a guy sort of younger in his 30s, sort of heavily tanned skin, pokes his head out. Seems to be an orc by the small tusks coming out from his jaw, though not as prominent as some of the gang members around here. Well, can I help you? What's going on?
Where did he come from?
I poked his head out of one of the doors further down. You can't really tell from this angle which door it is, but it looks like it's maybe about 100, somewhere around there.
Don't worry about it. We're just doing routine maintenance down here. We got a pipe broke upstairs somewhere, and we're trying to figure out the path to water.
Is something wrong?
Yeah. We got a call about one of the pipes being broken, so we decided to swing on through, but we verified it's not on this floor that's coming out, so we're going to have to get a specialist out here, unfortunately. It doesn't seem to be on any of the physical pipes. We might need someone that specializes.
Which room?
Well, we thought it was this one right here, but seeing from the guy downstairs, it seems like there's been problems. I described the room. It's got all the mana barriers on and everything. It seems the problem was up there, according to the guys at the front door.
Make a contract. You can have +2 because reasons.
He doesn't like him, that's why. That's a 4.
That is not a glitch for mine, but I only got 1 success. Alright, that's a bit worrying. Pound 112, you say?
Yeah, we'll take care of it, though.
I hope Joe's didn't give you too much trouble.
I could tell he's a nice guy beneath the crusty exterior.
He's not,
I smile as I put my hat back on.
Crusty old asshole.
There you go.
I much preferred the previous tenant. Just paid money and never showed up. Even better.
Well, I can't speak much to that. I was trying to be polite, but hey, it's your building, so If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go get somebody with the specialized tools required to get the work done, yeah?
Fair enough. Let me know if you need any help or anything.
Sure. And then with that, I start heading down the stairs.
Okay. You both leave?
Back straight out the front. No trouble?
The trolls sort of eye you as you go out, sniggering. Maybe they were making jokes at your expense. You don't know. But you don't suffer any trouble on the way out.
I'm a Catholic priest. I'm used to it. We'll step on out the front door, and I'll sub-vocal to everybody. We're good. Let's get out of here.
Is there a bus? Tell me there's a bus.
There is a bus available. You have to wait like 15 minutes.
Yes.
The buses here aren't particularly regular. But yeah, you manage to wait 15 minutes and the bus shows up and you leave.
Is there a dealer on the bus?
Make a perception check.
Gotta get that bus bump. 4.
There's a kid up front, like probably like 15 or something. Dwarf. Looks like maybe he like, if he's not a dealer, he's certainly probably packing something.
I'm gonna go sit right behind him. Start whispering in his ear. Hey, hey kid. You got any? You got any jazz, or you know I could get some? Like, you got any jazz?
Can I help you, fellow? You fucking jazz, mate.
Just I just need a little. You know how it is, man. Just a little get by. You understand?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh God. Wait, what is persuasion?
Negotiation.
One
success.
It's gonna fail.
You are not good at scoring smag, man. Normally it's not
know,
this
I'm hard.
complicated.
I got no idea what you're talking about. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You could be talking about something completely innocent. Don't deal in that stuff myself. I've got, grades to keep up or whatever. He's got like full-on tattoos down one arm or whatever.
Yeah. Whatever you say, kid. Stay in school, okay? Just you're a good kid. And just mumble as I walk away.
Okay, as you walk away, you notice that he like had a Stanley knife, like he just pulled out of his sleeve just in case he starts putting it back in.
What's a Stanley knife? Is that like a switchblade? I don't know the terminology.
No, it's one of the wood little hardware tools and stuff, like the little break-off blades that break off in like little 1-inch segments, and you slide out and you use them for scoring like bits of card or whatever. Or
Okay.
Oh, what do they call those things? You call it Stanley because that's the brand. Fucking hell.
Is it like an X-Acto knife or like a box cutter?
kind of an X-Acto
it's a
knife
box
is kind of the
cutter.
brand for like
It's
the
a
little
box
craft
cutter.
ones are like much more. Box cutters, like you can get box cutters, tiny little ones that are not like, they're just like throwaway tiny little ones. The Stanley knife's the one where you get the break-off blades.
Oh,
and
a
stuff.
carpet knife.
Yeah,
Somebody's
like
saying
more
in
like a
chat.
carpet knife. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Well, we got what we came for, so to the hospital.
Most what we came for.
I don't laugh
look at
in
the
character,
place.
but out of character. I presume we should be able to walk around, and with that, actually, I want to sense. I'm going to astrally perceive the syringe. You got that syringe on you? You can hold it up? Well, I look around the bus. Maybe that's better left for later. Hold on. I'm going to take a look at that thing, though.
Let's get out of the public first. You don't want someone just noticing that.
So with that, we ride the bus. Where we all headed? We going back to Deadbolt's place?
I have to go back to I have to go there. My bike's there.
Okay, I don't know. Calm down.
Yeah,
All
fair
right,
enough.
so we ride back to Deadbolt's place.
Okay. You take a bus, you get off the bus, you got another bus, you eventually make it back to Deadbolt's. Nice neighborhood, completely different from where you were before. Privilege. Money. Such a big change.
There's no dealers. It's awful.
There's probably
And if
dealers,
there
they're
are
probably just a lot
dealers?
higher class.
They wear polo shirts basically when they go
Yeah.
around the neighborhood.
But they're not on the corner. They're like sitting at a park bench or something.
No, you've got to phone them up like their delivery around here.
Yeah, they just
God.
they come in. That's what the housewives score their Ativan from.
Yeah.
Those classy dealers. college educated. As we go inside,
I got
I
my
Gotta
I-
keep my
stance.
grades up or something.
Debo, you got that syringe as we're walking in up the stairs.
I show it him.
Okay, so
Any
I take
ideas?
the syringe. I'm gonna astrally perceive, and then
Okay.
I'm going to sense it just to make sure that it's not an awakened concoction or anything.
As far as you can tell, nothing seems to stand out about it. It seems to be very greyish and mundane and manufactured.
I'm gonna try one more time at a -1.
What is wrong with our dice?
Oh no.
2 hits, you spend a little longer on it and you try and focus on it as you start sitting down and planning. Still seems to be mostly a mundane manufactured item of some kind.
Does it have any
Nothing
type
really
of
there.
indicators on the side of the syringe itself? Any type of lot that it was
It
constructed
seems
in
to
or
be like
anything?
a generic syringe that's just had something sucked into it. Doesn't seem to be like labeled or anything.
Mass
No
produced.
markings.
Yeah, okay.
Well, as far as knowing what it is, it appears as though our employer has covered his trail a little bit. Doesn't appear to be magical, though. I only asked because I was checking, and a thought that had occurred to me when I was waiting outside for you to get back from the plumbing job.
Make,
Is what if
anyone got medicine?
I've got biology?
You may roll that.
Is medicine first aid?
No, it would be different.
Oh, I see it. Got it.
Just dice are not on today. The dice are not happy.
They really aren't. I mean, the stuff inside kind of looks vaguely kind of gunky biological, but beyond that,
I'll give it another go at a -1.
you start like looking up a few things on your like comlink just to compare.
No, can't seem to get it today. Just can't seem to get it.
No,
These rolls
sadly,
are
fine.
so bad.
it's just some sort of gunky substance that you can't really tell.
It's irrelevant to the run, so I'm not really that concerned about it. We're not supposed to know anyways. A thought that had occurred to me is, what if we inject this poor dear bastard with this thing,
By the
and
way,
it causes him...
Gatto and Deadbolt, you can both make logic checks if you want for this. You just won't be able to add any bonuses.
Right?
One.
Gatto, you get the same thing I told Tag.
Yeah, a 1 on a 6 is a lot better than a 1 on a 10, though. Ooh,
Look
very
at that.
nice.
2 on a 2.
Huh.
2 on 2 dice, yeah. You look at it and you're like, kind of looks a little bit like old blood. Maybe with some sort of slight thinner or something that stops it like just congealing into like solid. But it looks like some sort of blood that's been, you know, kept a while.
Blood? But why would they inject him with blood? Why would they do that?
You're not certain, but it's a good guess. It also, if it was
So-
dead and had been dried for a while like that, it wouldn't appear on a sensing test because it's no longer alive.
I was about to bring that up. I was about to send them out on the mission and spend the rest of the time of the day just sensing it all day long, because with 6 hits I can get nanites.
Too bad.
All right, well, it don't look like nothing polite inside of there. How do we want to handle the hospital portion of this job?
Well, if it's not magical, then I really think it could get in there easily. They wouldn't notice it.
Sure.
If possible, it'd be good to go for the complete stealth option. Prefer not to encounter anyone during it. But then we have to work out what on earth we do at the other end of the thing.
You call that stealth? Just walking in the front door and into the bodyguards twice. You call that stealth? Huh?
Hold on. What if we were to procure a doctor's card, an identification badge, and a set of scrubs and a lab coat? We could just walk in saying we're a doctor checking on his vitals, and that'd be that. I have the biological expertise required. The only thing we would need is the ID badge. We can get the other things from wherever supplier you want to get them from. I think I may have someone who can help me out with this. And with that, I pull out my Metalink, and I'm going to dial Miss Lotta.
Okay. You dial Zlata up. Feel free to make a... What's her loyalty?
Her loyalty, I'm pretty sure it's a 6. Let me make sure, though. Just to make sure. Yes, her loyalty's a 6.
Connection is a
4.
Damn.
4. Yeah, so she's very likely to answer the phone. I'll just double check if she does. Yeah, she answers the phone. So it rings a few times, and then... Oh, hello, darling. Dad, how are you today? Edmund, it's been too long.
It really, really has, sweet thing. It really, really has. Hey, I've got a question for you. In your line of work, do any of your ladies service a doctor from, what was the name of the hospital?
It was London Memorial.
London Memorial Hospital. Your girls work with anybody from over there with any frequency?
Ooh, let me check. There, they may do. I may have many customers. You know, people of well-off proportions, you know, people like plastic surgeons. Many of them have excess money to burn. Of course, my girls are well known for being of high standard.
No, absolutely. The last mile does nothing but the best. Well, if you happen to have one of your girls who spent a little bit of time with the doctor from over there, if you could have her swipe an ID badge for me, what would that cost me?
Door, an ID badge, darling. That is, and procuring an item of such and possibly pissing off for one of my many valued customers, you can understand that is a tough sell. You're asking quite a lot of me, darling.
Well, you know, I think the best of you, so it's only right that I ask the best too, right? I know your skill levels.
Dar, you do know my skill levels, darling. Too well. Okay, I can maybe see if I can do it for... What do we say, like 500 annoying, get you a full ID badge if possible? Maybe take a clone of some sort of ID stamp if we can?
That sounds fantastic. Thank you for your help, darling.
That I'll do my best.
How long you figure before we can expect that to come on in, since I got an employer waiting on me?
Dr. Kirk, I believe, has an appointment this afternoon. I will see what I can do.
That's just what I wanted to hear. Thank you very, very much, beautiful. I look forward to hearing from you.
I will ask Lemon Drop to do her best to separate him from his, clothes and ID.
Yeah, give Lemon Drop my best. I'll see you later. And with that, I hang
Very
up.
well, darling. Cool.
All right, so I got us a line on an ID badge from an old friend. She runs a bunch of hookers out through London. She got one of her girls that services one of the doctors over there. She's going to swipe the ID badge and possibly some of his biometrics, but we're going to see what happens. But whatever comes back, I should be able to make it out to, and I point at Deadbolt, you should look like a full-fledged doctor with a badge and everything else by the time this gets done. So if there's a medical supply place around here, we can get some scrubs and a lab coat from and a stethoscope. I think we'll be in business.
All right, sounds like a plan. Though the less time I spend pretending to be a doctor, the better. I'd like to keep things more stealthy if possible.
Sure.
Maybe go in the night.
We won't have much time anyway. If this guy's responsible, he'll report it right away. He'll report the ID missing right away, and they'll black it out. You know they will.
Well, with any luck, he's off work already, and it seems like he's spending his after hours causing a little bit of trouble. If we're real lucky with the identity badge, we'll get a ping on his SIN, and maybe I'll give him a little call and tell him I know about his evening activities, and then maybe that gets forwarded to his employer if he doesn't leave the card active for the rest of the night.
Oh, I like that. I like that. He's well. Let's hope he cares.
Yeah, it's true. There is no accounting for taste, and some people just made of Teflon. They just don't care. Well then, Deadbolt, let's go get you some clothing, yeah? And with that, I grab him by his shoulder and I start to lead him out the front door.
Okay. Deadbolt, do you like a disguise kit or anything?
And I hope so.
Maybe. I may have forgotten to actually buy one.
Just get some Play-Doh, stick it on his face. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
Those little fake mustaches, the glasses, and everything. You're good.
With the big nose and the mustache.
Big no.
I think I don't have it, but I could buy one.
Okay. Sure. If you anyone got a fix-it, you could buy a disguise kit through, or disguise workshop if you want one.
The workshop would take a while to arrive.
Yeah, but I assume you could get the pieces you need ASAP, and the rest could come over the next couple of days.
I could try a contact.
Do it.
Thinking who would be better for it.
If you've got this all covered, can you show me the jacuzzi? I really need to relax. You understand?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
let
up
him make
there,
himself at home.
second door.
There you go. That's
Give
the way
him
to
directions.
be hospitable.
I'm like half naked by the time I get out of the room.
Yeah, as he goes out of the room, I whisper to Deadbolt, it might be best if we keep him out of the more sensitive affairs. The boy's a genius with the RC cars or whatever it is he does. Believe me. I saw him do some incredible things with machinery when we were on our way out of San Diego headed east. But, I don't know, the addiction seems to have hit the boy a little hard. So maybe keep him away from anything that can be easily broken.
Yeah, probably for the best. Hopefully won't break anything in that room.
Hopefully it's a sturdy jacuzzi, that's all I can say. He is a big orc.
It'll be fine, probably.
Gato, you get up there, you're like
Maybe.
already naked by the time you burst open the door. You like hit the button on the jacuzzi and it just starts filling with water, and then like the bubbles come on. And then you notice that there's like a little computer panel at the side, and it adds like different types of bubble bath stuff to it and scents.
Dude, direct neural interface to the bubble bath. Become the bubble bath. You could take a bubble bath
Rig
or you
the
could
bubble
be a
bath.
bubble bath.
I just want to relax, man. I couldn't get a hit. I just want to relax. Just put the bubbles on and just relax. I'm just gonna climb in and chill. I'm just gonna climb in and relax. If anyone has anything important, they'll buzz me. I'm sure.
Cool. So Deadbot, who are you gonna hit up for this kit? I mean, any of you can hit up Zod if you want.
That's the point.
Yeah.
I'll try running something by Zod and see if he any
Okay.
use.
So you ping Zod.
Chat has the most amazing suggestions. Hey, Gato, why don't you steal his TVs and trade them for Jazz? Okay.
Jazz hands.
Damn it.
Oh, these like 1009, 2009 like tridios. Sure.
Jazz
The home is
inhaled?
ruined.
What do you do with Jazz? Is it inhaled or injected?
Mostly it's inhaled, mostly.
See, that's your cosplay, dude. You gotta go get an inhaler. Just a fake inhaler that just makes the noise so that all the time. Whew.
Or you just get some like powder and like a glass surface and like a credit card. You might get arrested.
We might also get banned from Twitch. I'm pretty sure you're not
You
allowed to
probably
do
would get
that.
banned from Twitch. No, that's
Yeah.
totally not how it works, Twitch. Not at all. So yeah, Deadbolt, do you call up Zod?
Yeah, I'll try Zod.
Okay, like first ring goes through, and it goes through to a matrix connection. Ah, hello there, Deadbolt. How is the run going? Have you maggots managed to screw it up already?
Can I hear this?
Well, there's
No, Deadbolt's like put a line through, unless he's deliberately like added you to the call.
well, nothing we've done's caused issues, but the house that we got the syringe from, there was someone living there.
And
Well, it sort of sounded like whoever gave us this job owned the place, and that's why they hid the thing there. Could have warned us about having to sneak past the guy. Or talk
you have
past him
heard
as
the
we went.
rule about assumptions.
Oh, well, anyway, we got the thing.
Assuming
Working on the
makes an
next
ass
step.
out of you and me.
He's
Mostly
got
out
to
of
finish
you,
the
let's be
statement because he
honest.
didn't take the bait.
Yes. Yes.
So anyway, something I could do with picking up. I know you're not so interested in the physical side of the world, but I could do with a disguise kit. I wonder if there's a way that you could get one to me.
How quickly do you need this disguise kit then, Deadbolt?
Well, if I could get some basic components by the evening.
This evening? That is a pretty tall order there, James. I can see what I can do.
Zod's got like connection
Well,
one.
it's-
We all metagame now know that he's lame. It's like, oh, this dude doesn't know anybody. What the hell are we working for this dude for? work at the Quickie Mart and they'd have more
Oh,
connection.
Deadbolt, my single-celled friend. I can make that happen, although delivery at such short notice, I would have to pull a few favors, twiddle a few strings, you know. It wouldn't come cheap. Are you looking for just a simple kit? Are you looking for something a little bit more elaborate?
You hear me in the background
Well-
say, don't let him blackmail you for nothing. I don't know what the conversation is doing right now, but I'm like, tell him plus expenses. Plus expenses. It's getting expensive, and he never meant the pay go up, or he do it for free.
Well, in the long term, I might want a workshop. But for now, I just want the basic stuff. I mean, if you can... Like, whatever works. Yeah, there's a room up in-
James, my young friend. What works for you? I can provide anything for a price.
Well, as long as it's a
Yes.
reasonable one.
Oh, all my prices are reasonable. Just depends if you can pay.
What are you thinking?
Well, there's the expense plus, you know, the cost of trying to get you extra fast. Whether you want a kit or a full-on workshop, I can provide it for an extra 20% on top by tonight.
Alright, get me a kit.
Very well. I'll provide it to your
Although,
house. Don't
what
worry.
with the complications we've been having so far, you know, this job's turning into a little bit more work than it was before. Plus, we don't even know what's going to happen once we actually use this syringe on the guy. For all I know, we have to smuggle the entire guy out the place. He may not even want smuggling out.
Oh,
When he says that, I say, oh, I might have to smuggle his spirit out. You ever think about that one? You ever smuggled a spirit before? It's a pain in my ass.
poor James. Hard work. My heart bleeds for you.
So, bearing that all in mind, I think 10% is a little bit more reasonable. If you want this thing going off smoothly.
I would say make a negotiation check, but you already agreed to 20%. Make a negotiation check at like -3. You had already agreed to a price.
Negotiation. -3. 0.
No! You just got punked.
Deadbolt, deadbolt, deadbolt. The first thing about negotiations is... don't with me. You gonna send the money over?
Alright.
Okay, you
Send
ping
it
in
over.
the cost plus
Fancy.
20%. If you want to look up the cost of a disguise kit, that's fine. Very well, it'll be with you by courier in the next 4 hours. Please enjoy your fake moustache and spectacles. Is there
glad you
anything else you
included
want? Perhaps a
I
pin
think
on
that's all for
tail,
now.
face paint,
If anything comes up, I'll contact you.
false nose, wig.
They should all be part of the kit, shouldn't they?
They probably are, but I had something else in mind. At which point you get a file attachment, and it's a picture of you in clown makeup.
Rat prick. I don't like this guy none. I don't like working for a dude like this.
I closed the attachment. Well, maybe we'll have a job in a fairground sometime.
Now that is a job I look forward to, provided I can have access to all the cameras. I would pay at least half your fee for that run. If only for the lulls.
Well, thanks
Did
for
you
your
just say
business.
lulls?
Yes.
Wow.
Is that a dated term by this point?
Come back in
Very.
Vogue.
It's had enough time to go out and then come back in.
And then go out again and come back in by this
Yeah,
stage.
yeah. It's like how the girls are all wearing mom jeans nowadays, but those are like an 80s thing, you know.
Yeah.
It rotates.
Been a good 60 years since now, so.
Like bell bottoms
Yeah,
came
and
back in the
Nicole?
90s.
Oh, well, you get a text
Turn
Turn
it
it
message.
I shouldn't give
How
him
rude.
ideas. He'll. Next thing we know, we will be in a fairground.
Well, if I'm just going to be relaxing in the tub, can I spend some time looking up some information on that wonderful orc that tried to push me out of the way and didn't really do much job?
Can indeed. Make a matrix search extended test.
Oh boy.
So, Deadbolt, please tell me he didn't charge you for that kit. I say as I walk in after I hear the phone turn off.
He did, but had to get it. Should have had one already, really.
An observation. I don't know how often you work with Johnsons or whatever, but typically you get the stuff for free as part of the associated costs. I'm not saying this as a dig, a slight towards yourself, and I dust off his lapel. But well, in the future, we may want to select our employer a little bit more carefully. Something tells me that a Johnson that's willing to double dig off his runners, he gets double crossed a lot.
You would know that from
Yeah,
experience
well, either way,
that it depends on the run. Some runs, if you want to buy equipment and stuff that's long-lasting, not one use, it's totally down to you to have it or provide it or to assume to have it already.
Well, either way, I intend to get a little bit extra out of him when this is all done. I imagine something's going to go horribly wrong, and it's not going to be our fault.
Yeah, you and me both. All right. Well, you got the kit. How long is it gonna be till it gets here?
Yeah, he said 4 hours.
All right, that was perfectly fine because Lemon Drop needs a little bit of time to work her magic on Dr. Kirk or Cole or whatever the hell his name was. Don't matter none. Either way, she got to get the key card, and it'll be over here by this evening too. So, ain't nothing left to do but hang out and get ourselves comfortable. You got any beer around this joint?
Yeah. It points me in the direction of the kitchen.
I'm off.
We probably want to try and find out a little bit more about the hospital. Work out where this guy is exactly. Whether he's in one room on his own and there's others there.
It sounds like he left you alone. He's in the kitchen with beer.
I could probably hear him. Kitchens are always catchy. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
we won't
really
have been too
my
far
area of
away.
expertise. My hope would be that our dear friend Gato upstairs will be able to find the layout of the place, or at least dig something up out of the Matrix. As far as magic goes, I can't go near the place without Watcher Spirits knowing I'm coming.
And little do you know that I'm actually looking up KO. And I got 10 successes, by the way.
Yeah.
Damn.
So 10 successes. You find out some information that she kind of dropped off the grid a couple of years ago after she took part in a pretty high-profile underground fighting match, and got absolutely trounced by a stand-in for some other relatively high-profile guy who at the minute had to drop out because of some issues. And this guy called Pug just came out of nowhere and just completely trounced her. It was a good match. You even find a grainy video that someone shot from Comlink at the back of the stage.
Oh, did they shoot it in vertical? Please tell me they didn't shoot it in
It was
vertical.
shot in vertical.
Oh, man.
Vertical. Sons of bitches.
I actually spent some time trying to fix it, trying to chop off whatever's on the top and the bottom to make it a little more decent.
Yeah, you can do
but,
that really quick.
ugh,
You're pretty good at that. You got it done. Bam.
excellent. I'm going to
Probably like a
re-upload it
sharpener.
and just tell... I'm going to tell the guy off in about 16 paragraphs about how vertical images are just terrible, even though this was posted a long time ago.
This is like a Necro post from 2 years ago, but yeah, sure.
You always got that
okay.
nice necro, bro. That's always the first reply.
Yeah, my mind is just single focus. Then I'm trying to look up what the hell is she doing on some street corner in Lambeth.
You can't really tell. The information that you got suggested she kind of ended up out of the fighting scene after she was completely and utterly trounced by just some random stand-in dude. And
But there's no other public information.
There's no public information. There's some hints and stuff that she kind of ended up working around for enforcement or something. Just some people chatting about, in forums saying, oh, I guess she's working for us here, or I heard she's just, doing some street enforcement or something, but nothing substantial.
But she's not legit enforcement like Wolverine.
No one seems to suggest that.
Okay. But I'm going to enjoy my bubble bath.
Oh yeah, it's nicely scented and everything. So a few hours pass. Anyone do anything in a few hours?
No, I'm just gonna R&R.
Deadbolt. There is a bing boom. Oh, do you have a special doorbell? You're a high class place. You could have a special doorbell.
It plays the
This
1812
is-
overture.
Oh no. It does definitely not do that. It's just a normal doorbell.
What's a normal doorbell in London sound like? Is it different than here in the States?
It's super classy. You push the button, it's like, just a moment. Sounds like Winston Churchill.
Whoa, that's
Oh
loud.
god.
That's so
Here we
loud.
go.
You're exploding my eardrums.
Strangely, Deadbolt, while Tag has been talking about, just randomly chatting about doorbells and stuff with you at some point in this 4 hours, you find that your doorbell rings, and it is playing the 1812 Overture. You're not sure who uploaded the 1812 Overture to your doorbell.
Yeah, you're pretty sure.
I'm like, oh no, he hasn't. Oh, whatever. I just go and answer the door.
There's a package there, and a drone that sort of lowered it, waits for the door to open, and as soon as it opens and sees you, there's a sort of recognition. It's taking a picture or it's doing a facial recognition thing, and it just flies off.
I grab the package. Is there a way of like shutting off the doorbell? Does it just carry on or what?
You are trying to shut off your doorbell right now. It's not responding to the normal shut off command.
Well,
What
how
this
did he
comes
even
down
get
to
in?
is-
Can,
Crying out loud.
Can Deadbolt hear Gato upstairs humming along with the doorbell and waving my arms with the bubbles coming up?
She's making a mess. There's bubbles everywhere now.
At this point, one of the security cameras you got all around your house because it's high quality. Every single trivia screen starts playing Gato going. Bubbles going everywhere.
And this is how the
Sh-
pink
shut
mohawk
up, this-
starts.
The shadow says like, for God's sake, will you stop it?
Can't hear you. Too much fun.
Tag. No response to that?
I'm sitting there with a tall boy on his couch, just nope.
Lord's name in vain.
Does it finish or does it just carry on?
It ends at the end of the overture.
Alright, I just give up and sit down and wait for it to finish.
And the vid screens
I
go
open the
off.
package.
Inside you find like a load of cosmetic items, things for changing like skin tone, things for adding like mild tusks, adding a bit of flesh to like pad out your cheekbones or extend noses, etc. Basically a load of prosthetics, including a few different types of hair dye and hair extensions and false wigs. Good amount of disgusting.
Oh my god, is the doctor going to be a troll? Is an elf going to have to be a troll tonight? That'd be amazing.
Don't give him ideas.
Super padded.
He's basically just a walking pillow with shoes.
Yep.
Overheating like crazy.
Tag, you also get a call.
I pick up.
Oh, darling. It's good you picked up. Lemon Drop has had Dr. Kirk over. It seems that after having his usual gin and tonic in his service, he seems to have fallen asleep, and unfortunately we charge by the hour, you see, so he will be paying a fairly high price.
Well, you know, that man's got the money coming, though. Ain't nobody work harder than a doctor. That's why he falls asleep so quickly after you got done with him. You know, let him have his rest. I'm sure he'll be fine.
That's exactly my thinking, darling. And unfortunately, he seems to have dropped his Tomlink somewhere. What a shame. It seems
Well.
that it may have been dropped round about your doorstep.
Oh, that's strange. Well, there, let me go take a look, and I go out to look at the doorstep.
There is like fairly willowy for a dwarf, blonde dwarf lady standing on your doorstep in a somewhat revealing tank top that's sort of covered by this sort of heavy beige coat right now.
Does her beard go down into the... No, I shouldn't ask these things.
In my dwarf stand.
As I open the door and see her, I say, "What you got for me, sweetheart?"
Madam says to give you this.
Thank you very, very much, and I wire over 25 new yen for her time.
Well, thank you very much, darling.
Yeah, you tell the madam that, well, I miss being around the last mile. I truly do. All right, you have yourself a pleasant evening.
Oh yeah, and if you ever want a service, just let me know. Ask for candy. She winks at you and
Price now. And I
Steps
close
away.
the door.
inside is a rating for comlink.
Chat says it's actually blowback in disguise.
Blowback, super good disguise. Yeah, inside you find a rating for comlink. fully loaded with the SIN and licenses for a Dr. Kirk. He seems to be a blonde elf, about 6 foot tall. He has
Whoa.
a magical
House.
rating and a license attached as well.
You hear me from the front of the room like, oh yeah, jackpot. No sweat, Chummins. We got this thing. We hit the jackpot. Hey, Deadbolt.
I come over and have a look. Don't even need this
Voila.
thing. Holding up the disguise kit.
I mean, the face looks a little bit different to yours, and the hair is blonde and a little bit longer.
Wait, are you seriously saying that elves don't all look alike?
Yeah, what's going on here? I thought we had a well-established tendency here at Roll4It to make fun of filthy keebs whenever we can. I thought we had an agreement.
There is actually the issue of, because I'm an elf that looks like a human, I now need to disguise myself as an elf.
You do need to extend your ears a little bit more pointy now.
He's got like night elf ears. You've got like Lord of the Rings ears.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you make yourself pretty with whatever you need to do, and then off to the hospital we go.
Alright? I start using the disguise kit, try and copy as closely as I can what we have available.
Make a disguise
mean-
test.
Can I use my biology skill to figure out what buzzwords he might need to use when he goes in to give the injection? Like, oh, we need to monitor the whatever, rah, 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 you know?
Sure. Actually, it's not medicine, it's biology. I'd say yes, but at -2, it's...
Okay.
Okay. Your disguise
three
is
on the
threshold
disguise.
3, then. Anyone trying to see it through will need to roll more than 3. Or 3 to be like, take a closer look. You think that whatever phrase you come up with, he could probably come up with something equally as good, but you can try and pass on some phrases to him if you want.
You know, with a roll of 1, I'm going to be careful and not do that. I feel like a roll of 1 might hurt more than it might help.
Speaking of hurting more than it helps, at this point, slightly dripping orc comes down the stairs.
Is
Do you
this a
have a
situation
towel?
that requires pants?
Oh, I'm fully clothed. I'm just a little drippy.
Yeah. Gato, you get done with your bath?
Oh, it's so nice. Who was that at the door?
A couple deliveries for Deadbolt's mission tonight.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, we got the... Not only did we get his ID badge, we've got his SIN, and we've got his comlink, so we're in real good shape right now.
Wow, that's impressive. Who got that up again?
Old contact of mine from the old days. Lady name's Lada. She apparently does business with a lot of doctors. I chuckle.
Well, let's hope this isn't the only time we need to get into a hospital then. That sounds incredibly useful.
I turn to Deadbolt and say, you feeling all right with this? No nerves or anything? You think you can handle this?
Should be alright. Though I'm worried about holding up the impersonation for too long. At some point, people are going to work out something's not right.
Yeah, sure. Understandable.
I'm gonna flop my big ass down on the sofa, and everyone's just gonna notice that I'm incredibly relaxed compared to earlier. Just insanely relaxed. So much better. So what is the plan tonight then? It sounds like we've got all the stuff we need to get Deadbolt inside. How is he gonna get the syringe into Mr. Who's It?
Well,
We need to work out exactly where he is for a start.
I can do that, and I'm gonna go check it out. I'm looking for the floor plan of the hospital.
Okay.
yeah, if you could let me know if it's a window that faces the outside of the building. I turn to Deadbolt and I say, after you inject him with whatever needs to be done, you can just jump out the window and I'll be on that side and I can catch you with a little bit of the old wiggly magic, whatever. I'm just saying.
All right. So
I can
7
levitate
success.
things.
Not rolling more?
Oh, I guess I don't know how much I need to find the hospital layout. 8 success.
With 8 successes, you do find the entire hostel blueprint for when it was built. Extensions and stuff may have changed the floor plan, but it is a hostel. It was only built like 12 years ago, so it's relatively new. And here
Well,
you
we're
go.
looking for, let's see, it says Peter Blake is in the 3rd floor next to the medical beds ward. So where is the medical beds ward?
It would be second floor American, third floor British.
Oh, I gotcha.
And hi.
This is a big hospital.
Medical beds. Okay, so when you say he's next to it, does that mean he's in the medical beds ward, or is that in the on-call area?
He's in the medical bed area.
Okay.
Do we know where that is on the map?
Yeah, scroll down so you see second floor plan. Should be the
Alright,
third
I
picture.
see.
Dr. Kirk's comlink. Are there any videos of him so that we can learn his mannerisms and the way his voice sounds for the impersonation checks?
Yeah, does the hospital matrix have him used in a promotional sense?
You can keep rolling if you want for more information on the hospital. It may turn up in some of the videos, but currently you haven't found anything.
Okay. Getting dangerous rolls territory here.
That is a glitch, though.
Oh, that's a glitch, yeah.
Okay.
So 9 success.
Yeah, you do manage to find a couple of videos of him in promotional context. He tends to talk with a very overly British accent. He seems to come from some sort of very low nobility. Tends to be a surgeon specializing in plastic surgery of some kind, normally to do with ear restructuring.
I'm gonna play whatever ads they used him in on the screens in the room we're in.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kirk. I run the plastic surgery over here at London Memorial Hospital. Do your ears not look pointy enough? Or do your ears need reshaping? Are you not happy with your lobes? Do you loathe them? Here at London Memorial, we've got all your needs covered. If your insurance covers it, feel free to help yourself to any of our lovely list, and then like a list appears of different plastic surgery options they allow. Or alternatively, you can use our modest pricing schedule to find something that suits your needs.
You got that, Deadbolt? Just act like an arrogant asshole, and it seems like it'll work out.
It looks just like you, Deadbolt.
Well, it would do now. I've got the disguise on at this point. I've got the pointy ears and everything.
Yeah, I think you need a little
Okay.
bit longer hair there.
Gotta get your extensions in.
Did he have long hair?
It was like sort of shaggy, maybe like 6 inches kind of length. Not particularly long. Longer than yours a little bit, but not that much longer.
Just tell him you got a
I'm adding
haircut.
some hair. Yeah, that works too.
So, to the hospital then?
I guess so. I'll get some kit together.
So, if you could ping on the map for me, where is he at right now?
Well, you know he's in the medical beds area, so somewhere around here.
Yeah, we just don't know specifically which one, but we should be able to find it because it's gonna be the one with guards.
Can you shift click it for me so that it drags me over? Or shift ping it? Oh, there it is down there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's the third floor.
Given the layout that we have, I'm going to start making annotations. I'm going to say that, Gato, you and I, we should wait. Let's see here. You and I should wait somewhere like this large window right here. That way, if our dear friend needs to come crashing out, we already have a vehicle ready. I can levitate them both down to the ground, load them in the back, and we'll be the hell up out of there. What do you think about that?
I'm immediately going to try to find the road plans for this area. Are there any one-way roads, or is it all two-way, or is there any heavy trafficked areas for this time of day?
Do I actually have the map up? I don't have the map up. So yeah, no, there is a two-way road, just a little bit in front. Effectively, it goes into a big U that pulls up to the front of the hospital as well, so that you can access there. There's also a large car park around the front of the hospital as well, which actually goes almost up to the front of the hospital there. That bit would be about 2 meters into the verge, like there's a little flower bed below it. But you could quite easily drive over that flower bed if you really wanted, or you could be, just below it 2 meters off the side.
Okay, then it looks like Tag, you and we could stay in the car park. I don't see any problem with just staying in the car park, and then when we need to, we can drive through the U at the front. As long as there's no ambulances in the way, we should be good.
Okay. What this room right here? Does it have a particular like 6B or like 5A, or does it have a designation that I can give to Deadbolt so that he knows to take whatever happens with him to that room? I'll levitate him out the window to the ground, and then we'll be out of there.
So yeah, you know that each of these rooms is marked as Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, Ward
Okay, so that's
5, 6. The individual rooms are known as like 4, B, C. Sorry, that's an individual room. That is a break room, and then that's another room again. That's a waiting room, and that's another ward. There.
So I send this info over to Deadbolt's comlink, and then I say, all right, Deadbolt, so regardless of what happens after you inject him, you need to get to Ward 4, knock that window out, and if it's just you and whatever he spits out, you can carry on your person. I'll levitate you down to the ground so you don't got to make a long leap. And if it's the two of you, I should be able to manage that too. It'll be a little bit more strenuous, but I think I can make it work.
Well, if you need it, I can make my own way out. Got a couple of ways of climbing down a building if I need to.
Can you carry a man? A limp man?
I can levitate
That'll
a
be a
limp
bit more
man.
difficult, but...
A little bit of a loaded sentence, but you get what I mean.
Tag can levitate the guy, I can make my own way down.
Sound like we got ourselves a plan then. Where's that van at? You got the van with you, Gato?
No, I'll have to go grab it.
You don't have to. You can just remote it to drive over here.
Oh, I can just do that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It'll drive itself by grid
Then
link.
I'll
Or
have
you
it
could,
drive-
rig it from afar.
It'll be here in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever.
Cool. Let's do this thing. And with that, I just wait for the van to arrive.
Okay.
Pretty optimistic about this plan. I seem as though I'm pretty at ease about the whole thing.
About 50
So do
minutes
I,
later,
weirdly.
the van shows up in front of the house. Do you bring all the bikes of it as well?
No,
Okay.
no. Just the van. If we need the bikes to get away, we're not going to be able to get away with some limp dude either.
Okay, yeah, the van shows up 50 minutes later.
Do we assume that all of our gear is in the van at this point? Is that something we got to declare like we did in the last season?
Yeah, if you want to
I
declare
would
that your
assume-
stuff's in the van, you can.
Okay. Well, then I would have
Yeah.
handed off my my special purchase to the van
Oh.
earlier on, so that
What
it's
is
there.
what is your special purchase? Or do we not get to find out yet?
You don't get to find out yet. It's
Okay,
sitting
fair
just
enough.
off camera, though. It's going to be awesome.
Okay.
It's just below his camera.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna go get the van then. I'm just gonna make sure everything's fine. Seems fine if it got here all right. Didn't report
But only
anything
subscribers get
strange.
to see it.
Oh goodness.
Deadbolt, what are you grabbing?
I'll grab some of my guns, and I'll also pack some gecko tape gloves.
Okay. Bear in mind that you don't have a doctor's lab coat or anything right now. That said, most doctors, when they're just doing consultations and stuff and not doing any actual, work, will be walking around just wearing casuals.
Point, we did miss that
Doesn't the
bit.
hospital have extra lab coats and everything?
It'll have scrubs inside
Probably.
machines.
And
that
you
are
should be able
in
to get them with the ID.
Yeah. In fact, from the layout, do we know where the laundry area would be? Because that might be a good thing to hit with the clean laundry.
It'll be on the
He's
ground
gonna look-
floor. Actually, it might be up next to on call. Let me have a look.
My point is that he'll look like an idiot if supposedly he works there and he's like, hey, where can I get scrubs from? Like, that's a great fail point. So,
Yeah.
Like, okay, put it this way: there is definitely some like scrub machines up in on call.
Okay,
okay.
that'll work. Okay, then I'm going to grab my lined coat. That's all I've got. And I'm going to keep the Ares light fire on me. That's it.
Okay.
I've just
Whenever
got
you
my
guys are
business
ready.
suit on, and I'm ready to go. My shotgun is in the back of the van. We're all ready to rock.
Yeah, who's riding shotgun? Or are you both going to be in the back?
I'll keep you company. It's not fair to make somebody chauffeur.
Would you like me to drive over the speed bump again, sir? Faster, you say?
Okay, and with that, you head off towards Memorial Hospital. I do have to ask at this stage, are you okay to go like 10, 15 minutes over, or do you want to cut it here? Because there is an interesting break coming in 10, 15 minutes, I think.
I don't know if we can do 10, 15 minutes over. Like, we don't do that very well. It's going to be half an hour. You know it is.
No, if it gets half an hour, I'll be cutting it. I've got good stuff to do. But there is an interesting break coming. I think there'll be an interesting point to Cliffhanger.
Guys,
I vote yes.
Yeah, we
I'm yes.
can go for it.
It's a premiere. We can be cool.
Chat. Remember to thank them all. Okay, so you drive up to the hospital. It's just a little bit out of town. It'll take you, 20 minutes, half an hour to get there. So luckily they've done some new road building near here, so it's fairly easy driving, especially at this point at night. You know, it's getting towards like 7, 8 o'clock. And you get to the hospital. Seems pretty quiet. A couple of ambulances go past, going round to the A&E department and back, but other than that, pretty quiet time of night.
Do we notice any of the Lone Star security?
Yeah, there is a Lone Star security car parked out front in the car park at all times that you seem to spy quite easily. And it also looks like there's a couple of people doing the rounds at front. Any more than that, you'd have to make a perception check.
I might as well do a perception check.
Sure. Bear in mind, do you have any night perception because it is dark?
I've got low light.
That's fine. You can roll as normal then.
Also got Lone Star procedures, if that helps at all.
And if you want to know anything about the procedures, you can roll that.
While he's doing that, I mentioned to Deadbolt,
2 success.
if anything weird happens out of the blue while you're in there that seems to be invisible, it's the spirits that they got watching the place. You just holler at me, and I can jump into the Astral, and we can handle that on the lickety-splickety. That'd be done quick. I'm pretty
Quietly,
good at
though.
Astral fighting.
Please no loud hollering. I don't think a doctor's ever loud hollered other than someone's dying.
Sure. But I figure the point at which spirits are bombarding him, the point at which silence might be a foregone conclusion.
Right,
I'll
then
try
I
and keep it
also-
to the subvocal.
Ghetto, you spot quite easily inside the big glass front of the lobby that there are at least 4 guards milling about in there, 2 of them nearby to the front check-in desk.
Okay.
It looks
And
like
I
they're just
also like
equipped with
to check-
tasers and pistols, nothing too fancy.
I'd also like to roll procedures if possible to check and see what I would expect them to have on the 3rd floor in the medical bed ward.
Okay, sure.
I just want to mention, does anybody feel like a real Shadowrunner right now? Like, I feel like this is a real Shadowrun session. Like, we actually have a plan. Like, things are coming together. It's looking good. There's going to be a twist, but it's looking good right now.
So, Lone Star procedures. You rolled 2 successes. From what you know, depends if they're doing close protection. If they're doing close protection, they'd have someone outside the door. And they might not have someone inside the door. They'd probably clear out the entire, room so that there's only one person in the room that they're protecting, if they're protecting someone like that. There'd be at least one person on the door, maybe 2 to keep each other awake, depending on how important it is. And then they'd have maybe 1 or 2 other people around, just doing rotations around the floor, just to make sure that nothing dodgy goes down.
Okay.
If it's Lone Star, of course. It could be an outside agency, considering he's S technology.
Yeah, they said he has some personal guards too.
Yeah. Beyond that, there would be
Okay,
2
then-
higher presence in the hospital because they want to try and keep it a nice, friendly atmosphere, etc. Then would be 2 hands-on, especially because it's a half corporate-owned place and they don't really want to put people off.
I'm gonna pull into the car park. Say, Deadbolt, smile like an elf, I guess. Do what you do.
I pat him on the back and I say, you got this, buddy.
I hope so.
And
When we were looking at the maps, was there some service entrances that could be used rather than the front door?
Yeah, so if you go down to the ground floor, it's a pretty full map. I don't need to describe anything beyond entrances because there are actually doors marked on the map.
yeah, there's one big one on the left. There's one big one on the right, and there's a small one in the rear.
There
There's
are
even a
plenty more
delivery
entrances than
entrance.
that, but yeah, some of them are more legit than others. You've got the main concourse as a big entrance. You've got, A&E is a pretty big place to go in. But yeah, there's plenty of
There's
ways
even
to get
a
in.
huge delivery entrance too.
That's A&E.
What's A&E?
Oh, the emergency room. If we're talking about the ambulance place over to the left.
No, at the very top says
At the very
delivery.
top. Oh, yeah. That would also include people who are mobility impaired who would need to come in for, regular outpatient stuff.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to park the van somewhere in the car park that's going to give both Tag and myself a good view on the front of this hospital here.
Yeah, so if you can see on the ground floor, you can see that there's, a little bit of a stone walkway out front. Then there's a little gap with, accessibility and stuff if you want to drive your car up to get to the front, etc. And then after that little row of trees, those are all parking spaces. So you can quite easily get, within, get the measurement out.
Oh, wow,
About
I was
50
thinking it
meters
was
from the front, quite easily, maybe even 10.
I was thinking it was going to be like a 4 or 6 story parking garage thing, but it's actually just all single story
it's
parking.
all bottom floor, ground floor, nothing fancy.
Yeah, we're in good
Okay.
shape right now. We're in real good shape.
And it's not too busy out front because, you know, it's outside visiting hours, etc.
You guys
Okay.
kill my drawing? I want my arrow back. Where's my arrow at?
Put a new one down. It's
Murder
fine.
it?
I haven't murdered anything.
Good. Because I like that arrow.
So, Deadbolt, what's the plan?
I say to the others, I'd rather not use the main door just because that leaves more possibilities for me being spotted. It's not unusual for a staff member to use one of the other doors. I can just slip in and no one will notice that I've arrived.
While we're doing this, I am using my rating 1 sin. I just wanted to mention in case we go through any kind of check or anything like that, my Alabaster Royale sin is active.
Sure.
And I guess I'm using a legit one. Technically. I mean, it's not legit when I'm using it.
Yeah.
You're an identity thief, bro.
You're identified as Dr. Kirk currently.
We could go to this guy's bank right now and clean this dude out. Like, we have everything we need.
You don't even need to go to a bank to do that.
We're nice people. We're only going to use it for this thing that might
That's
get him
true.
fired.
I forgot. We're good guys. We're hoods we're this time around. I forgot.
So
This
what's
still
the plan,
might
guys?
ruin his career.
That's the blowback reasoning coming back in. Be like, we could take
Yeah,
this
but-
dude for even
yeah,
more
but-
money.
You saw the ad the hospital was using. This guy is such a douchebag.
Guys, if you didn't want to go on for half an hour, what's the plan?
Oh, it's
I'm gonna
Deadbolt's
try.
show.
I'm gonna try some quiet side door that's not used much.
Which one?
Probably not on the side with ambulances. Probably somewhere near the mortuary, seeing as that's where there's a bunch of doors. Actually, I can go through the.
Mortuary. Yes, there is an entrance over there on the
can-
right next to the mortuary if you want.
I could just enter through the elderly ward. Actually, I
Past
want
the
to be
chapel.
close to some stairs. Where are the stairs? Yeah, we passed the chapel. So I guess I'd have to go a little bit around that or something. I can't spot stairs on this map.
They're on the map in a normal map notation.
I don't have big enough screen for this.
There are stairs here.
But yeah, that's the one.
Why is it not dragging people? Shift click, right? Oh, because I've got the ruler out. There are stairs here. There are stairs here.
Oh yeah, there they are.
There are stairs. There's some like lifts here.
Right, okay, the plan is enter
Stairs here.
enter through the elderly ward
Okay.
and then make for the first stairs you pinged.
Cool. Okay, so you leave the van. You going alone?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the plan.
I'm staying in the van, and I'll astrally project if something goes wrong, but other than that, there's not a whole lot I can help out with.
Sure. Are you taking any weapons for you, Deadbolt?
I'll take my holdout and I'll take my taser and the gecko tip gloves.
Sure.
Off the top of my head, I don't think there's anything else.
You'll be fine.
I mean, I'm not going to get like scanned when I go through here, so I could just grab like a smoke grenade or something for in case everything goes to hell and I need to run away.
Yeah, hospitals
think-
don't have scanners.
I wouldn't
Well, I
carry
don't
an
know how this
explosive
works.
into a hospital.
Okay, I'll not do that.
That seems like a bad security breach.
It's a public building open to the public, which has a lot of people in it, including law enforcement. It's going to have something.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't think there's any reason to take anything else particularly.
Okay. You walk in through the side entrance, immediately through a large hooped scanner, although it does seem to be like a less attention on this side of the building. And feel free to roll me an etiquette for how you walk around, etc.
All right. By the way, what
These-
time of day is it at the moment?
It's about 8:30 p.m. now.
Okay.
The Monday as well, so A&E isn't too crowded.
Four
Damn, 4
successes.
successes on your etiquette. You just walk in, you know, like a couple of nurses and doctors walking past, and you start like just taking on some of the mannerisms. You put yourself in a bit more of a. You're obviously like this guy who's a little bit, a little bit of an asshole, but you're a surgeon, so all surgeons are to an extent. And you kind of,
I do
square
that.
your
I've
shoulders.
got somewhere to be walk.
Yeah, and you sort of push ahead, and you're like, I've got someone to be, and people instantly see you and like, cool, that's fair enough.
I hope the surgeon that's going to work on you someday didn't just hear you say that. He was watching Roll4It right now, and he's like, oh, look at that. EE's got cardiac surgery in 3 weeks. Huh.
Most surgeons agree that most surgeons are assholes. Like, most surgeons are jocks. But yeah,
I'm going to send over through the comm link just very quietly. I'm going to send Weird Al's Like a Surgeon just so he can listen to it and be motivated. Cutting for the very first time.
Like a surgeon. Yeah, okay, so you start walking through. Let me just roll some dice. It is a 6. Okay.
Light Doom, to answer your question, I can, but I would either have to follow him astrally. One of the people asked why I didn't put increased charisma on him. Because they have magical overwatch over the entire hospital. And so if I put a spell on him, it makes him glow. It makes him stand out super hardcore to all the things that are watching.
Also, there are mana barriers, and if he pops through one of those...
Mm-hmm. And where
I'm worried. He's rolled a d6 and got a 6.
Yeah, I wasn't really doing a test. I was actually rolling a single dice, and I wanted to see how high I got. I got 6. So with that, as you start walking just out of the elderly area towards the stairs, you open the door to the stairs, and someone rushes past you and instantly kind of does a double take. Kind of a willowy elf woman, nurse's scrubs. It seems a stethoscope around her neck. Wouldn't be nurse's scrubs, sorry. It'd be actual scrubs for like a doctor. I don't know if you would know the difference in character. But she kind of does a double glance and goes, "Oh, hey, I didn't think you were in a shift tonight, Kirk. You in for something?" Make an impersonation check to begin with. Impersonation check to begin with.
You know, you rolled 4 on 6 last time, dude. Your 4 on 6 was clutch, and this is where we use edge anyways because we get it back at the end of the next run. So,
is there something different about you? You look slightly different to me.
I got 4.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. 4 on 8. Man,
you have to start acting this as well, so I can see if she gets plussed or minuses. She got 3 hits on your disguise, so she's like, "Is there something different about you? You look a little bit off today. Are you okay?"
And she starts to say, "Oh, hi, sorry, I've got somewhere to be. I'll talk later."
Make a con check. -1.
-1. Please work, please work, please work. 2, can I edge that? I think I might edge that.
You can edge. Reroll failures with edge. So you would have 7 minus 6, 5 dice. 5.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 5. I didn't
5,
see
I got 4 hits, so...
Right, rolling 5. 2 more successes.
4 versus 4. Are you feeling okay, Kirk? As you start walking away? Is something wrong? Do you need some help? And she starts to walk after you.
I just tried wave her off like, no, it's fine.
Well, what's fine? If you got like... What kind of emergency does a plastic surgeon have at like 9 p.m. on a Monday?
Someone called me in. I'll talk to you later.
For consultation on a nose job?
It's called a rhinoplasty, nurse.
Can I hear this through his sub-vocal?
Not through sub-vocal, no. If he had his comlink still broadcasting what it can pick up, then yes.
Okay, is your comlink off?
It would have been on, wouldn't it? Because it's...
No, you switch comlinks.
Isn't it his?
For his comlink? Yeah. You could have his transmit if you want.
Ooh.
How would that work? Would that be a problem?
It might leave logs on his comlink, depends what you want to do with it.
I mean, you can call me on a Metalink with it, and I can burner it. I got dozens of Metalinks just sitting around.
I do that then.
Okay, fair enough. You can hear this conversation then. Debot, I need to make me another...
I sub-vocal through
maybe a contract.
Very influential client. Wealthy man. On the move. Real fast. Needs it done. Chop, chop.
What was the roll you said to make?
Be a con check.
Right. Con check. 3.
It's not bad. 3 on 8. Average. I mean, it's above average, actually. 2 on 8 is what you'd expect.
Okay. She's a little bit suspicious now, so...
Are you going to relay his suggestion?
Oh, that's initiative. Whoopsie!
I think the con was for what I was...
6 hits.
Oh, Lord.
No, something doesn't seem quite right here. I'm just gonna check out the job roster. And she slightly turns away from you on the stairs.
Listen, I've got a wealthy guy waiting for me. Just like, he called me in. We gotta.
Make a
Does it really matter?
charisma plus intuition check.
Charisma plus intuition. Did you say? Would be. Right.
It's a judge intentions check. There's actually a button for that.
All right.
3 successes.
I rolled it. I got 3.
You can see from her rapid eye movement and the moving of one of her fingers on her hand with a glove on that seems to be doing some AR typing that she is checking up a duty roster and she's going through the work logs, etc. Probably, since you did mention that. And she doesn't seem to be paying attention to you now.
Subvocal, we're in trouble.
Just get on out of there. She's going to have to find you. That's a big building to have to find somebody and just keep moving.
By the way, the stairwell right now is kind of secluded. It is like nighttime, so it's up to you what you want to do. She's kind of below you on the stairs, so you'd have to go past her to go down again.
Well, there's other stairs. I carry on.
Okay, you go straight up.
I say it looks like we're on a timer now.
Yeah,
So
so
hurrying.
rarely. do
Whenever
we get
no
all
one
the
Wait,
time we
see
sir,
me.
need.
where you... There's no jobs on the roster. What are you... And you just head up. Do you go straight up to the top floor, or do you take an exit at the next floor?
At the next floor, I hop out and go to the opposite stairwell. Carry on up that way.
Okay, sure. Are you trying to stealth this, or are you just trying to move fast, or what? Are you, like, running? You
I'm now doing
fast?
the
You trying to
definitely
blend in?
need to be somewhere quickly, like,
Okay, make me a performance check.
fast walk.
It's the oops, I'm gonna squirt my pants move. You gotta go.
With too much Taco Bell running.
It's always
Bell
Taco Bell.
try.
Oh,
It's
that's-
always Taco Bell.
I'm not good at performance. Was it flat performance? Was there anything else to it?
It'll be a performance check. I will know what the modifiers are for people judging you.
You know, if you're in a stairwell, you can probably just taser her and no one's gonna do
What?
anything.
2 on 3?
I'll take that. 2 successes.
Okay. Cool. So you start hurrying to the next stairwell over. She kind of runs out after you a little bit, but she's lagging behind now, and she's definitely wary and keeping distance. She's very dubious of you. You notice that something's changed.
When I get into the stairwell, I check that there's no one there, and if there isn't anyone there, I absolutely bolted up the stairs.
Yeah, as you walk
Give
in the
me a
stairwell, it's
moment.
pretty pretty empty again. You start bolting it. Make a run check.
I subvocal. Where are you going? I'll meet you there. I'll be the client.
Where's running? I'm terrible at like finding stuff in this particular. It's in the first section. I'm useless.
I hop
Running.
out of the back of the van. No
Okay.
weapons on me or anything.
3 successes.
Yeah, you
Out of
leg it
4
up pretty
dice.
quick. As you get to the top of the stairs, a couple of Lone Star officers come around the corner. Excuse me, Dr. Kirk, do you mind if we have a second to talk to you?
I'm just trying to get to.
Dr.
What's
Kirk,
the problem?
we need a second of your time.
I subvocal. Where are you at right now?
I subvocal back. I would know where I am. Was it?
You've got
How many
to the-
floors up have I gone? I've gone up 2 floors, right?
Yeah, so you're at the top floor now, just out of the left stairwell.
Say by catering.
I head in through the main concourse,
You'd be...
and as he tells me where he's
Yeah.
going, I go up to meet with him.
I'm there. Did I not get up this second flight of stairs?
You did. This is the top floor. You went up 1 flight to the first and then 1 flight to the second.
You pinged the middle floor. Or someone did.
Oh, whoops, sorry, I pinged the middle floor. It should be in here. Next to oncology.
Yeah, between oncology and catering.
Okay. How long will it be before I get there?
A little while. You've got to go through the entire hospital. It's a big map. Are you going through the main center, the front section?
Yeah, I figured that's where we were parked so I could get there the quickest, as I was going to go through
Yeah.
the main concourse.
Yeah. So as you go through the main concourse, a number of people, like, obviously, the kind of guards check you over, etc. Feel free to make just a genuine etiquette roll, just to, seem like you belong there or whatever. You've got a purpose, a place to go.
Me do that?
No.
Say a
tag.
word. Okay.
4 successes.
Yeah, totally fine. No one bothers you. You head in.
I go to the front desk and I say, I was supposed to have a meeting with Dr. Kirk. Have you seen him around anywhere? It was very, very important. It won't be on the work roster, though.
Just 1 second, sir. And
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'd like
what's
to
the new
look up.
broadcasting tag?
As of right now, I would have swapped over to the 3 when I went in, the Friedrich one.
Okay.
I'd also like to look up where Kirk's office would be, because most doctors will have like a little sit room with some files or whatever.
Yeah. You would need to have a quick matrix check for that, and it will take you a couple of minutes to do that, though.
Okay.
But yeah, you can start making that check now. Make one test, and I'll tell you when the next minute goes past.
Okay.
Deadbolt. Mr. Kirk, we will need to have a talk with you. If you can step over here, please.
All right, but I don't know what this is about.
Make a impersonation check.
Do they hit his pager at all when I say that I'm looking for him? Or do they page his number? Because we've got his cell phone, so...
As far as you know, Deadbolt has not been pinged on the contacted comlink yet.
Okay. Woo,
6
buddy!
successes.
Wow.
6 on 8, good lord.
Mr. Kirk, are you feeling all right? Why are you here tonight?
I just got called in. Client wanted speaking to.
We were hearing reports that you were acting a little bit suspiciously. What were you called in for?
Sorry, I was running late.
You were called in?
Yeah, someone wanted to speak about a procedure or something.
Okay, which one of these patients would it be?
I sub-vocal, Darren Friedrich.
Name was Darren Friedrich.
Make a con check. You know +1 because you did impersonate fairly well.
On +1. 2 successes. Can I maybe edge that?
You
That'd be
can
a
edge
good
the
idea.
failures if you want. That'll get you a reroll for 7 of them.
Try that.
How much edge do you have?
There you go.
4 total.
Didn't
I got
need
a
it, but
1.
good call.
Dr. Kirk, your patient is here. I'll send him over to your office for you. Any reason you're up in oncology right now? A little bit far.
Oh, it was I was coming to pick up some scrubs.
Oh, fair enough. Well, have a good day, and just try not to freak out some of the staff in future next time you're in a rush. It can scare some of the patients, and, corporate image is everything. They've got a massive drive on right now.
Sorry about that. I wasn't thinking.
Have a good day, sir.
I sub-vocal over. I'm gonna get quote-unquote lost. You're gonna have to come find me. I'm supposed to be finding your office. I don't think it's too hard to pretend I don't know where the hell that's at. And so I start just
Mr.
wandering
Friedrich, it's okay.
Yes.
Feel free to go into the office. I'll put a highlight onto your comlink for you, and it should take you there. You get guest permissions for the host of the building, and it instantly shows you a sort of glowing line in your AR vision.
off. I don't have
Oh,
AR.
shit.
It's not show a glowing line in your AR vision. She
Does-
assumes
does
you
the
do, because
information
everybody
get-
does.
Does the
And
information
so I
get
go the
passed along
direction
to
she
us?
pointed.
Okay. Pardon, Gato?
Does the information get passed on to us? Because we would be able to direct him.
Only if he passes it on. And he can see it on his 2D comlink if he looks at the 2D comlink screen, though.
Okay, as long as he can get there.
Let me find where the offices are. Dear God. Your office would be in... Oh, there was a section for offices. I'm trying to find it now. Probably ground floor. Dialysis, physiotherapy, outpatients. Records. It'd be in one of the outpatient rooms there. They'd have a couple of rooms given over there, I think.
Okay. Can I roll again to try to find it?
Yeah, keep looking. Yeah, so 3 hits was all you needed. There's an office down the back at outpatients, which is taken over currently by him.
Okay. I'm actually going to drive the van over there to be a little bit closer to that area.
What, you're going to drive it round to delivery?
Back Back where delivery is, yeah.
Okay.
Not into the delivery lot, but close enough that I can get there in a jiff. And I'm gonna let Tag and Deadbolt know just really quickly that I've moved the van and where.
By the way, you guys are completely right. Running over 15 minutes, I thought you had the plan down, but then there was some terrible rolling, and I rolled 6 dice on like a.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? We can stop. We can just assume that I'm getting lost on my way to Ward 4.
I mean,
once I'm out of
you
view
pretty
of
much got
people.
this sold now, so. But yeah,
Yeah.
you get yourself lost. Kirk, what do you do? Deadbolt.
What was it he said? He said he was. Where did he say that he was going to get lost to?
Ward 4, where you're supposed to be rendezvousing with me after you get the patient.
On Ward 4 is the place, the room that's right next to where he is. Well, first I'll go to whatever it's called, on call to grab some scrubs, and then I'll make my way over to.
Oh, hey, Kirk. One of them looks over at you. Hey, how are you doing? Been a good day so far?
Oh hey, yeah, all right. I gotta get to a meeting though.
Make an
Like
impersonation check.
You're gonna fail one of these so badly.
You did just walk into on call, which is where all the other doctors are hanging out right now.
That's the only place I know there's gonna be scrubs. 3 successes.
3 on 8's good. Normally you need 12 to rely on 3, so that's good.
2. Oh, fair enough. Have yourself a good day. You quickly chuck the scrubs on. What clothes are you wearing? Just generic clothes?
Well, that's the point. I was gonna say that I was, wearing normal clothes, but I was considering having my chameleon suit on under it, but that might.
Yeah, you can change in like one of the rooms up there. That'd be fine. So you've still got your chameleon suit underneath.
All right, I do that.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to conceal a chameleon suit under scrubs. You'd have to take it off. You could have it in a bag then.
I wasn't sure sort of how concealable it was. I would have not.
The
bothered
problem
if
is,
it
like,
was
it's a full concealing suit that has a hood and everything that goes over the top, but you wouldn't be able to conceal that by scrubs. They're too like thin and loose. You wouldn't be able to conceal it.
With it having the hood, it never would have worked, so I wouldn't have taken it.
Well, no, you could have taken the hood off and just tucked it down the back. But the problem is, it won't fit under scrubs. Like scrubs would make it too obvious.
Probably wouldn't have brought it anyway because it's.
Okay. In which case, you haven't brought it. You've got no arm whatsoever. You're now wearing scrubs.
We're not going to get shot. We're in a hospital, so if we do get shot, we're in the perfect place to get shot.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. What would be wrong with some Shadowrunners just getting noticed in a hospital? That's
Your
fine.
comlink bleeps. Deadbolt. Hello, Dr. Cook. I'm afraid your patient Friedrich hasn't ended up at your office. I believe that, according to security, he's currently wandering around in the medical bed area. Do you want me to send some of the security operatives to go collect him?
You sent me to
That's
Ward
all right.
4 to look at an example of your work.
I said, "Oh, that's all right. I can go get him there."
Oh.
I think it was something he wanted to look at.
Make a con check.
Check. Oop. Pressing the buttons is hard. 2 successes.
2 successes. I will say because it's over a comlink. Okay, just make sure, he's out of there quickly. We've got a special client up there, and they tend to get a bit jumpy. But if you just go collect him really quick and take him back to your office, it should be fine. Have
Of course.
a good day, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Okay.
So does it sound like you're both making your way to Ward 4?
Yeah.
I'll bring the van back around that way then.
Okay. Friedrich, you get up there and you notice that outside the room next to Ward 4, there are 2 guys in nondescript dark suits with sunglasses on. One of them sitting down, the other one walking up and down the corridor with a cup of coffee.
Are they like Men in Black sunglasses or are they aviators?
Men in Black sunglasses. Wraparounds,
Ooh,
deliberately
nice.
sort of the security style that you can't see eye movements. It's why they wear sunglasses. Not to look cool, but so you cannot see where they're looking.
Okay. Well, I head over to like where Ward 4 is at for right now, and
Make a etiquette check.
Sure.
They're going to start judging you now. They seem to let you pass, although you do have one of their attentions now.
Yeah, if I notice the one that got my attention, or I have his attention. Hey, have any of you gentlemen seen Dr. Kirk around here anywhere?
One of the humans, the guy of particularly dark coloration, looks around and he goes, "I'm sorry, I do not know what you're talking about."
Ah, well, Dr. Kirk said he had a patient over here, some like Top Gun client or something like that. He had to administer an injection, and so he was just gonna meet me over here since I was in the area anyways.
Dr.
I'm gonna
Kirk,
assume you haven't seen him
You
then.
currently walk around the corner.
Oh, there he is.
I go, just like little hand wave to him. Recognition. Start walking towards him.
I presume this is your
Dr.
Dr. Kirk.
Yeah, I think I'll let him handle his business though first. Obviously, sick folk come before people like me, and I step back.
Make a con check,
Sure.
both of you.
We both get 2.
I'll edge mine. I mean, this is like the end of the run anyways, and I've got 1 edge left, so I'll do it.
I got 2 for one of them, and the other one got 2 as well.
Wow.
They
That's the
shift a
most
little
boring
bit,
roll
becoming
ever.
a little bit more suspicious, but they seem to accept your word for now. Well, make sure you are busy done with your job as soon as possible.
Do they let him just go in now?
Which room are you trying to go into?
The one they're guarding, I assume, because that's what I was indicating towards. I was like, oh, he had to do something with a patient over here. That's why I came over to meet him.
And that's the right room, isn't it? But we did know what we saw the plans. We know what the room is.
You know what rooms are rooms, you don't know what rooms people are in. You saw building schematics.
All right then. Well, I walk up to him and say, "This is Peter Blake's room, isn't it?
And what is that to you?
I'm here to tend to him. Got an injection to deliver."
Make a con check.
Two. Might edge that. I've only got 1 left.
Are they facing
sorry,
away from me right
Your
now?
name is not on the list. You will have to move along.
I'm gonna edge it. I got another 6.
Yeah.
2 more successes.
Okay. I got 4, you got 4. I'm sorry, your name is not on the list, my friend. You will have to move along.
Are they facing
Yes.
away from me right now when they're addressing him?
They're not facing away from you, but they're kind of angled towards him. The guy on the seat has certainly got his arm down behind his back now. You're both on the same side of
Oh,
the corridor.
you sure? Maybe there's something wrong, and I turn away and look like I'm thinking of something. Or trying to think.
I'm gonna say, doctor, I might be able to help out. And I start to let's handle our business. We'll clear this up with paperwork in just a minute. I don't have a whole lot of time right now. And then I'm. Can we go into Ward 4 real fast?
You slip into Ward 4.
Is there anybody in here?
Yeah, as soon as you slip in, you notice there's beds and about 3 different people out of the 6 beds are in here.
Okay. With the
Oh!
paper curtains, I close that around me and the doctor.
Oh. One of the patients sort of sees you just go in and closes the, like, seems a bit ignored, but sure. You end up in there with,
All right. So, we're on the nuclear option right now, Doctor. I'm gonna have to leave after I do what I do here. and make yourself scarce very, very quickly. I can buy you a little bit of time, and with that, I cast invisibility on him.
Okay. What force?
Ugh. All of them are bad.
They're all good.
I'm gonna go forced 1, and I'm gonna have to break it because if I cast higher than that, there's a chance the Watchers will see it. Like I have no choice. So I'll break the limit by 5 once again, and that's about the best I can do. I gotta keep the force low. You now are 6 hits invisible. That means they have to go logic versus they have to go logic plus intelligence, and they have to get more than 6 hits to see you. You are very fucking invisible.
That was an amazing roll, by the way.
Is it improved
I'll
invisibility
take
or
that.
just invisibility?
Improved.
So, cameras. Yeah, cool. Instantly, deadbolt. Phew. You can't see your hands anymore. Can't see your feet.
I pat the location where he was, and I say, "Do your thing. I've got to leave the building right now. There will be Watchers that will see that cast."
Pat isn't great. It's sort of a half grope, as he's not really patting you on the shoulder so much as he's just slaps you on the pectoral muscle.
And with
I go
that,
to
I
give
try
him a
make-
thumbs up and then realize that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I quietly step out of Ward 4
Okay.
and approach.
Tag,
the
do you
room.
leave?
I have to sustain it, and I have to have line of sight.
Not
So I'm
sustain.
gonna walk. Oh, not to sustain?
To
Okay,
cast, not
well
to
then I have
sustain.
line of sight to cast. Yeah, I'm just gonna sustain it then, as I start to walk around the opposite direction of where the guards were.
Okay. Deadbolt. What do you do?
Well, I stand in front of the door, but like with the 2 guys in front of me, and have a look and see, like, is the door open? Is it ajar? Does
Make
it
me a
look like it
stealth
might
check.
be locked or
Plus 3.
anything? Plus 3.
And I will make their checks, but
6.
Wow, nice job, bud.
they do not hear you. You are standing
Nice
like a
job,
foot
man.
away from one of them as he walks past, and you are right in front of this door with this guy like next to it,
Very
reading
nice.
a paper.
That was 6 successes on the stealth and 1
Yeah.
and 2 for the detection. They both failed.
So what do I see on the door? Is it?
It's a solid door, marked Ward 4B, private room.
I think I can't just open it because that would be really obvious. I look around for like some sort of distraction, like a thing I could throw somewhere to make a weird noise.
There's an empty coffee cup in the bin nearby.
I cast Trid Phantasm as I go around the corner. And, oh, this is a terrible plan, but it's the only way I see getting the guards away from the door. As I walk around the corner with the guards disappearing behind me, I cast Trid Phantasm. It's going to be at a -2
Because sustaining,
because I've got a sustained spell already. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. It's sustained for free because of my focus concentration. Never mind. I'm going to cast Trid Phantasm at Force 4. Oh no, this is terrible. I really don't want to do this.
What are you doing? Come on, you gotta. Time's passing.
The Trid Phantasm is going to be a guy who walks around the corner that looks like a Lone Star officer. And he's going to say, "Gunman in the corridor!" And he's going to indicate for the guards to come with him.
Okay.
And he's going to
cast
have
it.
his gun out like he's holding it, basically.
Sure.
Ah, Jesus. Three successes to see through it.
Okay.
Logic and intuition.
Zero
Zero.
and
Oh, this is such a power play.
2. Instantly, the two of them, both of them, guns up. You notice they pull out some sort of heavy pistol. One of them just drops the coffee cup that he was drinking from and turn toward it. Deadbolt, they both turn away from you. And one of them starts moving up the corridor. The other one's sort of falling in behind to guard the door, but does move about 2 meters away.
The door's still gonna make a noise when I open it.
You got a stealth roll of 6, dude. You're good. You're 6 and invisible. You're solid.
Time's
As long as
passing.
you
You
get
gotta make decisions quick.
yeah.
We're in time
All right,
now.
I see if the guy stops moving and he doesn't look like he's going to be going anywhere straight away, I reach for the handle and very slowly open it.
Okay, make a stealth roll to open the door. And yeah, the guy nearby is still guarding the entrance to the room because they will not leave their ward. The other one is going to see what's going on.
Right, stealth. 1 success, and I'm out of edge.
Yikes. Would the guard get a minus or anything because he's on alert for the thing up front?
No. He wouldn't get a +3 because he's not specifically listening for anything up there, but he would just get a general thing. The
With
door
the trade
goes...
phantasm, I make the gun one time. I make Lone Star, fire the gun
That would
one
happen
time.
after the door opening thing, though. But... clink.
I guess the door's open now. If so, I leap in.
Okay,
Well, maybe not quite leap,
as the
but-
guy looks round, you notice the guy looks around, the door's open, you're like, oh crap, he's split the door anyway. You jump in. As you go through the door, you feel a weird sensation go through you. And suddenly you notice that you're visible.
The door is still open behind me, and he has line of sight on me.
Oh yeah. And this is where we're going to end today's
I kick
session.
the door shut.
We will bring this back next session
Crap.
as Deadbolt dives through the door, becomes visible after passing through a mana barrier that pops a spell.
I should get you roll charisma plus willpower to beat the mana barrier so that he goes through. Because it's my spell that's maintaining.
Oh, I thought it was counted as a Force 1 spell versus a mana barrier. Do you actually have to roll it?
Yeah, I roll. It's actually
Oh.
it's me versus the barrier.
I thought the
'cause it's my
sustained spell, it was the spell that did it. And it was, if you were pushing through as an Astral, you push through.
We'll have to reference it, but we may have to start
Okay.
with a retcon in the next session.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
check
if
on
I'm
it,
wrong,
but-
we all retcon it. Like, I'm totally down with that.
Oh, yeah. I'll check on it,
I
though.
wonder
You might be
if
right, I
chat
might be
knows.
right. But...
Chat, is it the sustained spell Force before modifiers for reagents, which would be 1, or is it the Mage? I believe it is the sustained Force. It's the Mage if it is an astral projection. Chat, let us know.
Thing is, they'll tell us the right answer, but they will also tell us the wrong answer as many times.
This is true, but I know the people to trust, and I know people who speak more authoritatively sometimes.
Yes, so all caps means you're right.
Yeah, totally. That's how it works.
Yeah, all I have written down is mana barriers, charisma plus magic. Net hits above the mana barriers roll is what gets to go
Yeah, that's
through.
when you're pushing through the person. I believe. It's why sustained spells are terrible against mana barriers, I think, because they're only working off a tiny bit of force. So many people are like, I'll look it up. Excellent. So if people want to look it up while we're doing this, excellent. Good for you. Thank you very much. I'll keep an eye on chat. But thank you for coming along today to Shadowrun. We've gone a little bit over time, but thank you for... Ow. Don't move arm in that way. Thank you for coming along to check out our first episode. I hope you've really enjoyed it. I know we have, and looking forward to seeing Pseudo coming back hopefully next session. But yeah, you can go support us over at Patreon. You can subscribe here. You can tips here. And of course, you can, if you want to support us, you can also bit us here. Bit us? Is that the right verb?
Or just tell your friends. You'd be surprised how many people are interested in this crap.
This is true. I mean, if you want to like share it via Twitter, I think there's like a share command and everything. So just, yeah, spread the news. Like, if you want to go hit up like the Reddits or something, like the Shadowrun Reddits, and be like, hey guys, did you hear about this awesome show? That'd be great as well. But yeah, we'll be next week at the same time. Or, of course, you can check us doing Roll4It D&D at 8 p.m. on Fridays. But yeah.
That's 12 noon for all you
12
non-Brits.
noon, yeah, for Pacific time. But Shen, Gatto, where can we find you and what are you doing till next week?
Well, my name is Gato Alto, aka Shen, and I have been playing Mass Effect 2 on my channel, along with RimWorld, and a new game called Oxygen Not Included. Quite fun. I just picked up Samara, and I went on her loyalty mission, and I killed Samara on her loyalty mission. So I got to go with her daughter, Morinth, instead. So we'll see what happens when Shepard, of course, will say, well, bang, okay, and then we'll see what happens after that. It could be amazing. You can find me at youtube.com/Shenner2, because Shenner 1 is dead and Shenner 3 is crazy, and twitch.tv/Shenner, where I stream 8 hours a day most of the week, except on Fridays and Sundays when I'm here for Roll4It. What about Senor Splattycat?
You can find me at youtube.com/splattercatgaming and Twitch TV/splattercatgaming. This week I'm doing my first test on moving over to Twitch, actually. I'm going to be Twitch streaming every single day for 3 or 4 hours, and I'm going to be lowering my video output down to like 1 or 2 videos a day, just to see how it feels for the next 5 or 6 days, just to play around with it. For the YouTube channel, all kinds of stuff going on right now, Wild 8, this, that, and the other. As far as Twitch goes, I don't know. I might continue my long dark run pretty soon, or I might do something different tomorrow. I haven't really decided. Whatever sounds fun to me, but that's all that I got going on.
Fair enough.
Bentham.
And Bentham.
What's up?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Bentham, and you can find me on YouTube as Mangled Port Gaming, because having multiple names makes things so easy. And I play lots of Factorio, and at the moment I'm also doing stuff like Rodina and Production Line and things like that, and maybe Astroneer. Haven't made an episode in a while. We'll probably make one to wrap things up there until more stuff comes out, because eventually there's going to be more content for that game, and it's going to be really fun again. But you sort of run out of things to do. And that's all I'm doing. So what about you, EE?
I'm Enter Elysium. You can catch me over at youtube.com/Enter Elysium, where I'm currently playing Halo 2. Halo Wars 2, sorry, not Halo 2, that's ages ago. Halo Wars 2 on PC. I'm also playing some RimWorld, some Production Line Alpha, and some other crap, including, you know, a few little games you may know, like Mass Effect, which I'm streaming, and of course something else at 6 PM, I can't remember what it's called. What is it? Oh, XCOM 2 Long War 2, that's the one as well. But yeah, you can catch me over there.
Apparently, I'm allowed to make the charisma willpower roll, is what chat's saying. So should I make that now, or should we wait till next
Chat's
time?
also saying that it counts as an astral intersection. I think it counts as an astral intersection because that's counted as... that one there is if you're pushing through as a person. Astral intersection is when 2 astral objects intersect. So I think it might be astral intersection, which is force times force. I'm trying to find out which one it is exactly by doing some Googling.
Well, we can work it out in
Yeah,
the
we'll
meantime.
do it next time if it's wrong. But
also, let us not forget about the 5th member who isn't here.
Hi,
His mouth
I'm
is dying.
totally not Avak. Wait, I can do this. I can
Yeah,
pull
you
this
totally
off.
do this.
I shaved recently.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Avak, and I just recently had some dental work done, so I can't really feel my face too good, and I can't really speak too good. So I'm sorry I couldn't be with you all today. But you can find me over on twitter.com/Avak_. Yes, that underscore is important. You can find me at youtube.com/Avak, and you can find me on twitch.tv/Avak. I don't know what the hell I'm playing these days, but I am an awesome motherfucking person. You should go check me out. Does anyone know what he's playing? I don't know what he's playing.
Stardew
No
Valley,
idea.
RimWorld.
Northgard?
Yeah,
that one.
Northgard.
Yeah, that's the one.
And he's been playing the Oxygen Not Included as well, I think.
There you go.
I think.
Yeah, it's astral intersection because it says that the effects of disruption listed in the astral intersection page, foci deactivated, spells end, spirits are dispelled, spells end, so it's sustained spells going through an astral intersection, which means you roll 2 hits, which is the force before reagents times 2, so 2, versus the mana barrier level, which is 6. So we might as well roll that now so that people have that.
I had
if they
6 hits. My invisibility was 6 hits.
Yeah, but it's limited by it's the force, which is limited before the reagents. It's the same as if you want to counterspell a reagented spell, which it counts as the lower force. The reagents only boost it for terms of the spell's force when it's people opposing it, not mana barriers.
Ivek's also playing Avorion.
Oh, and Avorion.
I don't know how I knew it was playing Oxygen Not Included, because the video came out after the live stream started, and now I'm scared.
2 hits. I'll double check that before next week, but I'm pretty sure it should be opposed by 2 hits on your part. Sorry, 2 dice on your part. I'll have to double check the rules for reagents as well, because Shadowrun is chunky.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, alright, so you'll be opposing 2 hits next time. But yeah, that'll be next time. Thank you very much for watching. Do feel free to pop back on Friday next week to see our D&D show when Splat will be GMing, which will be amazing fun. And of course, we have this back on Sunday again, so hopefully you've enjoyed. And if you have, go follow, go check out our YouTube channel where the VODs will be posted, etc. And also follow us on Twitch, so Twitter, so you know when next things are. Till next time, roll safe.
Bye, everybody.